Hey, Michał here, and it's time for, yeah, you know what it's time for. It's time to release my second UI design course. This time it's for high fidelity in mobile apps, all 4 hours, completely free, and in Figma. Before we get to the course, I need to just give you a little bit of backstory around all this. This is another course that made nearly $80,000 in sales and was super popular. A lot of people said that it was, combined with the first mobile apps course, a transformational thing or a transformational step on their path to designing better, and in many cases, they just got their first job because of it. The case studies that people did with those courses were a big step towards that, because both those courses are to be taken one after the other. Of course, you can just start with this one if you want, but it's best to take them both. And don't just copy and repeat the stuff I do. Make your own app. I tell you how to do it in this course as well. It's about following the principles but making something completely of your own, because then you have an awesome case study project, and that is something really valuable if you're looking for work or clients. If you want more of my courses to go free, I have over 24 hours of materials that I want to make free, but you need to push this video to more people. So comment, like, subscribe, and share it in as many places as you can so we get those numbers up. And once we get them up, I'm gonna post another 4-hour course completely free to this YouTube channel. And if you want to grow even further, there are a couple courses that are not going to be free. My web design courses, the boring UI course, the auto layout course, and obviously the Square Block Blueprint, which is my best work to date, and it's aimed at more medium and pro users who want to be successful freelancers or agency owners. It includes everything I do, all the templates, files, documents, legal information, patterns, methods, basically everything. And many people are already using it, and their clients are not believing their eyes. They're like, what changed? How have you become so good so quickly? Well, this is how. You can get the blueprint in the link in the description, but for now, just enjoy this course. Because I'm happy to help more designers and developers get better at what they do. Because if you're a developer, this is also going to be very useful to you, because it will allow you to build your own stuff, looking better and working better. Enjoy! Hi, welcome to the second part of my UI design course. This part of the course is all about high fidelity. And by high fidelity, I mean the consumer-facing, finalized, complete, beautiful user interface. In my professional career, I have always aimed at a higher than usual fidelity of my designs, and this is still the driving force between my company's design team to this day. We simply want to make the most beautiful digital products imaginable. Why? Well, that's easy. Customers buy with their eyes first and then their wallets. The first encounter they will have with your product might not be them actually using it yet. It may be an App Store product page, a landing page, or seeing someone else use it in a YouTube video. Whatever it is, the first thing they notice is how the product looks like. Then, they evaluate what they see against all the other great products that they've used so far. If it's at least on that level of visual quality, then you've piqued their interest to find out more about what the product actually does. Sure, there are the cases when people are looking for a solution to a specific problem that they have, but chances are that there is more than just your product that can solve that problem. Assuming the same price, guess which one they will choose? Exactly, the best looking one. This is how our psychology works, and it's also based a little bit on something called the aesthetic usability effect. This basically means that if a product is aesthetically pleasing, people automatically assume that it's better. Here's an overview of some of identifying traits of a successful product. The first one always is the value. If the product has a great value, solves a great problem for a lot of people, they will jump through flaming hoops of bad UX to use it, and they will be happy. Then the next one is a combination of ease of use and the looks. Some place ease of use ahead, but I'd say that it's about 50-50, partially because of the previously mentioned effect. But in reality, ease of use helps you maintain the user once they start using the product, while aesthetics does that too, but also helps to get the user to even download it or install it. As designers, our job is rarely to define the value or product market fit for what we build. That's usually done by marketing research or product teams. Our job, however, is to make something that works and looks great. If it just works but looks bad, see what happens when a similar but better looking product comes along. In this part of the course, we'll take apart some of the techniques that define the better looking consumer facing products. These will help you design better visuals for the majority of the projects that you're gonna be working with. Keep in mind, however, that if you're working on a very serious financial or banking or professional service or product, some of these techniques might have to be dialed back a little bit because these products have their own rules. I will share with you all of our tips for designing the little components like checkboxes, radio buttons, text fields, all the way to the decorative elements and ways to actually make your design stand out. We'll go through the typical process that we use at Hype4 as well when the plan for the outline of the actual design is already established. So basically how to make your design more beautiful. For all the practical exercises, I will be using the screens that I already made in the first part of this course with the Organic Shops app. If you haven't taken the first part of the course, don't worry. These are all very simple screens, and in most cases I will try to completely recreate them from scratch using these new techniques. All of my source files with the starting points for this exercise are gonna be available for you to download as well. These techniques will be a great way to improve your portfolio projects, but they can also be used in real projects and collaborating with developers. In some cases, it will require your developers to have a pretty open mind toward design innovation, like the developers that we work with have, but in a case like this, we will also provide you with an alternative solution. So if you're working with a developer that's a little bit more strict and a lot more confined to the norm, they'll also be able to code it well. Ready? Let's begin. There is an ongoing misconception that most of the high-fidelity, beautiful interface designs can't be accessible. The use of shadows, subtle gradients, and often lower contrast items sparks controversy among accessibility advocates. In this segment, we'll mostly talk about the contrast issues. Of course, lower contrast is a bad idea because it excludes a large group of people from enjoying the app. Many of these controversies come from the age-old dribble versus the UX world debate, and some of the trends that I helped create like neumorphism or glassmorphism pushed the discussion even further. I mean, how can a design like this be accessible, right? Well, it's not. And even as I don't think neumorphism makes much sense for most products, I don't believe that it cannot be accessible. There is just one rule you need to follow and be aware of. The rule is this. Make the most important UI elements always accessible with high enough contrast. That means your form fields, text, buttons and switches all need to pass the contrast checker and have the proper size. What you can play with and experiment with is decoration. These elements don't have to be accessible as long as they're not in the way obstructing the view for people with vision problems. A good example of this is the humble card. We are used to seeing a card like this in many designs out there, often accompanied by another card below or next to it. Is this card accessible? Some will say no, because the shadow under it is barely visible on that white background, thus rendering the card inaccessible. While I can understand where that logic comes from, this is actually not quite true. As long as the card contents follow a good structure with proper layout and hierarchy, the card outline here is just decoration. If you nail the margins and spacing right, it's absolutely unimportant whether the shadow is visible or not. For those who can see it, it can add a nice visual flair to the product. Those who don't will still be able to see the cards for what they are and easily interact with them. So to rephrase the rule, you can use lower contrast in areas where, when you turn that object entirely off, the product won't lose any functionality or usability or readability. Cards, subtle background decorations or shapes all fall within that category. We will not explore special versions of high contrast for increased readability in this course, but they are also an option that will allow even more customization and tailoring to each person's individual needs. In this course, we'll create a beautiful and accessible interface using the AA guidelines. If you want to explore accessibility more, from all points of view, not only mine, I will add a couple of extra reading materials to the course outline PDF. Ready? Let's begin. We finally know how to use the grid to create nice layouts, so now let's talk about some effects. So I'm just gonna create a frame in Figma, and the frame size doesn't really matter. It's not supposed to be a phone yet, it's just supposed to be a frame, and I'm gonna name it Playground 1. Now let's select the frame and let's click on the fill to change the background, and let's go with a pretty difficult color to use. So I'm gonna change the color to yellow, but no saturated colors or over the top dark ones. So let's just pick something from the top left quadrant of the color palette. So from the yellow palette, I'm just gonna pick a very pale yellow. Now let's create a rectangle in the middle just to check, and I'm gonna modify the color of it to white. So we want this effect of like a barely visible white rectangle on that yellow background. Okay, for now let's just remove the rectangle, and using the text tool I'm just gonna write some text. And I'm just gonna go with doing shadows right, because this part is gonna be all about the shadows. I'm using the very nice free font plus Jakarta Sans, and I'm gonna change the size of it to 44, and then I'm gonna pick the color of it to be the background color. Then in here I'm gonna switch to HSB, and then just decrease the brightness, which is the third value, and I'm gonna decrease it down to 8. You can try 18 as well, or you can try 20, but try not to go over 20. I'm gonna go with 8. Now let's just change this font style to extra bold, and I'm gonna move it a little bit higher. While playing with shadows, the font is simply gonna add a little bit extra context. But of course we need to align it first, and don't worry about the notch and about the status bars here. Let's just create a square that's 32 by 32 just as we did before, and of course change the color to red. And now just place one on the left edge of the screen, one on the top edge, and align that font to optically match them. Now let's remove one of the squares, move the other one outside of the frame, and let's create our first card, because we're gonna play with those shadows on a typical card. The height of the card doesn't really matter, and let's make it also 32 points from the left and from the right edge. So just use that square to align this card perfectly to fit within those boundaries. So as you can see, I just need to decrease the width a little bit. Okay, now with even spacing on both sides, let's put that square back and let's play around with the card. So first thing that I'm gonna do is to change the color to white. And as you can see, the card is barely visible, but that's okay for now. So let's select it and let's go to the corner radius, and I'm gonna change it to 16. You can go with a lower value, but usually it's best when you're just starting out your high fidelity designs to not exceed 32, because too much roundness is actually gonna be bad. Okay, having the card selected, let's go to the right side and in effects just click on the plus sign. And as you can see, it adds a drop shadow automatically, but this drop shadow looks a little bit boring and we don't really want the generic look. So click on the sun icon and let's modify some values. Let's start with the color. So use the color picker to pick the color from the background and then go into brightness again and decrease it by 10. So you can just use 88 or 78 in my case. You can use shift and down and up arrow to modify these values. Okay, once we have the color set, let's modify the Y value to be 16, and then the blur value, it's usually best to be at least double the Y value. And you can use a negative spread value to make the shadow look more realistic, because it will kind of contract it under the card. So this is one very simple way to make nice looking drop shadows. But of course it's not the only one, so I'm gonna decrease the height of my card to about 150 and then I'm gonna duplicate it and move it down. Having the bottom card selected and holding the Alt key, I can hover over the top card and then use the arrow keys to move it to be 24 from the first card. Now remove the shadow from this card completely using the minus sign and let's create a completely new rectangle. Now this is the tricky part. Using the color picker, pick the shadow color of the first card. Just pick it next to the card as close as possible. Then add an effect to it as well, but instead of the drop shadow, choose layer blur. You might have to play around with the blur value a little bit to find one that works. As you can see, 100 is a little bit too much. Even if you increase the size of the object, it's just barely visible, so I'm just gonna go with 40 here. Now to make things a little bit clearer, let's select each of the cards and then rename the layer. So the first card is gonna be card 1, then the second one is gonna be card 2, and then the new rectangle that we just created is gonna be the shadow. And I'm gonna add a 2 next to the shadow name so we know that it belongs to the second card. The first step is to move it below the card itself on the layer list and then move it below the card on the actual frame. That way you'll have a shadow that only exists at the bottom of this frame and it looks a little bit more natural and kinda nicer. When you found a combination that you like, you can group them and rename the group to card with shadow. The biggest advantage to using these kinds of shadows with your cards is that you can modify it a lot easier because it's more visual. So if you want the shadow to be stronger, you can modify the opacity, or you can just simply make that rectangle, the shadow rectangle, higher. You can also round the corners so that the blur is gonna actually round on the edges as well. So it's a lot easier to just play around with this and find a scenario that you particularly like. In many cases, having that new rectangle be exactly in the middle of the bottom edge is one of the best approaches for a natural looking shadow. And contrary to popular belief, this effect actually can be done in code because a developer can create an extra object under the main card and blur it. Of course, it takes a little bit longer and it's a little bit more difficult, but in some cases it results in a much better looking shadow. Okay, now let's duplicate the playground and let's talk about depth. This is something that many designers do wrong. So to show it to you, I'm gonna remove the text and remove the second card. This doesn't have to be super precise because we want to only play around with the principle, but I'm gonna increase the shadow blur. So I'm gonna go with 48 and then with Y value of 24. So as you can see, the shadow is a lot larger. Now I'm making the cards smaller so we can fit a grid of cards, so like 2 columns of cards. And I'm gonna play around with the sizes a little bit, but they don't really matter. The goal here is to have a grid of cards, basically. And when I'm happy with the result, I'm just gonna duplicate that card and place it 32 from the right edge of the screen, and then duplicate both those cards, and we can actually move them a little bit higher and then place them below at the same distance, which is 20 is between them from the left and right, so just move them to 20 from the top and bottom. And then duplicate it again. And as you can see, we do have a grid of items right now. But the problem with that is that the shadow from the higher item is actually touching the lower item. So they don't really look like they are on the same plane, and we don't really want that effect. It doesn't work most of the time. So instead, we need to modify the blur value to be smaller, and then the Y value to be correspondingly smaller as well. Big shadows with a lot of blur are really good if we want to focus our attention on one big object. But if we have a lot of smaller objects on the screen, it's best to go with smaller shadows like this. Whatever you do, avoid that shadow overlap that I showed you. So we never want the shadow from the top card to fall on the bottom card unless it's intentional. If it's a stack of cards, then it may make sense. Okay, now let's play with some colors. I'm just gonna click on the first playground frame and I'm gonna duplicate it. Control D on Windows and Command D on the Mac. And let's change the background color here. So I'm just gonna use the hue slider here to go with something a little bit more green. But of course, both the fonts that we used and the shadows are not really matching the font. So what we can do here is to actually go back to that background, click on the background color and copy the value of the hue, which is the first value here, 76. Then click on the font and then just paste that 76 into the hue. And as you can see, we have a font that's just as dark, but has a hint of that green color that we wanted. The difference here is of course barely noticeable, but there is one, and it's really important to take care of that. And we do the same with the shadow color of the card, just paste in the hue value. And in here, let's select the rectangle in the background, the blurred one, and then paste the hue value to it. And as you can see, we quickly generated a version of this card view that looks and works great with green. And the best way to practice this is to do a couple more. So I'm just gonna duplicate that green playground again, and this time I'm gonna move the hue slider towards blue. So something like this, for example. And of course, let's select the hue value and copy it to the clipboard. And right now let's go to the font color and paste that hue value. Now go into the card, select the drop shadow options, then open the color and paste that hue value there. Okay, and before we do any more changes, let's zoom in a little bit, because I want to show you how this little difference actually makes a big difference, because this shadow here just looks bad. It looks bad with that green color with that blue background, and if we just paste the hue, it looks a lot more natural and a lot better. So avoid mixing these colors together because they rarely work. It's best to have the shadow reflect the background color in some way. Okay, one more. Let's duplicate it again and let's pick a more purple hue. And as you can now see, those green and blue shadows under the cards look really bad on that background. So let's start by copying the hue value again and then pasting it into the font color, and then back into the cards, back into the shadow, to the shadow color, and then paste the hue value there as well. And once again, let's not forget about that blurred rectangle shadow. So I'm just gonna go in there and I'm gonna modify that color and paste the hue value here as well. And yeah, it looks a lot better. While working with shadows, it's really important to always remember about doing those little changes. Okay, let's try a little bit more pink color again, just one more time. And as you can see, I'm just copying the hue color, going to the font, pasting the hue color, then going into the drop shadow for the first card, pasting the hue value, and then going into the blurred rectangle in the background there and pasting the hue value there as well. Now, I've done all these versions to show you that, first of all, it's pretty easy to create a version that matches the style and color of the app that you're trying to build, but also to show you how precise you have to be while picking the shadows. And of course, you can modify the background colors a little bit as well. You can make them lighter. Just avoid really dark colors for this particular modern design style. And as I changed the background color for the green one just now to a little bit more lighter one, I'm gonna modify the shadow colors as well to match that. And this is to show you that when you modify a global thing like the background color of this entire frame, it's important to always remember that the shadows that are being cast onto that background color need to be modified as well. Don't leave them to the previous values because they just might not work with that color. Okay, to revise the hierarchy of the shadows one more time, I'm gonna duplicate that very first playground, and then I'm gonna move it to the bottom of our list. So it's a new row that we're gonna work with here. And in this new screen, I'm gonna select that first card with the standard added shadow and I'm gonna remove it. Now I'm gonna move our new card, the one with the blurred shadow underneath that, to the top a little bit, and then I'm gonna increase the size of it. If you have a large card like this, that's usually a very important message of some kind, it's really good to actually show a little bit more depth. So to achieve that, you can increase the size of the shadow, but also the blur. So I'm just gonna go with 80 here. And as you can see, this card now looks a little bit more raised, a little closer to the user, which actually catches more attention because we naturally focus on the things that are closer to us. And just to show you the difference, I just duplicated this screen with the large shadow and decreased the size of the shadow. And as you can see, this new card actually looks a little bit further in the back. To make this effect even more visible, I'm just gonna select the shadow here and I'm gonna decrease the blur back from 80 to 40. And with that simple change, we have a card that's further back in the screen, so it's not really trying to catch our attention. It's not really super important information, which can work well if you have multiple cards side by side. So I'm just gonna decrease the height of it, and then I'm gonna copy and paste it and just create a couple of these cards next to each other. So as you can see in this view, they make a little bit more sense with a smaller shadow. With a couple cards being close to each other and having the bigger shadow, they would overlap with the shadows onto the cards and it would look messy and it would look wrong. So just remember to only add the big shadows to one item per screen. It's just the best approach. If you add it to more items, the whole screen becomes a little bit harder to process because there's just too much vertical depth information for us to process. And of course, it's all about tweaking. So after a while, if you continue to look at this shadow and you believe that something is not quite right there, you can modify the opacity of it, you can modify the blur value or modify the height of the blurred rectangle. Just make it look good. Okay, let's duplicate that first playground and move it to the next row. And right now let's play with inner shadows. So I'm just gonna change the title of this screen accordingly. I'm gonna call it Inner Shadow Tips, but it doesn't really matter because as we previously established, these text fields are there to give a little bit more context to the cards. Now for playing with inner shadows, let's modify the background of this whole frame. Let's go away from the desaturated yellow and let's go with something a little bit more blue. So I'm just gonna drag the hue slider to a blue that I think that it's gonna be okay for this. And of course you can modify it later as well. But of course, as usual, to match everything, I'm just gonna copy the hue value of that new blue in the background, paste it into the font. And as you can see, we've been keeping our fonts pretty dark in this lower left quadrant here. But of course you can move them a little bit more to the center, just not too far. So there can be a little bit more blue in the dark gray. Okay, now let's go into our card and let's just change this entire card color to blue as well. So I'm just gonna enter some values just to check. I'm gonna use the same hue, but different saturation and lightness. Okay, now let's create a gradient, and I'm gonna go with linear here. So the first thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on one of the edges of the gradient and move the alpha to 100%. And then simply move the hue slider next to the first one. So basically we want them very close. We don't really want to have the gradient all over the place. The farther the colors are from each other, the worse the gradient is gonna look like. So as you can see, when I'm switching colors, that little dot there just jumps a little bit, and we want it to be very close on each side. And then I'm gonna modify the gradient to be diagonal because they look a little bit more natural in most cases. For this effect, I'm also gonna increase the corner roundness from 16 to 32. But overall, don't try to go above 32 for most of your designs because it's really difficult to make those even more rounded corners to work well. Okay, having our rectangle selected, add an effect to it, but change the drop shadow to an inner shadow. Now let's play around with some values. We want to have a nice three-dimensional natural look, so I'm gonna go with -8 for both X and Y, and then a small blur of around 16. And as you can see, it adds that little bit of the 3D effect to it already. Now change the color of that shadow using the color picker and click near the bottom of the gradient where it gets the darkest. And of course you can still decrease the brightness of it by just moving this dial down. And if you want the effect to be even stronger, you can double the values, so -16 and a blur of 32. But that's just one part of the story. To make this object look better, let's add another effect to it. So just click into the card again and add an effect. And of course, by default, it adds a drop shadow, but we wanted another inner shadow. So the first one is -16. So now let's add 16 and of course 32 to the blur value. Now the main difference here is that we're gonna use white for that color, and we can add a little bit more transparency or a little bit less transparency depending on what the effect looks like. Okay, it looks pretty good. So let's zoom out a little bit and let's go into the screen where we had a blue background and where we used a blue rectangle blurred one for the shadow, and I'm gonna copy it and I'm gonna paste it onto this screen. And as you can see, this color is not quite right, so let's start by modifying it first. So once again, I went into the background color, copied the hue value, which is 191, and then pasted it into the shadow. And make sure that the shadow is below the card on the layer list, and then simply move it under it. And this can make sense, but it's a little bit busy because we have an inner shadow that's inside the card, and there's also an outer shadow that it's casting. So in this case, it's actually better to use a slightly more colorful shadow that you can pick yourself from the bottom of that rectangle. And of course, we need a slightly larger blur and a lower opacity, and you can modify the size of the object as well. So if you want a shadow for an effect that actually has a lot of inner shadows to it, it's really best to go with something that's a little bit more subtle. And to hide that shadow below the card a little bit more, we can decrease the width of it to actually match the corner radius of that mine card. And of course, you can also just increase the height of the shadow so it disappears a little bit more in the center. And this is also something that you really need to play around with a little bit more to better understand how it works and why this effect can even make sense for you. It can work in some specific cases, like a huge card like this that's in the center of the screen, but at the same time, it can also be a little bit too much if your card already has inner shadows. So it's all up to you to decide. Just don't go overboard with effects. Don't use too many effects in one object or on one screen, because this is what's gonna make the screen messy and cluttered. We want a very simple, subtle look here. And after tweaking the shadow some more, when I zoomed out, you can see that it looks a lot better than the very first version that we had. I believe that with high fidelity effects like this, it's all about the constraints, so not going too far with the shadows. We don't want them to be too strong, too prominent, too visible. Okay, now let's duplicate that card and let's make a version of it, of that inner shadow, that has a solid color inside it, and it's actually filled with white. So we want a white card floating. It looks kind of like our clay mockups that you can also download with this course. Okay, but we need to modify those inner shadows because they look bad. So I'm gonna start with the light one. And of course, a white shadow on a white background is not gonna be visible. So I'm just gonna pick a very light blue for that top corner of this inner shadow. And then let's go to the other shadow, which is the darker blue. And what we can do here is to just decrease the opacity of that color. So it's still a little bit darker than the one on the top, but you can decrease the opacity and decrease the X and Y value and of course the blur accordingly. And now we have the same effect that's applied to a completely white card. Of course, this card can also cast a blue shadow because the background is blue and the shadow is mostly a mix of what the card is casting and the background. But I'm gonna decrease the saturation of that shadow so it's even subtler. And as you can see, this is starting to look pretty good. We will get into decoration a little bit later, but I want to show you something when it comes to inner shadows. So let's create an oval here using the O key, and then let's right click on a rectangle and copy the properties of it. Then right click on that oval, then go to paste and paste properties. And as you can see, we created an oval that actually has the same effect. So we can duplicate it a couple times, make them different sizes and distribute them around the main card. And as you can see, it's starting to look like a screen that actually has some stuff going on. And we just used a couple of simple shapes and simple techniques here. Now, because the card can be a main element of the screen while the actual dots are just decoration, we don't really want shadows under them. So they just have that inner shadow effect. And I'm gonna just copy them to the first screen and then copy the properties of the blue card. And we can try a different alignment of them here as well. Just to show you that with just a very few simple tips and techniques, you can modify those screens to look a lot more interesting. Just make sure that those extra decorations that don't have any function don't have a shadow, because that would be just too much. A lot of the things that we're doing here, like picking the right color combinations or when a saturation or a contrast is too high or not high enough, comes from years of experience, but there are some tips and techniques that you can try and use. So I'm just gonna show you one. I'm gonna create a new rectangle outside the frame and I'm gonna pick the color of the blue card. Then let's duplicate that rectangle and let's pick the color of the top shadow, the light shadow that's on the top of the card. Then let's move it to the bottom and let's pick the color for this from the darkest part of this card. And as you can see, we have three colors. So let's see what the difference between them is. So first I'm just gonna create names for each color so you'll be able to understand what they are. The first one is the element. Then the color below that is the dark shadow color, the dark inner shadow. And then the element on the top is the light or the glow or the highlight. Now I'm gonna show you something, because what we can do here by having those three colors like this is we can try to find a pattern. We can try to find where is the good sweet spot of these three values of the hue, saturation and brightness for each of these colors. So how much lighter should the light glow be from the main element color and how much darker should the shadow color be? So I'm just gonna select everything and move it a little bit to the side. And what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna copy those values. So just gonna copy the text here, paste it on the right side, and it's 200, 93 and 95. So I'm just gonna type in those number values. And once you have these numbers, let's just duplicate another text field and let's add the numbers for the light glow. I'm adding some spaces between the numbers so they're pretty much in the same column, and let's do the same thing with the dark shadow. Okay, now we're gonna see some patterns here, because as you can see, the hue of the main element is 200. Then the hue for the dark shadow and the light glow only change by 4 to 5. And avoid bigger changes than that. So a change between 3 and 5 is optimal. And the saturation for the dark shadow is actually pretty much the same. The brightness is obviously lower, but it's only about 15 lower. Then for the light glow, we don't really play with the brightness because it's really high already. So we play with the saturation, because the lower the saturation, then the lighter the color. So small difference in hue, bigger difference in saturation for the light glow, and bigger difference in brightness for the shadow, and you'll be fine with selecting a different color set altogether. Before you go any further, please practice some inner shadow tips on a different color set, so you can try orange or green. Just create a couple of these so you're comfortable and use the same effect and the same calculations. Okay, let's duplicate it again, and let's remove the circles first. And now let's get to the gradients. Gradients are like the new colors because everything in nature is actually a gradient. If you look at things that are around you, you probably notice that nothing is really like a solid one color. Gradients make the important UI elements like buttons look a little bit more natural. So we're gonna make a button. First I'm gonna remove all the inner shadow effects of our shape, and then I'm gonna decrease the height. And of course it already was a gradient, but let's switch it back to a solid color for a minute. So I'm just gonna click into the color and then click on linear and change it to solid. Okay, we have a starting point for a button here. Now let's switch it back to linear, and it creates the default kind of gradient where one end is a full solid color and the other is fully transparent version of that same color. So let's bring the alpha back up. And once again, I changed the hue value by just a couple of points, so the colors are very close together and I'm making them diagonal, and always make sure that the darker color is more towards the bottom if you're making a diagonal gradient, kind of like this. Now let's duplicate it and play with some more versions of this. Since our background is in the light blue color, we're gonna play with only the shades of blue, but I'm just gonna move the hue for both colors a little bit more to the right. And as you can see, we have two completely different blue gradients, but the darker color should be at the bottom, so I'm just gonna go and edit the gradient and just slide that color down to the bottom and slide the light one to the top. And now it looks a lot better. Of course, in a real project, you're gonna choose just one main CTA color, but I'm just gonna show you a couple of different versions of how you can play around with blue gradients. So I'm just gonna duplicate this one more time, and then I'm gonna make sure that they are 32 points apart, so just gonna bring them all together. Now let's modify the colors of the last gradient by selecting each one and then moving the hue a little bit more to the right. Just make sure that there's still a difference between the colors, and then the darker one is actually on the bottom, or bottom left. Because as we previously established, all gradients look really the best when the value difference between the hues is not that big. So aim for a difference of between 20 and 30 points. Of course, if you go below 20, the gradient might be invisible. Okay, now let's do some more color practice. So I'm gonna duplicate the screen with the three buttons, and let's change the background color of that screen to the desaturated yellow that we have in the screens above. So after duplicating the Playground 11 screen, I'm just gonna go back to Playground 8, go into the fill color, and let's change HSB to hex because it's gonna make it easier to copy. Then copy the hex code, go back there and paste it. And that way we have a new background in Playground 12. Now we need to, of course, adjust the hue again. So click back to HSB and the hue is 47. So copy 47, go into the text and paste the hue there. And I'm gonna do it with every single iteration in these exercises because it's really important to always remember about this. Okay, now let's modify our button gradients to match the new background. To make it easier with duplicating later, I'm gonna select the bottom two buttons and just remove them. And let's start with the first one. So let's go to the first color and then move the hue slider towards some orange color. And what some designers try to do, and it's called brutalism in design and especially in gradients, is to try to create those very weird gradient combinations. But in reality, it's really difficult to pull that off. So let's go with a gradient with two colors that have hues that are pretty close to each other. So in our case, it's gonna be 50 and 40. And as you can see, this gradient looks pretty good, pretty natural, and the colors don't really clash in any way. So let's duplicate the button, and now let's change one of the colors to a lower value, 30 for example, because that's gonna make the gradient be more on the left side, and then 45 on the other end. So I'm just aiming between 10, 15 or 20 difference in the hue, and you can do it one more time. So let's just go with 20, and then for the other color, let's go with a slightly larger number, 35. You can try 30 if it looks good for some colors. And with that simple technique, we created three gradients that work really well on that particular background. That's because the hue values of those gradients are very close to the hue value, they're all around it, to the hue value of the background. Now let's try to add some inner shadow to one of the buttons to see how it looks like. And we're gonna use the same technique as we used the last time, but we're gonna use slightly lower numbers. So we're gonna go with 4 and 4 in X and Y, and then 8 for the blur. And to have the 3D effect, we want to go with a lighter color, so white for the top left inner shadow, and then for the bottom right, we're gonna go with -4 for the X and Y, and then 8 for the blur.
And let's pick a color from one of the darker orange hues that we already have and just simply decrease the brightness a little bit. You can go with just 10 or maybe 20 if it looks good. And of course, if you want, you can also modify the inner shadow values to be slightly larger for your buttons so it blends in a little bit better, or you can increase the opacity of the white color to have a bit more of that 3D plastic effect. Just try to never go above 50% because that's gonna just make it look bad. Then to make it even subtler, you can actually modify the darker color to be 50% opacity as well, so it blends better with the background. And try not to use blending modes. Of course, you can always experiment, so I'm gonna go with 30 for this particular button. As long as nothing is too strong, it works. So now let's add some inner shadows to the blue buttons so we get more comfortable in doing this. And I'm going with -8 or -8 for both the X and the Y, and then 16 for the blur. That's gonna make the button a little bit more rounded and a little bit more three-dimensional. For the darker part of the inner shadow, I'm gonna pick the darker blue from the gradient itself, and then I'm just gonna modify the brightness a little bit, so just slide it down a tiny bit. And now let's add the second inner shadow. So switch the drop shadow to inner shadow, and now let's add positive values. So 8 for the X and Y and 16 for the blur. And let's change that shadow color to white, and we can keep it at 25%. And as you can see, this button instantly stands out from all the rest. So if you want a very strong CTA, you can try this. If you want that effect to look even more subtle, you can modify the blur value to be 32. That will make the roundness stay, but it's gonna be kind of blending in with the button a little bit better. But still, if you want one CTA to stand out from this entire page, this is one way to do it. Because when you zoom out, those 3D buttons stand out a lot more than the other ones. Okay, but how do you really practice these things? Because obviously they need time, they need some more practice, and you need to create many different cards and shadows and buttons to actually get good at it. Well, here is one idea. Once you already know the techniques on how to create a nice looking shadow with both the blurs and the right colors and the right gradients, you can find a dribble shot that you particularly like, but make sure that it's also a pretty popular one, because that usually means that the gradients there or shadows are done right. Then copy it, paste it into the design tool, and try to recreate just the background and the card. So don't really recreate the entire dribble shot. I copied and pasted one of our dribble shots that Diana did. And of course this is diagonal, so first thing that we want to do here is to rotate it a little bit so it's gonna be easier to recreate. And of course, if a shot is created that way, it doesn't have to be super precise. We don't really want to have like a completely one-to-one version of that shadow or that card. We want something similar. We want to learn how to easily be able to recreate an effect that we like, because when we start looking for inspiration, we'll be able to actually use some of the shadow or gradient values that we want. So I'm just gonna create a new rectangle, make it a little bit transparent, and I'm gonna place it a little bit over that element that's floating here in the dribble shot. And then let's round the corners until they kind of match. And of course, they're never gonna match it completely with the roundness and the rotation, but as close as we can get is fine. So once the shape is roughly complete, let's move it above. So it's on the same background, just above the main card. Let's pick the same color for the background here as the main card has, and let's increase the opacity to 100%. So now it looks like it's a similar shape to the first one. So let's recreate a drop shadow. First thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pick the color where the original shadow blends with the background. Then let's increase the values until we see something similar. So first let's play with the Y value only, and then start increasing the blur. And if you have them side by side, you should be able to find a spot where this looks pretty similar to the original. It doesn't have to be 100% the same, but this is showing you a technique where you can actually be able to find effects that you like and just simply recreate them. And by creating a lot of those different shadows and different cards and different backgrounds, different kinds of buttons that way, you're gonna learn the most. And if you're just starting out, it's a great exercise to do daily, because just to recreate a card and a background or a drop shadow or a button doesn't take a lot of time, but it still gives you the skills and the eye to actually be able to then spot those differences and be able to be creative on your own. And knowing what you know about gradients, shadows and inner shadows and backgrounds right now, you should be able to find similar looking projects on Dribbble or Behance or everywhere else that you look, and you'll be able to actually learn from them a little bit more. because that's the best way to try and replicate existing projects. And then simply start implementing things like that, things that you've implemented or played with or tested in your own projects. So once we start building the app in the later part of the course, we're gonna play around with this a little bit more. For now, I'm gonna take that rotated dribble shot with the new card and drag it a little bit outside, and let's do one more color for the playground, just so we remember the whole process and don't skip any steps. So this time for the main background, I'm gonna pick the purple. And then of course go into that color, copy the 267 hue value and then paste it first into the font, and then let's paste it into the button. And of course you can paste it on both sides or simply add a little bit to the other value, but I'm gonna paste it on both sides and simply increase the hue value here. So I'm just gonna type in a larger number into the second color, and as you can see we already have a gradient that looks pretty good, but once again if it's a lighter color you can also decrease the saturation a little bit to boost the gradient. And I'm gonna repeat it again. Every difference between two elements here has to be very minimal, so don't ever go over the top. All those changes that we're making are 10, 12, 15, maybe 20 points on the values. Okay, I made two more copies of our buttons. They are aligned perfectly at 32 points from each other, and now we can simply start adding to the hue value again. Still keeping around the purple or violet territory, I'm just gonna add a little bit of hue to the main color and then of course add a little bit more to the second one. And here's another matching color that just works with that background, but of course you can also play around with the saturation here. So just decrease it to make the second color even lighter. And for the third button, let's go in the other direction. So I'm just gonna select it, go into the gradient, and then just drag the slider more to the left. So it's gonna go like 240 something or 250 something. So for the left edge, I'm gonna go with 250, and then let's modify the other edge by just a couple of points. So the difference is not really huge because 273 is too much. 265 is a little bit better. Okay, we're almost done here for today. But in our previous two screens, the last button on the list was actually a little bit different than the rest because it had an effect on it, like the inner shadows. So to this one, let's add a drop shadow by just using the blurred rectangle below it. So I'm just gonna duplicate this entire button, make it smaller, blur it, play around with the blur values, and on the layer list, I'm just gonna drag it down. And in my case, this shadow is a little bit dark because this color itself is pretty dark. So I'm just gonna play around with it a little bit. I'm gonna decrease the size of it or increase the height just so we end up with an effect that's not too over the top. It doesn't have to be very strong or very dark. And of course, we can also decrease the opacity to about 50%. We want to achieve a similar level of visibility that we're having throughout this entire exercise. So as you can see, this is starting to look pretty good. Okay, now let's get to the very last exercise, because obviously you're never really gonna have three buttons that are that strong on one screen. That just doesn't make sense. You need one CTA, and if you have other buttons, they're gonna be secondary. So let's select both three frames and duplicate them. So copy and paste them, and let's drag them underneath. Okay, let's keep just the first button in every single case, so let's remove the buttons 2 and 3 on every screen. And now let's modify the text on the top of it because it's not about gradients anymore, it's about buttons. So I'm just gonna go with buttons done right, and I'm just gonna change it in every one of them. But of course you can pick any text you want, and you can pick something funny or quirky if it makes it easier for you to remember these techniques. Okay, now let's start adding a classic drop shadow to those buttons. So I'm just gonna click plus on the effects and then go into the effects, use the color picker to pick the darker color of our button, and then let's decrease the brightness a little bit. I'm gonna go 20 down, so it's gonna be from 95 to 75. Then for the Y value, I'm gonna go with 12 and 24, which is double the value for blur, and then -8 for the spread. And this button is looking pretty good, but of course it's a little bit too visible, so let's decrease the opacity down to 50%. Now here's a trick to make a nice matching secondary button from this one. So let's just make a copy and place it at 32 points below, just so we have some consistency with the outer margins. And let's remove the shadow, because basically the shadow is something that should be reserved for the main object. So not all buttons should have shadows. Now let's change the color to solid, and here's the trick. Using the color picker, pick the color of where the shadow begins to show from under the button above. And it took me 2 tries to actually click that, but as you can see, we have this nice desaturated color that is actually nice because it complements the main gradient, but it's not too over the top, it's not too visible. Okay, let's do the same thing to the orange button. So first of all, let's add a shadow. And as usual, I'm gonna go with 12 and 24, but you can try 16 and 32, for example. And then let's click into the color of this little gradient. And again, using the color picker, just pick the darkest shade of that gradient for your shadow color and then decrease the brightness by 20. If the color is still too bright and doesn't look enough like a shadow, you can also play around with the saturation, so decrease it a little bit and also decrease the opacity to 50%. Okay, once again, let's make a secondary button. So I'm gonna duplicate this one and I'm gonna move it down. Let's place it at 32 points again, so just holding the Alt key, I'm gonna move it up. Then click into the button itself and change it to a solid color. If you accidentally add the shadow to the group like I did here, not to the rectangle, you can just click on the group and go to the shadow and remove it. Okay, now let's go into the color, and using the color picker, let's pick where the shadow begins under the main button. And as you can see, it's another nice color that matches the background and matches the button, the primary one. And of course, the main difference here is that the text on these lighter buttons has to be pretty dark. Because if some people are not able to see that button because it's not contrasting enough with the background, they're still gonna be able to see the dark text on that background and know that it's a link and that they can click it. But this is just the starting point. Of course, we'll explore buttons a lot more in depth while we'll be building our project screens. Okay, let's take care of the last button. So I'm gonna go back to the last screen and I'm gonna add the drop shadow to it. So click on the effects and the plus again, then click on the sun icon, and I'm gonna go with 12 and 24, but you can use 16 and 32 or 8 and 16, whatever you wish. And again, let's pick the color for our shadow from the darkest color of the gradient and then move it 2 notches down, so at least 20. And of course you can also decrease the saturation a little bit. And as with most shadows, go with 50% opacity or less. Okay, now it's gonna be the same technique again. So let's duplicate this button or copy and paste it, place it 32 points from the first one. And this is also important. We're just playing with colors and shadows here, but the positioning we always have to do right. So change the gradient to solid and once again pick the light color from where the shadow starts from the previous button. And this button doesn't have a shadow, but it looks really nice. It complements the first one. And if you use a darker font on it, it's gonna be accessible. So that way you have 2 buttons that work together very well. And I believe the next step should be for you to find a couple of dribble shots or Behance projects to recreate just the cards or just the buttons. And after a while of doing this, you'll be able to do these things pretty automatically, so you won't have to remember about the rules of adding 20 to saturation or subtracting 20 from brightness, so all these things will just gonna be second nature for you. But the main thing to remember here is that for the effects to look good, they need to be subtle. So we don't want strong shadows that are very dark or very blurry. We don't want gradients between colors that are far away from each other. And we don't want shadows that are overlapping the cards. All has to blend in together nicely and has to be subtle. I'm just gonna repeat it once again because this is the most important part about high fidelity designs. Don't go over the top. And I'm gonna see you in the next lesson soon. Hi, welcome to another set of high fidelity exercises. Before we get to the actual screens, let's start by creating a new page. And for now, I'm not gonna name it because this is not gonna be our main project. Today, we're gonna make a huge frame and create a lot of different components, but they're not gonna be like true components. So I'm just gonna call this artboard components, but for real, they're gonna be design elements that you can use later. So things like buttons, things like checkboxes, things like toggles and more. I'm not gonna get into the typical design system component set and how to do those because that's out of scope for this course. So I'm just gonna copy and paste 2 of my buttons, and if you created a couple more buttons in your first exercise, you can just pick the 2 that you like the most. Now let's create another shape just for a second here, and I'm gonna make it 300 by 44 because as you can see, 44 is like the minimum height of the button. So if you can change the color to something else, you'll be able to see it better. 44 is the minimum, but you can go with 50 or even 60. Over 60 is probably too much. My buttons are pretty much always 60 or 54 or 56 because I like them big and I like them very actionable. But of course, if it's in the range of 44 and 60, you should be fine. Okay, let's create a nice looking shadow using the effect from the previous video. So I'm just gonna blur this whole shape and of course increase the blur value and then simply put it under the button. Okay, the most important thing on a button is the label because it tells us what the button does. So let's add a label here. And first I'm gonna move the buttons a little bit higher to the top. So I'm just gonna click into that group and using the text tool, I'm just gonna type in create account. Now the age-old question is, what size should this text be? So if our button height is 60, it's best to actually go with the number that's 1/3 of that. My main rule is to create the capital letter W in that font size that you already picked and see if it fits under the font, if it's rotated 90 degrees, if it fits under the font and above the font, and we're aligning to the capital letters, not to the ascenders and descenders. So if it works this way, it's fine. Of course, you can go with a smaller font. It doesn't have to be 1W, but make sure there's enough space to optically make that label stand out. And also the space on the sides, I have the same rule for it, but this time I think it's best to fit at least 2 W's. But fitting just one is like the bare minimum, so just add a W and then see if it fits on the side of the text here. But if a button is condensed like that, it's really hard to actually read that text. So I'm gonna increase the width of the button by just resizing it. And as you can see, it fits double W's on every side. And this is sort of like the best rule to actually have proper white space on your buttons. Because obviously some of them are gonna be a little bit smaller. It's just how it is with apps. And a lot of the main CTAs in mobile apps actually take most of the width of the phone. So this is fine, like 300 or 310 or 320. These numbers all work well and they would fit most of the labels. And of course, to optically align that capital letter to the center of the button, I'm gonna use some squares. And as you can see, it's just 1 pixel off and it doesn't really look that good. So there are a couple of ways to solve this. You can increase or decrease the font size by 1. So I'm just gonna decrease it. And as you can see right now, it's in the center. Because all fonts render differently, there is no rule to that. You just need to add those squares to optically align the font to match. And of course you can use the auto align tool to horizontally align it to the button. And yeah, this button is starting to look good, but we can still add some more additional elements to it that will make it more actionable. So I'm gonna start by creating a circle. To make the CTA stronger, you can add a little chevron facing right to the right side of your buttons or your labels. But we're gonna start with a version on an additional shape. So I'm gonna make sure that this circle is 4 points from the top, from the right, and from the bottom. You can make the circle smaller as well if you wish. Just make sure that the distance from those 3 sides is the same. And now using the path tool, just click once, then holding shift, drag a little bit, and then holding shift again, go down, and it should align into a perfect chevron. And it works the same in every design tool. I'm gonna pick the background color from the button for this, and I'm gonna decrease the brightness quite a lot. What we want here is a dark shade of almost black with a little hint of our orange. And of course the line needs to be thicker, so I'm gonna change that to 2 points. And yeah, this is starting to look good. Of course we need to also align this arrow to the center of our circle. And in this case, I need to move it a little bit to the right because more optical weight of this icon is on the right. So to be optically in the center, it sometimes has to be tweaked manually. One thing that we sometimes do is to actually set the stroke width of this icon to be the same size or similar size to the stroke width of the text. So as you can see, the letter T in account, it's just good to try to have the same chevron stroke width as that letter. So 2 is definitely too thin, and we can go with either 3 or maybe just add 2.5 to match. For now I'm gonna leave it at 2 though, because we're gonna come back to this arrow later. And what we can also do is to add a very subtle little shadow to that circle. And of course first pick the darker shade of orange for the color and then decrease the opacity to, let's start with 50%, but always stay below 50%, that's the goal. So I'm gonna decrease the Y value to 2 and then the blur to 4, and yeah, this is starting to look pretty good. Now, if we're using a rather bright button color like orange and white text on it, it's really good to actually help that text stand out a little bit, so you can add a shadow to it. But the shadows with text on buttons should be very, very subtle. So I'm just gonna go with a Y value of 1 and then the blur of 2, and I'm gonna pick the darker shade of our orange. So as you can see, it mostly stands out on that light background and blends in pretty well on the darker part of the gradient. But of course, for high fidelity to make sense, your button doesn't have to be that over the top. So it doesn't have to have all those effects and all those gradients. So I'm just gonna remove the inner shadows from it. I'm gonna remove the shadow from under it, and I'm gonna change the color to be a solid color instead of a gradient. And sure, gradients work better because they're a little bit more friendly, but a solid color can work just as well. For the main CTA to have the most impact though, it's best if that color is pretty vibrant, like in this case. So avoid colors that are too subtle for the main buttons. And for this button, let's make a standard shadow. So I'm gonna go into the effects and add a shadow. And of course, let's increase the blur first. So 4 and 8 is a good start. And then pick the darker color from the background and then go to the opacity. It can be 50% or less, and then we can switch to HSB and then decrease the brightness. And I usually decrease it by 2 or 3 times with the shift key, so 20 or 30 points. And I like my gradients to be a little bit bigger, so I'm gonna pick 8 for the Y value and 16 for the blur. And if it's too heavy, you can decrease the opacity even further, so 30 or 40 or 20% even. The shadow has to be visible, but it can't be too over the top or too strong. Okay, so we have some very rounded pill-shaped buttons, but of course that doesn't have to be the only way. So I'm gonna decrease the roundness of the corners to 4 or maybe 8. Fully sharp corners aren't really that user-friendly. Yeah, I'm gonna go with 8. So even a small roundness still adds up to this effect that's kind of more positive and more user-friendly. And I'm gonna paste in the text from the previous button, but obviously it can't stay like that because that shadow looks ugly on that background. So I'm gonna use the color picker and pick the color of the shadow to be the darker shade of our blue. But in this case, it's not really visible anymore. So I'm just gonna go into the color, and first of all, in the brightness, I'm gonna decrease it by 2. And yeah, as you can see, now the shadow is visible, but it's not over the top. It's not too saturated. And of course, you can go even lower. You can go to smaller values, but if you create a shadow like that, it kind of destroys this entire effect because it's too strong and it just doesn't look good. And shadows and buttons aren't really that necessary. Sure, they convert a little bit better and they help bring the main CTA more to prominence, but they're not necessary if your button is very visual heavy or very bright. But still, we're gonna add a small shadow to it. And of course, as usual, I'm gonna pick the darker shade of the gradient that we already have on the button. And then the blur is gonna be 16 and then the Y value is gonna be 8. And of course, we can use a negative spread. So I'm gonna go with -4 here. And always make sure to have the opacity lower than 50% or equal to 50%. And in many cases, this is enough to have a nice looking button for you. But we also need to be sure that the text label is in the center of the button vertically, because this is one of the most common problems. So we're gonna use 2 squares for that. I'm gonna create one square and position it at the bottom and the other one at the top. And as you can see, if the squares are a little bit more transparent, there's still a little bit of overlap over the letter, but it looks good, it fits. If the font goes beyond the full pixels a little bit, just make sure that it goes beyond the same amount on every side, and we'll be fine. Okay, now I'm gonna move that button more to the top again, and I'm gonna duplicate it. And after we duplicate it, what we want to do is to create a secondary button. So first of all, let's remove all the effects, because secondary buttons don't really need any effects. And then second of all, we don't need a gradient either. So I'm gonna change it to a solid color, and using the color picker, I'm gonna pick the light shade of blue from the shadow above. And yeah, this is starting to look pretty good because it shows the hierarchy. It shows that the create account blue button is more important than the second button. So the next thing that we want to do is to change the font color to our darker shade of blue, but there's still not enough contrast here. So let's go into the color and into the brightness and decrease it a couple of times. Just hold the shift key and use the up and down arrows to decrease and increase the values in those boxes. And yeah, this is looking a little bit better. So we're gonna change the text to already have one login, because we can also add most of that copy onto the button. And when we center this, there is one more thing that's important to do here, to show that one of this is a description and the other is the action. So I'm just gonna change it to medium from extra bold. And as you can see, the login part is the actual action on the button and the other one is just an additional description. This will help the button feel less heavy visually, so it won't be fighting for attention with the primary button as much. And of course we can use the 24 by 24 square on each side of the button and then drag the size of our text field to match it. So that way the text field will have 24 points on each side, and once you center the text, it's gonna be in the center again. But what it's gonna give you is the margin that you're gonna have for the text. So in case you have longer text, you'll know how long can it be before the button becomes unreadable, and it's best for you then to actually change the text to something shorter. Now this button is secondary, but it can get even more secondary if you want it to. So I'm gonna duplicate it again, and let's start with the background. So I'm gonna go back into the color, and the first thing that we wanna do is to decrease the saturation a little bit. So let's go to almost the corner, the top left corner of the color palette. And then if you have that low saturation, if you're just somewhere around here, you should be fine to have this as the secondary button because it's almost gray, but it still has a little bit of that main color to it. And then you can even decrease the brightness and the saturation of your text so it's more in the center of the color palette. So these are the best two options for secondary buttons. Or if you have a set like this, you can actually use it as primary, secondary, and tertiary. But in many apps, the tertiary button can actually be just the text. Okay, but all of those buttons are pretty wide, so let's create a version of it that is a lot smaller for like a cancel button. So I'm just gonna go into this field and I'm gonna type in cancel. And we can leave the medium weight of this font because this is not an important kind of button. Of course, it needs to be readable and it needs to have the right contrast, but it doesn't have to be bold. And of course, we're gonna use the 2 W's rule on the sides. So I'm just gonna see how far the button should actually stretch outside of the cancel label. So it's pretty easy. You just duplicate the W's and then you switch the button size to match that. And I see that I duplicated it twice. I'm just gonna delete that from the background. And now when you see that the button size is pretty good, you can delete the W's as well. Okay, now let's get into another part of the interface, which is the form fields. And this is tricky because a lot of people use the same height for the form fields as for the buttons. And I don't believe that's the best approach because the button has to be bigger as it's the final action of the form. So if our button height is 60, then it means that our form fields has to be smaller than 60 in height. So let's create a form field. I'm gonna start by creating a rectangle. And for now, let's not worry about the margins, but of course those will influence the size of it. So I'm just gonna change the size of it to 320 by 44. And some people go with 40 instead of 44 for form fields because they are a little bit wider, so it's not that difficult to actually tap into them if they're smaller, but I still would go with 44 anyway. So let's change the background color to white and let's add a stroke because rectangles with an outline are still the best thing for form fields. And using the color picker, I'm gonna pick the outline color to be one of those colors that we had in those secondary buttons, but I'm gonna decrease both the saturation and brightness so the line is still visible. Now, depending on the style of your app, you might go with a 1-point stroke of your form fields, but I'm gonna go with 2 because first of all, they're more accessible and more visible, but they also match the playful style of a typical B2C product. So I'm gonna use the text tool to add a label to it, but of course the label can't be bold, so I'm gonna change it to medium and to the size of 14. And then I'm gonna place it where I think it should be, and then let's pick the color of the edge, so of the border of the frame, and yeah, I picked wrong. Let's do it again. And depending on your font, this text has to be either 8 or maybe 16 points away from the frame, but as you can see, I put it at 8 points on instinct, which is good. And at some point you'll be able to actually align it on instinct as well and just check it afterwards. Okay, let's group this form field and then duplicate it because I want to show you a couple of things. Just for some clarity, I'm gonna change this field to be the password. And okay, let's look at it now. It has 44 points, but what happens if we go with 48? It is a little bit better. We can go with 50 as well. So we have the email address, which is 44, and then the password, which is 50. So let's bring in the create your account button next to the email address. And as you can see, there is a proper hierarchy from the form field to the button. The button is bigger and it actually shows that it's a button. I moved the other button next to the form field that is 50 points high, and it's still visible. You can still see that the button is the more important part of it. Okay, now let's add some annotations so we won't forget. So I'm gonna duplicate that text and I'm gonna type in 44 so we know that this field is 44. And then I'm gonna type 50 into this part because this field is 50. And now let's duplicate this again. So I'm gonna bring in the last button that we have and duplicate the password field. And I'm gonna move it over that last button. But see what happens if I change the size of that form field to the same size as the button. So see, the button is 60. And if I go into the height of the form field and I'm gonna enter 60, it looks different. It looks weird. It looks like it's completely out of proportion because the form field is just as big as the button. So it doesn't have that natural progression through the smaller steps to the final step that confirms the action. So don't do it this way. Buttons should always be visibly taller than the form fields. That's the best rule. Okay, now we can remove those helper texts. Okay, we have a nice arrow on the orange button, so let's create one for the blue one as well. So what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna create a rectangle first. This is the main starting point. And actually it's gonna be a square. So first of all, see the distances holding the Alt key, and we want that same 4x4x4 distance from each side. And of course, this is still a rectangle, so I'm gonna make it a 52x52 square. Okay, this is starting to look pretty good. So I'm gonna copy the arrow, that's the first thing. But then we need to change the color of the background of that square to be white. And then let's see what happens if we increase the corner radius. And in some values, like if it's too big, it looks weird in that frame. And if it's too small, it also looks weird because it just doesn't have enough space around the button to go to. So it's best to always have the same distance from every side, from every angle, even diagonally. So I'm just gonna paste in that arrow to it, and of course I'm gonna pick the darker shade of blue, and as usual I'm gonna decrease the brightness a little bit. We want a pretty dark arrow in most cases. So this is one way of doing it, but I still prefer to actually have that white shape on the rounded buttons, so it doesn't look as well. I'm gonna delete it. And let's change the arrow background color to white, and then let's increase the height of it a little bit so it's a little bit taller. Now, because there is no background around it and we want it to match the letter T at the end of our text, we need to increase the stroke width. So I'm gonna go with 3 for now, but I'm gonna bring it back here a little bit closer. And if the text on your button has a shadow, then the arrow needs to have a shadow as well, and it needs to be similar to the text shadow. So I'm gonna pick the color from the darker side of the gradient, and then I'm gonna play around with the values. So once again, decrease the brightness a little bit and decrease the opacity to 50%. And just as with text, I'm gonna go with a Y value of 1 and blur of 2. Okay, let's move the button down again and let's play with the alignment of that icon, because of course it can stay on the right edge where it was, but we can also bring it closer to the text. But how do we set the right distance? So once again, our trusty letter W comes to the rescue. So if you place the capital letter W between the arrow and the text, you can see that this is probably the good spacing for a slightly larger space between them. So in this case, it's just gonna work. So now we can remove the W, select both the arrow and the text and group them, and then just simply align that group using auto alignment to the center of the button again. And this is one option that can actually work quite well, but it's not the only option. So I'm gonna duplicate the button, zoom in a little bit, and basically what we want here is to move it closer. And if you move it to around 8 points, it should be fine. And this is a matter of personal preference and the font that you're using. For some font, one option works better than for the other. And of course, you make sure to align it horizontally and vertically into the center of the button. Okay, one last exercise with the buttons and we'll move on to something else. So let's go into our orange button and duplicate it and then move it down to the very bottom of our list. For this button, let's remove the chevron, and just for now, let's move that circle to the left side of the button instead of the right, because we can add some additional visual to it that is gonna make it look good. And obviously what I meant was emojis, so I'm gonna search for a thumbs up emoji because that's one that I use very rarely, and I'm gonna add it here. And of course, this can be on this little white background that we have. That's one way of putting it. And it still makes the button more original, more interesting, and a little bit more user-friendly because people communicate with emojis a lot. But that's just one way of doing it. Let's switch that emoji back to a lightning bolt because we want to show that creating an account is super fast here. And I'm going to make it a tiny bit bigger. But we're not going to stop here. So first of all, align this and then duplicate this icon. So this emoji, we just need it twice. And then click on the one on the layer list that's at the bottom. You can move it outside a little bit so you can still see it and add an effect of the blur. So layer blur or just blur in Sketch to it. And then anyway, you have a blurred version of that one icon. You can move it a little bit under the main icon. And that creates that nice visual effect of that icon blending in with the background even better. And if the blur is too strong, you can decrease the opacity. And as you can see, it's a very easy way to quickly add a visual to your button and make it a lot more interesting. Okay, one more thing. Let's create a drop-down list because they're still important even though they're not the best way of showing information. So I'm gonna duplicate one of the form fields and here let's type in country because usually the country list is a pretty long one. And what we need here is a little arrow pointing down that shows that the dropdown can be opened. But before we get to the arrow, here's a nice trick to show you where to actually place the arrow first. So let's create a square and let's place that square on the right side of the form field. So it can be inside the field, it can be over the borders, that's all fine. Now switch to the path tool and then holding the shift key, use diagonal lines to create a triangle. Now what we want to do is to remove the stroke, so just hide it, and add a fill to it. And the color of the fill needs to be a slightly darker shade of the outline of our form field so it matches. So I'm just gonna pick it with a color picker and then decrease the brightness 3 times. But it's not yet perfect because all the edges of the triangle needs to be the same length. So make sure the proportions are off like this one. And now go into the width of it and modify it. So now all the sides are a little bit more even and it looks a lot better as this little indicator that it's a drop down. Now it's time to place it in the center, but as you can see in my case, this shape doesn't perfectly line in the center, so I'm gonna increase the size of it in every direction. So just make sure that you're not gonna just increase the width or the height alone, but both of them. And that way that shape is still proportional, but it's in the center. And now we can hide that helper square, but it's still best to actually just decrease the opacity than to remove it, because that way you'll be always able to align that arrow much better. And of course, a good dropdown needs a placeholder or a selected item already, so I'm just gonna type in one of my favorite countries in the whole world, Estonia. Now, because this is an actual option that you can choose, I'm gonna change the weight of it to bold, and then let's decrease the brightness so it's even more visible, because it has to clearly stand out from the label. And of course we can also align it using the red square method. So simply if you want to align it better, just zoom in, create a square that's 16 by 16, and then simply move this text a little bit more to match. And that way it's 16 points from the left side if we're using an 8-point grid. Okay, but are there any other ways to actually show those form fields that are not just a plain old boring border? Yes, but I still believe that for the most important elements of a form, which are the form fields and the buttons, we shouldn't really experiment too much. But of course, there is this way of doing the form fields with the shadow instead of the border, or the shadow and the border. And of course, this can work pretty well and be nice visually if it's not over the top. So the shadow needs to be blurred enough, it needs to be far enough, and it needs to actually come from the main color as well. And of course, you can turn off the stroke as well, so to have this kind of floating effect on your form fields. But then it's really not that easy to actually do it right, because first of all, accessibility suffers quite a bit. And also for many people, it doesn't really make sense that this whole element is actually floating even though you're typing into it. It's just kind of counterintuitive. So in most cases, I'll just go back to the stroke and turn the shadow off. But you can still experiment it. You can use the same techniques from the previous video on the effects to create a nice soft shadow under the form fields. And if you like it that way, just make sure that your button also has that shadow. But if you have a secondary button, it shouldn't have a shadow. Okay, now let's create a toggle, and of course you can use the native toggles on iOS or Android for this, but I believe that if we're making a completely custom interface, it's actually better to go fully custom and only have the toggle actually work the same way. So I'm making a new rectangle with fully rounded corners and 50 height. And some people use the width of it as 150% of the height, so it's gonna be 75 in this case. I prefer a slightly larger number, and I can actually show you the best way that I think is to set it up. If you're gonna make a completely custom toggle, first create the circle that's gonna be, the switch inside it, and of course change that switch color to a color that's gonna be visible. And as usual, because these elements are pretty small, it's good to have pretty big spacing inside, so at least those 4 points is a good way. And make sure that the distance from the top right and bottom, or in this case from the top left and bottom, is the same. So in this case, this looks pretty good, right? It looks like a toggle. But how to see if the width of the toggle is good enough? Well, let's increase it for now, for a second. And my goal for this is to actually duplicate this circle inside it and place it in the exact same spot. And if these circles overlap just barely, so they don't really need to be too far away, but they need to overlap just a tiny bit like this, then it works. So if you're able to fit two circles in two different positions inside the toggle, then you're good. Okay, just to make it easier, I'm gonna group it and call it toggle off, because that's the toggle in the off state. Okay, the next thing that we want to do is to change that boring gray into a color that we already have, but what we want to do with it is to make it a little bit darker, because still accessibility is really important and we want it to look good. And it's looking better, it fits more with the theme of all the other elements that we have here. So let's duplicate it, move it to the side, and let's create the on state. And I believe the best way to do it is to actually go to our button that has some effects and some styling on it, and then copy the properties and paste them to the on button. And of course, make sure that the roundness doesn't paste as well. And if it does, just bring it back to what it was. And what we don't want here is that we don't want an outer shadow. For those elements like toggles or checkboxes, we don't want them having shadows because it's just gonna be looking messy. And we can also turn the white inner shadow completely off because we don't really want that full 3D effect. If we just have the bottom one, it's just gonna look a lot better. If you prefer it this way, you can actually switch it to the top. So instead of the negative values on X and Y, you can have a positive value and a smaller blur, but I still prefer the negative ones because I feel that it's just gonna work a little bit better. So I'm gonna go with -4 and then 8 for the blur. And it just works. It's kind of like a very simple element, a very simple object, but it looks good with that inner shadow. So there's actually no need to add an extra shadow to it. But what we can do is to use the path tool and the shift key to create a check mark. That check mark can be like a differentiator of your boring toggle. So it just doesn't look as boring. And of course, I'm gonna change the stroke width to 2.5, which is closer to the text that we have here. And make sure that you align it optically in the center. And of course, this is completely optional. So you can actually skip that part, or you can add a sad emoji to the toggle that's off and the happy one to the toggle that's on. Whatever you wish, but just make sure to make it interesting. But still, even while making it interesting, you need to remember to always keep the accessibility in mind. Okay, now let's create a checkbox, and to use it, I'm just gonna duplicate my dropdown and move it a little bit to the bottom. Now I'm gonna remove the label, it's not gonna be necessary. And we already have a label inside that's gonna be working really well next to the checkbox, so first of all, let's decrease the size of it to be a perfect square. And before we talk about the sizes, let's change the text here to say no. So let's say that it's an option and you're gonna choose no. And as you can see, that checkbox is completely dominating that text. But we can't really make that text bigger because the text of that size is already inside the dropdown, and if we make it bigger there as well, it's gonna look pretty grotesque. So for checkboxes, since both the label and the checkbox are tappable or clickable, you can actually decrease the size of it to be 40. And this is one of those exceptions where it actually works to be 40, and the distance between them can be 16, for example. If you're going with an 8-point grid, that's a good starting point. So now we can duplicate this as well and create a checked state or a selected state for the checkbox. And since I like the style of our toggle, I'm just gonna copy the properties of that background rectangle, the blue one, and then paste it onto the checkbox. And it's completely round because it also copied the roundness of the corners. So it was 4 before, and I'm gonna just enter 4 into here, and it's gonna be looking exactly the same. Now you can copy the checkmark that you already created or use an icon from an external library and then just paste it onto the checkbox and change the color to white. And if you have a line shape like that, you can always modify the proportions pretty easily by pressing enter and then just dragging one of the points. But of course, if you're unsure of that, just use an already existing checkmark icon and just paste it there. In many cases, if you're making a quick portfolio project, it's just gonna be a little bit faster to simply draw the icons from scratch. Now, just to show you something, I'm gonna create 2 rectangles on top of that checkmark. And this is to show that there is completely different weight of that icon towards the bottom where 2 lines meet because it's just simply heavier there. So to align it better inside that square, inside that blue checkmark square, it's really good to have it in a place where you're sure that it's optically centered, because if you center it kind of automatically like a computer does, it might not be optically in the center because of how the shape looks. And of course, I'm gonna change the label on it to yes. And as I said before, having shadows under the checkboxes or even under the text is really a bad idea, because for most interfaces it just doesn't look good. So if you add a drop shadow to your checkmarks or to your checkboxes, think about it this way: you're adding complexity to something that people only see when they're filling up the form. Okay, now let's create something else. Let's create a slider. Sliders aren't really that popular, but it's really nice to actually be able to use them sometimes. So I'm gonna start by creating a very narrow rectangle. And yeah, it's gonna be 320 as usual I'm gonna go with maybe 8 points. And the next step is to select the toggle in the off state and then copy the properties of that background shape and then paste them into our new slider background. Now, a slider has both the background that fills up with a color and also that draggable element that kind of sets the value on the horizontal axis. So I'm just gonna copy that little circle from the toggle and I'm just gonna add a drop shadow to it. Now let's go into the shadow properties, and I'm gonna pick the color of the shadow to actually come from that background of that line. And of course decrease the opacity of it to 50%. And if you want, you can also decrease the brightness a little bit as well. And I'm gonna play around it until it's visible, but it's not too visible, because the actual indicator of the state is not gonna be that circle. This is just what you drag. And it can be also a little bit smaller, so I'm gonna decrease the size to 40 by 40. Okay, now let's select the background line and duplicate it, and then just make it smaller so it hides behind the circle. And now let's again copy and paste the properties of one of our blue elements. So I'm just gonna copy it from the checkbox and then paste them onto the line. And this is one easy way to do toggles, but of course you can also make it slightly more accessible by adding a border of the same color as the form fields to our draggable element. And of course I can make it a little bit lighter, because when you zoom out of it, when this is visible in like the 100% view, it's just gonna be barely visible, but it's gonna add this a little bit of fidelity and a little bit of contrast to the toggle. So on a small screen, it's still gonna be visible. Okay, time to add some additional elements to this list, because there is a couple of things that you use a lot, and one of these things are tabs. So I'm just gonna create a couple of tabs with 2 different versions for them, so you can actually pick and choose the right one for your app. I'm gonna start by creating a rectangle and changing the height of it to 50. Okay, once this is done, remember to always copy and paste the properties of elements that you already have. That way it's gonna be all consistent. And of course, yes, you can create variants and you can create components, but this is all beyond the scope of this course. So I just want to show you the easiest way to actually be able to create a couple of elements and still keep that consistency. So I'm just gonna paste in that color, remove the styling, and change the corner radius to 4. Now I'm gonna move a copy of it to the side and press enter, and once you press enter, you'll be able to select individual corners. So for the 2 inner corners, I'm gonna change the radius to 0, and I'm gonna do the same thing for the second rectangle. So we want the inner edges of them to be able to actually connect together, kind of like this. Okay, the next step is to actually turn off the fill and turn on the stroke. So the first thing that I'm gonna do with the stroke is to change the weight of it to 2.5, and then I'm gonna use the color picker to pick one of the colors that are closer to that place. So I'm not gonna pick the darker shade here because this gradient actually goes from the left to the right, so where it meets the second tab, it's actually lighter. So for it to connect better visually, I'm gonna pick the lighter color. Okay, adding some text to it, and I'm gonna call it option 1, and now make sure that it's of course in the center. So I'm just gonna use our tried and true techniques with the squares. And yeah, it's good enough. Of course, you can see that the bottom edge is a little bit further apart, but you can't really do much about it. So what you could try is to try and align it a little bit better with like decimal points, but I don't think that's gonna be a good idea. So if it doesn't match by just a fraction of a pixel, then it's fine. So in this case, it's gonna be okay. And now of course duplicate that text, the option 1 text, and then just simply move it to the second tab. And of course it's gonna be invisible because it's a white text on a white background. So I'm gonna pick the darker shade of blue here and simply rename it to option 2. And if you want, you can tweak the color of this font a little bit as well. Make sure that it's aligned horizontally and vertically in the center, because this is for tabs especially important, just as for buttons. And what's also good is to not just leave it as the outline, but also add that white background to it as well as a fill. That's because when it has a fill, it's actually sometimes easier to click on it because it's a fuller shape. And yeah, you can play around with the font color a little bit if you want. And a tabbed group like this on iOS is called segmented control. And if you want, you can also create one with 3 elements. Then just make sure that the middle element has all their corners sharp. Okay, let's do a couple of more classic tabs this time. So I'm just gonna create a background because these tabs work best if they have like a fuller background behind them. So I'm gonna make a rectangle. It's gonna be pretty tall, 60 points, and I'm gonna change the color to white and start it off with a shadow. And as usual, I'll start with the shadow colors. I'm gonna pick the shadow color from the shadow color of our buttons, and then simply decrease the opacity and also decrease the brightness a little bit, just a tiny bit here. And I'm gonna increase the blur to 32 and then Y value to 16, so this whole area is a little bit more visible. But if you want it to blend in more, you can also decrease the opacity. So this could be like a top navigation bar of our app, and I'm gonna copy and paste the text onto it. And then I'm simply gonna rename it to option 1, duplicate it, and rename the other one to option 2. And yeah, you guessed it, using the rectangle tool, I'm gonna create a little underline under the selected option. You can either place it at the very bottom, or you can even leave a little gap, like a 1 pixel gap like this, but I'm gonna place it at the bottom and I'm gonna choose the height of 4. And of course, if there are 2 tabs, this whole area, this whole nav bar or navigation bar needs to be split exactly in 2 by that underline. This is because the text on it, the length of the text can be different for each tab, so it's still best to have one element uniform. And since my nav bar is 300 points, then this line is gonna be 150. And of course, as usual, I'm gonna copy the properties of the tab above and then paste them onto this little line. And of course, select the line and then make sure that the font itself is aligned to the center of the line as well. So the line is exactly in the center. But then what you can do is to duplicate it, move it to the second option and align the second option. And then instead of removing it, just decrease the opacity down to 0. That way you'll always have that invisible line, so if you actually duplicate this entire screen or this entire object, it will be pretty easy for you to bring back that line under the second option and then hide the one under the first. So it will be a lot easier for you to create variants of this. What you can also do is play around with the font weights and color, because the current option, the selected one, can also be made more visible and more prominent. Just make sure that the second option is still pretty visible and still has pretty good contrast to the background. It can't be looking like it's turned off. And I'm gonna add one more effect to it that's completely optional. So I'm just gonna draw a rectangle the size of our line and position it under the text. So on the layer list, just bring it down. And I'm gonna pick a blue color from the line to it and change it to a gradient. Now in the gradient editing mode, grab the handles, those little circles at the end, and simply rotate it 180 degrees. So the difference is that it has the same color on each side, but one of those sides has 100% opacity and the other has 0%, so it kind of fades to nothing. And I'm gonna decrease the opacity to a much smaller value. So I'm gonna go with 15%, so it goes from 15% to 0. And as you can see, it gives that little glow from under the line that kind of complements the tab. And just one quick little change. I'm gonna duplicate one of my checkboxes again, and I'm gonna remove all the styling from it, and I'm gonna actually change it to a solid color. Because if you're having a very gradient heavy and shadow heavy buttons, you can also go for that contrasting minimal look of that last checkbox. Just please make sure your checkboxes don't have shadows. Okay, there's only one element missing from the very useful basic elements, and that is the radio button. So I'm gonna copy that first not selected checkbox, and I'm gonna rename the label to say option 1. And what you can do instead of creating a circle is to actually increase the border radius of it to actually turn it into a circle. I'm gonna move it up a little bit and then duplicate it. And of course the other one is gonna be called option 2. Now what we want to do is to create the on state. So I'm gonna do it for option 1 here. So what I do here is to duplicate that shape that we have here, the circle, and then simply make it smaller proportionally. And I want to have it in the 8-point grid, so I'm gonna decrease the size a tiny bit more, so it's actually 8 points from every side, just like this. Okay, I wonder what the next step could be. Well, obviously what I need to do is to select one of the objects with the right gradient and then copy the properties, and then zoom into our new circle and then paste the properties. That way we'll have the same gradient and the same effect that we have on all the other items of the form. And what you can also do is copy and paste the styles or the properties of the font for the tabs, because this can actually show much better that an option is selected. Just if you do that, make sure that you do it for the checkboxes as well. Okay, let's do one last thing before we wrap up for today. So what I'm gonna do is create a graph. And many people actually use those rounded lines for this, but what I'm gonna use is sharp ones because most graphs don't really have those sinusoid rounded edges. So most graphs look like this, and this is what you should be actually sticking to. So if it's blue, it works, it makes sense, it matches our shape, but it's always best to have those graphs to be a little bit thicker than your standard line. So I'm gonna go with 5. But then here's the trick to actually make it look cool. I'm gonna duplicate that selection, and I'm gonna use the pen tool to actually add to it. So what I'm gonna do is to create a shape, to kind of finish this shape. And since it's not a line anymore, it's more of a filled shape, I'm gonna turn off the stroke and change it to a fill. And what we're gonna do here is to select the blue color that we already have. It can be a lighter blue like this, it doesn't matter. And then change the gradient to linear. And just make sure that the whole opacity decreasing part is actually below the edge, the bottom edge of that new shape that we just created. And also that you move it below the line that we first created. And if you decrease the opacity just a little bit, you have a very nice looking graph that actually has some additional effect to it that makes it stand out and look a little bit less boring. And if you have more than one line on the graph as well, you can actually create the second one in a different color and add a different gradient to it, but use it the same way, and it can blend in a pretty nice way. So this is going to be our high fidelity starting point, just to explore all the potential objects, and whenever you can, try to actually build your own versions of them and try to experiment with the additional effects or filters or whatever you can add to make it more interesting. Sometimes it's an icon, sometimes it's emojis, sometimes it's an extra shape of some kind. But whatever you do, just make sure that all of your main objects, your main UI elements are completely accessible, because if they're not, then it's gonna be a very bad user experience. So you can experiment with the decoration as we established previously, but don't go over the top too much with the actual components that are necessary for the user to complete their task. See you in the next part of the course, where we'll be starting to work on some of the actual screen design. Okay, after some initial playground exercises, now it's time to work on the actual screen designs of our app. And it's gonna be a continuation of the app that we created in the first course. The first thing that I want to do is to rename the pages that we already have in the file and then create a new page for those screens, and I'm gonna call it screens. And once we have that done, let's create the first frame. And since Figma doesn't have the iPhone 12 and this is what I want to use, I'm gonna manually enter the right values, which is 390 by 844. And we're gonna recreate one of the original login screens from the first course, but this time in a little bit higher fidelity. So I'm gonna start with creating the form fields. And of course the first step is creating a rectangle.
We use the 32-point distance margin from every side, so I'm gonna keep that, and I'm gonna make my form field stay at 50. And I'm gonna round the corners to 4 points as well. Now what we need to do is change the color to white and add a stroke to it. And for that stroke, I'm gonna pick a color that matches the green that we used in the app. So I'm gonna go with a little bit of a light brown hue. Generally, you can have pretty strong and thick borders, and of course they're gonna make it a little bit more accessible. But if you want that modern style, and if you keep the background of this form field at white, this should work for most people as well. And of course you can add a typical drop shadow to it, but we're not gonna go with that. Instead, we're gonna try an inner shadow to give this sort of depth of showing that you can actually add something to this field. But I'm gonna modify it slightly. So the first thing that I'm doing is reversing the shadow. So I want it to actually happen from the bottom. This will give us a nice bottom edge for the text inside the field to show on. And then I'm gonna use the color picker to pick the border color for the shadow and then greatly decrease the opacity of it. You probably noticed that most of the high fidelity design is about very subtle effects and subtle objects. So we don't really want a super strong shadow here. And I'm gonna play around with the blur a little bit, and obviously you can keep your borders and your inner fields completely normal, so you don't really need to use that inner shadow. This is just something to make it a little bit different. So I'm gonna modify a couple of values until this field starts to stand out a little bit. Just make sure that if you've added already an inner shadow to this, avoid adding a drop shadow or an external shadow as well, because that will make the bottom edge look blurry. And I'm gonna add a placeholder text that says enter your email. And of course let's place it in the center, but we'll align it a little bit more closely now. So I'm gonna start by creating a rectangle with 16 points on each side, and I'm gonna align the text optically to that square. Now I'm gonna choose a medium italic because most placeholders are actually a little bit leaning, and I'm gonna change the color of the text to our border color. If your color is light, like in my case, you can decrease the saturation and the brightness a little bit. So I'm just gonna tweak it just a tiny bit, but we want that text to be lighter but still visible. Many designers, while making high fidelity designs for websites like Dribbble, go with very small fonts, but we're not gonna do that because we want our high fidelity designs to actually be accessible and work well. So I'm gonna change the font size to 14, and then I'm gonna use 2 squares to align it perfectly in the vertical center. Just make sure that you use those squares to align the text optically to the capital letter. Now let's duplicate that text and create the label above the field. And I'm just gonna add your email to it. And of course this has to be darker, so I'm gonna go into the brightness and decrease it by a couple of tenths of points. Generally go for brightness of below 40 and you should be fine. And you can increase or decrease the saturation a little bit. And of course this text doesn't have to be italics, so I'm gonna just change it to a little bit bolder font. And let's pick an 8-point square to set the distance between the label and the form field. So I'm just gonna move it 1 point down. Okay, now we have our form field and we can remove the helper square and then select everything and then group it and rename that group to something that will help us to identify it later. So I'm not gonna be too original here and I'm just gonna name the group form field. And to save time in many of these exercises in this part of the course, I'm not gonna be naming all my groups, but of course you should. And now let's duplicate this group and rename it to password, and I'm also gonna increase the size of those label text fields so they match the size or the width of the actual form fields. That way you can add longer text to them and not be afraid that it's gonna break. And of course I need to also change the placeholder text to enter your password. Okay, this is going to be our login screen, so the last 2 things that we need is a forgot your password button and the actual login button, and of course a registration button if we're at it. So I'm gonna duplicate one of the form fields and I'm gonna remove the placeholder and place the label inside. I'm gonna right align the text so it's on the right side of our field and then simply remove all the effects and all the shadows and borders from the form field and just change the text to say forgot your password. That way this text will be the exact right distance from those form fields to be easy to tap, and this is what we're aiming for here. Okay, time to add some buttons. So I'm gonna switch to our components page and I'm gonna pick one of the rounded buttons that we had created before. And then I'm gonna copy it and paste it onto this screen.
But obviously we need to make the button a little bit wider, so I'm gonna align it to the right side, that way I don't have to move the circle and the chevron, and then simply click onto the shape and modify the width of the orange rectangle. And yeah, there we have it. But of course our app was green before, so we're not gonna go with orange here. And the good approach is to actually use the main color that you had as the accent color. So our green would be reserved to the most important actions, and we're gonna play around with a much darker hue. So for the fill of our button, I picked the color of the border of our form fields, and I'm gonna decrease the brightness and saturation a little bit, and the brightness actually a little bit more. So the brightness should be like a very dark, almost black version of the color. But of course we don't want to have text that has an orange shadow under it on a button of this color. So I'm gonna remove the shadow completely, and for our circle here I'm gonna pick the shadow color because we do want the shadow there, and I'm gonna pick the same color as the button, just decrease the brightness just a tiny bit, so by 10. So as you can see when I zoom in, that shadow is visible, but it's kind of barely visible. Okay, let's start with changing the create account text to say login, because after all this is a login screen. And I'm gonna horizontally auto align it. So I'm gonna select the text and the button behind it, and I'm gonna click the icon on the top right. And the text is now in the center, and it was already in the center vertically as well as horizontally before, so we should be fine on both axes. Now let's go into the button and let's modify the color of the shadow, because we can't have an orange shadow under a brown button. So the first thing I'm doing is that I'm decreasing the saturation and then decreasing the brightness a little bit. The opacity of the shadow here is 30%, which is good, but I'm gonna play around with some values again, so a different Y and blur value and then a little bit of a spread, so this shadow can actually look a little bit more organic and natural. Okay, I'm gonna leave the values at that, but I'm gonna decrease the brightness just a tiny bit more, so that shadow is still a little bit more visible. And we can do even more blur and even more negative spread if we want to. It's all about playing around with what feels right. And remember, once again, those objects need to be very subtle, so the shadows don't have to be too strong. It's all about just adding a little bit of perceived depth to the object, not like a very strong shadow that will take over the entire design. Okay, now let's duplicate the button and create a registration button. Since login is the primary action here, always remember to never have those two buttons look exactly the same. Login has to be the stronger button of the two. So I'm gonna use the trick that we've done on the elements and components page, and I'm gonna pick, using the color picker, just that shadow color where the shadow under the login button starts for the registration button. And of course in this case the shadow under that circle is way too strong, so we can just completely remove it because we don't want the second button to attract too much attention. And of course we can just rename it to register and then align it to the center. Now for the text color, I'm just gonna use the color picker and pick the color from the primary button, because the color of the secondary button comes from the primary one or from its shadow. Having this consistent is gonna look good. Avoid using pure black for the color of the second button because it will make it stand out a little bit too much. Okay, now I'm gonna select both the form fields and the login button, and I'm gonna duplicate them. And the next step is to duplicate the forgot your password text and then move it under the login button. So I'm gonna do that now, and I'm gonna rename that group so it's gonna be easier for me to find. So okay, let's duplicate it and then move it under the login button, but just right above the registration one. And if you need to align it properly, you can zoom in a little bit and then just see if those elements are stacked on top of each other. Now let's change the text here to don't have an account and then center it inside the field. This is a slightly faster version of what we did in the first course. This extra label acts as an introduction to the main button, but doesn't have to be bold, so I'm gonna change it to medium. And while we're there, we can also change the forgot your password text to medium as well. That's because these elements are not essential for the screen. They are important if you need that option, but for most people, the most important button is gonna be the login, and the most important fields is gonna be the email and password ones. And if you're using the OS helpers, you know that there is this little line that you drag to go to the home screen again, so I'm moving everything up a little bit. And then I'm aligning the login button 24 points to that invisible square around the don't have an account text. Okay, we always start with the functional elements, so the elements that are necessary. Now we can add some visuals to make it look more interesting. So I'm creating an oval and placing it on the top side of the screen. And you might need to paste it onto the screen if it shows up the way that it did for me. So the effect here is like a little ellipse from the top of the screen that's kind of reaching almost our form fields, but it has to be away enough so it's still visible. And then for the color of it, I'm gonna pick the color from the registration button. But of course, once you select it, you can always make it a little bit brighter. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna increase the brightness by just a couple points. We don't want it to be too white because then it will just be invisible on the white background, but we want to have this subtle transition between the colors. And before we start adding some additional visuals to these screens, let's duplicate one of them and create a version of it because we want as many versions as possible. So this version is not gonna have that little circle on the registration button, but instead it's gonna have a little bit more text on it. So I'm just gonna add don't have an account, question mark, and then register. So we have this entire message from the label above the button on the button now. That means that we don't really need that label anymore. And of course that button text has to be smaller too. So I'm gonna select the label and remove it, and let's click into the text again. And what we want here is to change the weight of the text to be focused on the word register. So the don't have an account is basically like an intro to it. And I'm gonna decrease the font size a little bit as well. What we want is to have enough space on the left and the right side for clear readability. And to set it up for possible longer text, I'm gonna create two squares that are 24 by 24 and place them on both sides of the button. So those squares will serve as our padding inside the button, and I'm gonna resize the text to match them on both sides. When this is done, we just center the text field and it's in the center of the button again. And then we can remove those helper squares and we have ourselves a button with some additional text on it. Of course, we need to be sure that that text is vertically in the center of the button as well, so I'm just gonna create two squares on the top and the bottom, and then I'm gonna move the text up. And as in this case, if there is just a little bit of a difference, you can leave it at that because you can't really code it in decimal points. But if it is a portfolio project, you can actually enter a decimal point to the Y value and play around with this a little bit. So in my case, it's gonna be probably 784.3. And in this case, this is perfectly in the center on how the font renders, and this is gonna be really good for a portfolio project. But in real apps that are going to be coded, don't use decimal points. This can be really good for a presentation. And now we can bring the buttons a little bit closer together. Of course, they need some space between them, so that can be 40, for example, or 32, or even 24. Avoid having lower space than that, because that can lead to two buttons being too close to one another to be easy to touch. So I'm just gonna go with 24 here. And also, if one of the buttons has a shadow, and that shadow can overlap the button below, we have to modify the values a little bit so it doesn't. We don't really want the shadow to be cast onto the second button, so I'm just making it a little bit smaller here. Okay, but this second option doesn't need that much space on the bottom here, so I'm just gonna select the entire form and then I'm gonna move it down. I want this bottom register button to align with the bottom button on the other screen, basically, so it's gonna be about 40 points from the bottom of the entire iPhone screen. And now we can take our ellipse that we've created before and move it down. That way we have more space for some visual later on. And then we can change that fill to a linear gradient. And in the standard option, it just creates a 0% opacity on one of the sides. So if you have a light color like the one that we have here and the white background, you can come up with a couple of very interesting angles where the gradient can disappear on one of the sides or the other. And this can lead to some very nice visual effects. And I'm gonna say it again because I want it to be clear. With high fidelity, it's all about the very subtle decoration with the background and the non-important UI elements, because all the important UI elements need to be accessible. And I know you're probably eager for us to start adding some juicy, nice visuals to it, but let's wait a while still, because we still need to create a registration screen for the app. So for that, I'm gonna duplicate one of the login screens and then modify some of the form fields. But let's start from the top part. So I'm gonna copy the text that says register because it's already in the dark color that we want, and I'm gonna rename it to create a free account.
That text is gonna give us a visual anchor on the top of the page. Now let's switch the ellipse to the linear gradient that we had before, and then we can stretch it down a little bit as well. That way we'll have a fading gradient from the top of the screen towards the bottom. And of course that text has to be bigger, so I'm gonna pick the font 32. Once we have that larger font title, let's align it on the left edge to 32 points. And to do that, I'm gonna create a square that's 32 by 32 and then optically align that very first letter to it. And it seems to be almost perfect, so I'm just gonna move it by 1 point. And if there is this fraction of a point distance between them, that is gonna be fine. Okay, the next step we can do is to paste an external icon to supplement our text. And I already had an icon that works with my organic shops because this is gonna be just a leaf icon. And I wanna keep it the same color as the text. Of course, if you're making a different kind of app, there might still be an icon that will work well with it. You can use a mini surfboard for a surf shop or like a bike wheel for a bike shop, anything that just works. And then let's use the chevron that we already had and just make it a little bit bigger, just make sure that the proportions are gonna stay, and a little bit thicker, and that's gonna be our back arrow. So I'm just gonna place it above this, and then I'm gonna copy the register text again with the font size that's already there. And I'm gonna keep it at register because this is actually the title of this screen. But this text is a little bit too big, so I'm gonna decrease the font size to 16. Now we need to align it properly to that chevron. And this is not going to be super easy because as you can see, it's not exactly in the center in either way. If you don't want to use rulers but want to do quick alignments, you can create a rectangle and then simply decrease the opacity of it to 50%. And that way, if you go through the tip of the arrow of the chevron, you can then align the middle of the capital R to it. That way it's gonna be vertically in the center. Now, if you've done the first course, you know that all the clickable elements should be at least 44 by 44. So I'm gonna create a square that's 44 by 44, and then I'm gonna put the chevron or the arrow exactly in the center of it. But first we need to move the arrow to start at 32 points. Okay, this is starting to look pretty good. I'm gonna select the background invisible square and then I'm gonna move it again to the center of our icon, and then I'm gonna align the register icon to the right side of that square. And then of course we can make it invisible again by increasing the opacity to 0. Okay, we have a lot of the header space done, so we can actually bring this entire form a little bit further up. So first I'm gonna lock the background because I don't need to select it every time, and then I'm gonna move the form fields higher. And of course make sure that your form fields are higher than the background on the layer list. In my case they weren't, so I'm just gonna move the background a little bit lower. And if you have a lot of groups, you might have to close them all up like this and then just drag the ellipse from the background down. It can be the very last layer on the list because it is after all the background. And then I'm gonna duplicate the password field and of course rename it to repeat your password. And also we don't need a forgot your password link on the registration screen, so I'm just gonna select that and remove it. Then I'm gonna remove the secondary button with the labels and I'm gonna change the primary button to say register. And make sure that if you add the new text, you centered it horizontally. Now let's bring it closer to the form fields, and you can keep it at 32 or 40 or 48. Okay, the registration screen is done, so we can start adding some colors on some extra visual materials to it. Let's start by changing the fill color of our icon here to something a little bit more green. And of course, if you have that brown text, dark brown text, you can use a lighter green to actually spice it up a little bit, kind of like this. If you're going with the secondary color, make sure that it's about in the same quadrant as the one that I picked because it cannot be too bright. And then I'm gonna copy the hex color and paste it onto our button. And that way we have a little bit more color while still keeping the primary color as that brown or light brown for our form field borders and other things. And of course you can also then copy the HSB values to the button itself. So I'm just gonna change the shadow color of that little circle on the right side, and of course it cannot be too dark as you can see, so I'm just gonna keep it 10 points below what it was, just barely visible. And I'm using those fully rounded buttons here, but of course you can use the slightly less rounded or even completely sharp ones. It all depends on the theme and the style of your app. I'm also changing the hue of our little chevron arrow on the button to match the new green, and also changing the shadow color to a green hue as well.
It's gonna be barely visible, but it does make some subconscious difference, so definitely always change all the colors to match. And if you want to be precise, you can copy the hue value from the color and then paste it into the shadow. And then you can increase the brightness and the saturation a tiny bit if you want to have that color feel of the shadow. So if our button is green and we want a more green shadow, it can be visible as green. Just don't go too much overboard. And I'm gonna decrease the blur and decrease the spread here as well, so the shadow is a little bit more visible. And one of the main rules of high fidelity design is that if you're adding a shadow to a button, try to have the button itself be either solid color or a very subtle gradient. If your shape has already enough effects on it, adding a shadow is just gonna complicate things. Okay, time to paste in some visuals from the outside, and I have them prepared in advance to match the style of my Organic Shops app. So as you can see, I have a leaf here that casts a nice green shadow under it. I have a green apple that doesn't have a shadow, and also I have a blurred leaf, the same leaf but blurred and rotated. So what you can do here, of course, you can cut out some images, some PNGs, from the background. You can use some internet tools that can remove the background automatically, or you can just use a path tracing tool yourself to do it. So if you have a blurred item, it adds the depth, so it kind of creates that bokeh effect that makes all those elements look a little bit more three-dimensional. And when the blur is turned off for that one element, it makes this whole screen look a lot more boring. Okay, that apple needs a shadow, so I'm gonna duplicate the apple and I'm gonna name the layer apple just to be sure, and then I'm gonna blur one of the layers. So one of the layer is the actual apple without the blur, and the other one below on the layer list is the blurred one. And then you can decrease the size a little bit and decrease the opacity and then move it under the apple. That way the blur will actually have the right colors in the right spots coming from the actual apple image. If your app doesn't have simple shapes like that you could use as visuals, you can also use icons or just simple geometric shapes. We will talk more about decoration like this in an entire chapter dedicated to decorations, which is gonna be chapter 11 of this part of the course. So for now, I'm just pasting in some images, but in that chapter, I'm gonna show you all the techniques of cutting them out from the background, picking the right ones, rotating them the right way, and everything else. Because decoration is so essential to very nice looking and pretty unique high fidelity designs, I think it deserves a chapter of its own. Now for the login screen, I also prepared a couple of objects that I'm gonna paste in now. And as you can see, we have an Organic Shops bag with the Organic Shops logo that's using the same leaf that we actually pasted in before. And then we have a couple of blurred leaves on every side of it and a couple of different shapes. So we have the apple and we have some peppers, and of course one of those things is also a blurred carrot. So I'm just trying to position all the images as if they're floating in space. And of course the shadow under the leaf is just the duplicate of that leaf, just with a layer blur. So it's pretty easy to create additional shadows for the objects the way that we did before. Just add a drop shadow. You can also pick the color right from the object, just pick a darker shade and then decrease the opacity to below 50%. And then you can play around with the blur values and the Y values so it looks good. Today, you can try to play around with a couple of shapes like this that match the style and theme of your app on your own. But of course, in chapter 11 of this course, we will cover on how to make them even better. And I'm gonna show you one more thing. I'm gonna duplicate the registration screen and let's change the button that we have there for the brown button, the dark brown one. Because if we have a green button and there is a lot of green objects that are decoration, the button can be a little bit less visible actually, so the darker button can stand out a lot more. I'm gonna change the text to register and of course use the auto align to align it to the center. And I'm gonna repeat it yet again. The goal of high fidelity design is not to go overboard. So if we got a lot of visually green objects next to our text, we can also change that icon color to the text color to match. And as I said, we will cover this in more detail in the decoration chapter, but one thing that you need to do if you're having some nice shapes like this is to always have some of them overlap. That will create this nice depth effect that we're after here. And of course that pepper can have a shadow as well, so I'm just gonna use a drop shadow and then using the color picker pick a darker orange hue from the pepper itself. Then decrease the opacity and then increase the blur and you have a nice looking realistic shadow under it. And of course that shadow can be modified even further. So you can do anything that you want with it as long as it's consistent with all the other shadows. So you can move it further away from the object like this using the higher Y value and then blur it a little bit. That will give the impression that that pepper is floating higher on the top above everything else. So just play around, but remember the main rule, everything has to be subtle. The carrot is just a carrot with a layer blur, just to add a little bit more variety to those shapes and those colors, because nature, of course, green is the main association with nature or organic shops. That is the theme of my app, but you can have different colors that are also matching, like oranges, yellows and browns. And you can also add some circles in white if you have a light background like that in a couple of spots around the object. Just make sure that those circles are also made by the objects overlapping some of them. And also don't have too many of them. If you want to add decoration to the background like that, 2 or 3 is more than enough. And I usually place one on the left side, one on the right side, and a smaller one somewhere near the top. And of course the left and right one need to be at different heights as well, because if they're on the same distance or the same height from each other on each side, then it's not gonna look organic or natural, but instead it's gonna look like it's pre-planned, and we don't really want that. We want a natural look. And just as with here, the carrot is overlapping that circle, so I'm gonna move the pepper away a little bit so it creates a nice harmony with all the other shapes. And in some cases you can decrease or increase the blur for some objects, so in this case I can remove it from the leaf or bring it back depending on what you want. So in this case I'm just gonna add a shadow to that leaf and do the same thing that we've done before, so a little bit of blur and then picking the green color from it. And it is a similar effect, but that blurred object behind it creates a more natural looking shadow than this one. So try and experiment with a couple of different background shapes at different opacities and gradients and play around with your objects. Now let's duplicate one of the login screens and let's create a different version of it. This time I'm gonna add some social logins and create more of like a splash screen page. So I'm gonna remove the form fields from here and I'm gonna move everything down. That gives us a lot more room to play around with our shapes and with our added graphics. So they can be arranged completely differently, and that gives us room to be even more creative. So I'm just rearranging some of the objects here. I really like the gradient that we had on one of the other screens, so I'm gonna change the background of the ellipse to a linear gradient again. And of course I'm gonna rotate it just a little bit so it's more visible. This time I'm gonna leave some of the color on the left side with the right side fading into white. And of course, to make the gradient more interesting, it doesn't have to be exactly from left to right, you can use some diagonal directions as well. In some cases, having a splash screen like that is more visual can be a nice way for people to get the first look and feel of the app. So first I'm gonna remove the don't have an account label, and then I'm gonna bring the buttons a little bit higher. And of course there needs to be some space between the buttons, but I'm gonna keep it at like a moderate distance. For the second button, we're not gonna need the circle and the chevron, so I'm just gonna remove it. And actually let's remove it for the first button too, because this is just one way of approaching the buttons, but it's not the only right way. Okay, let's keep the buttons at 24 points apart, and then let's add the third button, which is gonna be a social media login. So this is gonna be login with Twitter. And that will use your Twitter account to authenticate into the app right away, so you won't have to register. And I'm gonna use a free library of icons or an icon font called Social Ico, and I'm gonna give you a link to download it. So Twitter is under the letter L for some reason, so I'm just gonna type in L and then I'm gonna increase the font size to have the Twitter bird match the size of the font in the text. Okay, now we need to change the color of the button, so I went to Twitter and took a screenshot of one of the tweet buttons that has the right brand color on it, and then I pasted it in next to my main artboard. Now I select the login with Twitter button, and using the color picker I pick the color of the pasted button, and now we can remove it because it's not gonna be needed anymore. Now let's change the shadow color to that same color again, so using the color picker, pick the color from the button itself. And of course decrease the opacity down to 50%. You can play around with the values until the button color or the shadow color is visible, but just make sure that it has to be subtle. And if you want it to be more visible, you can decrease the blur, as in my case, and decrease the spread. So I'm gonna play around with a couple of values until the button looks right. And of course, if you want to create a Facebook login, you can use the colors from the Facebook branding. And if you want to create the Instagram login, you can grab the gradient from the Instagram logo. It's available in many online resources. And those three buttons do a little bit of the same thing, but the last one actually is a combined version of both the registration and the login. So I'm gonna move it a little bit away from the other buttons, and now let's center the bird on the button. But first of all, let's create a square the height of this icon. If the icon is sticking out of it on the sides a little bit, so just a couple of pixels here and there, this is gonna be fine. So these objects here don't really matter as long as the bulk of the icon fits within that square. Now I'm gonna duplicate it, and as you can see, we have the exact same size of everything on every side. So the distance from the bird to the bottom of the button is the same as the height of the bird and also the distance from the top. So that bird is actually in the right spot here. You can use either 16 or 8 as the spacing between the bird icon and the login text. So I'm just gonna use 8 here because I believe that having them a little bit closer together will work well. And once it's all aligned, just group the icon with the text and then select the group and the rectangle behind it and then center it horizontally. And this is starting to look really good. Of course, you can add a very subtle drop shadow to the icon. Just make sure that the shadow is made from the color of the background and then just slightly decreased brightness. And same goes for text. But with text on buttons, if you want to add shadow, just make sure that the values are not that big. So I usually go with a blur of 2 and y equals 1. That gives us that very subtle shadow that just works really well. And I can give that same shadow to the icon too. Because the shadow under this button is very subtle, we can, however it's not really necessary, but we can do it, we can create a linear gradient on the button. Just pick the same color with the same opacity on both sides, and as usual I'm going to go with a diagonal gradient because they look a lot more interesting. And the rule is this, and I've told you this before a couple times, that the darker color should always be nearer to the bottom. So if we're using a diagonal gradient, the bottom one needs to be a little bit darker. But the difference between those colors in brightness can be between 10 and 20, so it doesn't have to be a huge difference. If you go too far, the gradient is gonna look grotesque or unnatural. And the best looking gradients are the ones that barely look like a gradient. It's more of a feeling of a gradient than the actual visual gradation of the colors. And yeah, this button is starting to look really good. Now we need a way to visually separate the standard login and registration from the social media one. So I'm gonna create a line between them, but it's not gonna be a typical separator. So that line is gonna be a little bit smaller than half width. And then I'm gonna copy that forget your password whole rectangle, and then I'm gonna place it between the buttons. And the thing that we want to do here is to also grab it and move it to the bottom of the layer list. So it's under our line that we just created. And once you move it under that line, it should have the text on the right side. Try to align it vertically so that line goes through the middle of the text. I'm gonna write the word or here and I'm gonna center that text. Now I'm gonna move the line a little bit to the top so it's aligned perfectly to the center of the text, and then I'm gonna make it a little bit wider so it's about 8 points between the line and the start of the text on every side. And for those lines, I'm gonna pick the color that we already had for lines, which is gonna be the border color of our form fields. And you're gonna use the same color for the text as well. You can use the color picker the same way. If you feel that the text is not visible enough, then you can decrease the brightness of the text a little bit, but don't go too far. And of course, you can just bring it right next to the register button and then bring the Twitter button next to it, but it's gonna be still a little bit too close. So it's best to actually move away all of it 24 points from the button previous to it. And then you can actually grab the social media button and move it 24 points below. That way you have enough white space for those buttons to be clearly separated. Of course, if you're making an app that's a lot more condensed, you can use 16 instead of 24 here. Okay, now let's play around with some more colorful backgrounds, because they can also exist in high fidelity designs. It doesn't have to be so subtle every time. So I'm just gonna duplicate the screen with the green register button, and then I'm gonna copy it and I'm gonna paste it onto the top of that screen.
So it starts from the very top, and you can actually stretch it to go outside of the screen and then move it a little bit down towards the form fields. Then I'm gonna grab that layer and I'm gonna paste it near the bottom of this entire layer list, just above the ellipse with the subtle gradient. Now you can select the form field that you already have and you can position it around 48 points from that object. But first, you need to play around with the alignment just right. So I'm gonna select the entire form and I'm gonna place it at 48 points away from our new colorful background. And I told you this before, but it's really good to have some objects overlap one another. And if you're going with more colorful backgrounds like this, those blurred objects might not be the best idea because they will just look like a little bit of a messy shape on an otherwise green background. So I'm gonna remove all the blurred shapes and I'm gonna paste in the yellow pepper and the carrot from the other screen. And the best way to align everything is to kind of proportionally distribute it in the free space. And of course I'm gonna remove the blur and increase the opacity of the carrot as well. And if you already had a carrot like this, you don't need to exactly place it as it was before. So I can rotate it a little bit so the right side of this screen, which is more visual, more graphic heavy, is gonna be a little bit more interesting. And then let's change the color of the text to white and of that chevron as well. Okay, it's starting to look a lot better now. So once again, if you're using blurred shapes, make sure they look good on that background. A shadow for this leaf here looks good because it overlaps the background. So the shadow under the pepper also looks pretty good because it gives some depth. And I'm gonna change the background color of this shape to a gradient, and once again I'm gonna do a diagonal gradient with a slightly lighter variant of that color on the top right and a slightly darker one on the bottom left. And once you already have a gradient and you have all those shapes on top of it, there is absolutely no need for this object to have a shadow. And also, if you have this icon here, you can change the color to something that will contrast with the background a little bit better. And for this object, in my case the carrot, I can duplicate that image and pick the bottom one on the layer list and simply blur it. The rule is not to have too many heavy visual objects like photos on a header like this, so 3 is gonna be more than enough, especially since we have a lot more text on it. And you can play around with the distance from the shadow to the object as well to simulate how far from the background they are. For that background shape, I picked the corner radius of 32 on purpose, because 32 is also the distance from the sides. So if I increase the corner radius, you see that it doesn't really match the distance from the form fields and the button on the left and right. So for consistency, it's actually best to keep it the same. But that of course isn't the only option, because you can create a much rounder object and then simply change the position or orientation of it. So you can create an option in which the registration has like a pill shaped on the left side, starting with the border of the screen and then ending a little bit further on the right. Just make sure that the distance from the right side is still the same 32 points. So in my case, I still need to move it 2 points to the left. And you can use this to your advantage with some creative options here. I'm gonna increase the corner radius so it's a true pill shape. And right now, since there is a little bit more space to play around with, I can redistribute my objects and my shapes a little bit more. And with the carrot, I have 2 images, one blurred and one non-blurred, so I'm gonna group them and move it a little bit outside. Just make sure that not every object is overlapping that shape. And now you can decrease the height of it so the distance from create a free account to the bottom of our new shape is similar to the distance from create a free account to the word register. Okay, now I hope you know where this is going. If we created a shape that cuts off on the left side of the screen and has a back arrow, we can then duplicate the login again and copy that shape again. Then I'm gonna remove the background that we had on the very first screen, and then at the very bottom of the layer list I'm gonna paste that shape again, but this time move it to the other side, so it starts at 32 points on the left and ends on the right. Just make sure that from the left edge of the screen it's still the same 32 points, so I'm just gonna align it. Yeah, it now works well. Now, if you're using more heavy visually shapes like the pill background that we have here, you don't need that many objects anymore. So remove most of them, keep some of them overlapping that new shape. Just make sure that these shapes are not completely taking the attention away from the main object. And also not all of them should be overlapping. So in my case, I'm just gonna keep a couple of them, but I'm gonna make enough space to bring the shopping bag higher,
because the shopping bag has the logo of the actual product here. And to show the effect properly, I'm gonna move the register screen to the right side. And as you can see, if you go to register from login, it can naturally transition with that shape. So that leaves you with a lot of potential for very nice animations in the product. But even as flat mockups, those two placed side by side will look like they belong together. Okay, let's bring that shopping bag and the leaf overlapping it a little bit higher. Just make sure you select everything. So whatever your logo is, just make sure that it has enough breathing room on the bottom to actually stick out a little bit, because that's gonna make it a lot more interesting. And then I'm gonna move the surrounding shapes a little bit too. Now what we want, if we're gonna switch between the screens, we want the form fields to be at exactly the same height. So I'm just gonna move the login form fields and the entire buttons, everything from below a little bit higher. And right now, if you go between those two buttons back and forth using the back arrow from register or using the register from the login screen, this could be a very nice transitioning animation. But this is not the only way, because you can also rotate it, let's say 45 degrees, and you can play around with different concepts of these shapes. You can combine them in many different ways, so it doesn't have to be a pill shape just going from left to right. It can be some more organic shape that you can come up with, but for your initial projects, you usually try to start with rounded rectangles of various roundness. And if I paste that same shape again, I can position it in a way that actually it connects to that very first screen one more time. So with a rotation like that, it has the natural progression, but looks even more interesting. And you can move around some objects to match it even better. We will play with decorations and adding different shapes onto our backgrounds more in the decorations chapter of this course. But even in those very first exercises, I wanted to show you a couple of ways how you can make your app being interesting without sacrificing the accessibility, readability, or the overall expected app structure. Because all the buttons and all the form fields are here and are ready to use, easy to use, and readable. All that we use to make these screens more interesting are some external visuals that don't contribute anything but the aesthetics, and this is the main point of high fidelity design. We want our products to be interesting, but we want them to be accessible as well. So we can add all of that interesting uniqueness to them by using some background shapes, some background objects, and some simple images. And those images can be icons, can be fruit and veggies like in my case. And depending on what your app is about, it can be something that matches that app. And if your app is too abstract to easily find images for it like that, you can use simple shapes like triangles, circles, rectangles, some blurry ones, some standard ones, some ones with gradients. It's all up to you. It doesn't have to be objects based on photos. You can also use images of people this way and other things, but we're gonna discuss it in the decorations chapter. For now, I'm gonna repeat once again the most important part about high fidelity design, which is to be subtle. So we don't want very strong shadows and very strong gradients anywhere. We want it all to be very subtle and look very natural, just like this one. Okay, on to the next lesson. See you there. Okay, today let's start with a couple of concepts of what you can do with the decorations. First of all, don't be afraid to be playful. So an icon like that for the shopping cart with a little smile on it can be a very nice way for that icon to stand out. And because the main theme of our app is green, like in the notification up the top, the other color here is brown because brown matches green very well. I'm gonna prove it to you by just creating those two colors side by side, so picking that dark brown next to the green from the notification. So to have your app look more stylish, avoid having the main primary vibrant color, in our case the green, be everywhere. It just needs to be in the most important elements like the CTAs or the accents, but if there are many different buttons to add an item to cart, they can be a different color, more muted or darker. In this case, for the list items, I went with both the shadow and the border to make it more accessible. But see what happens if you turn the stroke or the border off. Of course, this card still works even without it, even though it's not fully accessible as a card, but it's going to be easy to use anyway because the structure of the cards and the spacing between them still shows you the right hierarchy and the right layout and grid here. So if you prefer, you don't need to add the borders, you can add subtle shadows like the ones that we have here. These are very similar shadows to the ones that we used in the login and registration, very soft and coming from the main color. And if you decide to cut out your products, you can create nice realistic looking shadows under them by just creating an oval and adding a blur to it. And of course you can tweak it even further by changing the color of that shadow to the color coming from the actual object. So in this case, let's select it again, and I'm gonna go to the fill color and use the color picker to pick from our banana a little bit darker yellow. But you can of course use standard shadows under these objects as well. It's just that with ellipses that are blurred, you can have a little bit more fun playing around with it. So for the avocados, I'm gonna pick one of the darker hues of green here. And then we can tweak it a little bit more, so you can decrease the brightness or reduce the saturation until it's not fully green, but it's still visible that it's coming from that object. And same with the pepper, we can do the exact same thing here, or we can just duplicate it and blur it. And of course you can also modify the object itself, rotate it, and so on. So starting with the very boring gray shadows, we can add a little bit of color to them to make this entire screen pop a little bit more. Just remember that that color needs to be desaturated and dark enough so it still looks like a shadow and not like a colorful glow, because that glow won't make sense visually. And of course you can always decrease the opacity as well. Just something to match it to make it look more natural. For the buttons, I chose a solid color, the dark brown that we picked before. But of course you can change it into a gradient very easily. Just pick that color, change it into a linear gradient, and then change both colors to be at full opacity, so 100%. And I hope you remember the rule for good looking gradients. You simply add the same color on both ends and then simply modify the brightness just a tiny bit, by 10 or 20 points. And using that combined with a little bit of saturation tweaking, maybe around 10 points, it creates a gradient that looks natural and is not over the top. And for the top background in our categories, we're using the exact same object and photo with a little bit of a dark gradient on the bottom to make it more visible, just like we did in the first part of the course. Okay, so that was a list view. Now let's drag in a card view. And for the border here, we're using that same color that we used for the form fields before. So remember that this color needs to be in the top left corner of the color palette. It needs to be pretty light, but if you want to make a blue app, for example, you can just move the hue like this. And that way you'll end up with a color that still matches everything. And of course you can turn off the shadow or you can create an inner shadow for the object. Just make sure that you don't use too many effects. So in this case, if we have the inner shadow and the border, if we add a drop shadow as well and turn off the border, this card is gonna look blurry and messy. So many of these objects, they might be feeling a little bit like neumorphism or a little bit like an interesting approach. In most cases, this is just not going to work. But an object like this with an inner shadow can work on a lighter background that's actually consisting of a little bit of that color. So if your background is not white, but instead like light yellow, you can use an inner shadow like that and try to make it work. And of course, to match the border radius of the cards, I'm gonna decrease the ones on the buttons here as well. We want the diagonal distance between the bottom corner and the corner of the card to be equal to the distance from the bottom and the left and the right sides. On larger cards, you can create fully rounded pill buttons, and they should be able to work with cards with sharper corners as well, but it takes a little bit longer to process for our brains, so it's best to actually match the buttons to the card. If you're going to make your product into fully visible rectangular photos, then this tip is not gonna be for you. But if you want them to be cut out from the background like this one, I'm gonna show you a tip on how to actually pick the right size for those photos. So I'm gonna create 3 distinct sections of the card. The one for the button, the one for the text, and the one for the photo. And I'm gonna give each of them a padding of the standard padding inside the card on the sides of the button. So if I decrease that padding one more time on the left and the right so the image doesn't get outside the bounds of the button, you can see how big the image can be. And if the image is more square, just pick a square inside with the right proportions. So don't make your images or photos too big or too small, and use this rule to pick the right size for them so they don't overtake the card visually. The image itself is of course a very important element of the card, but it cannot be too big, because if it's too big then it's just gonna break this entire layout. And now let's look at a slightly different version of this. For this version, we're using pill-shaped buttons for the main filters of the product and of the categories. And then for the categories, we're using simple lists with images in the background and a gradient coming from fully black into a black with 0% transparency and simply coming from the left to the right. And of course we have that 32-point margin on the left side and the right side of the app, so the internal margin for both our chevron on the right side and the label on each card is gonna be exactly the same. That will make those images actually pop a little bit more with the labels. But the general principle is the same as with the login and the registration. You just add a little bit more decoration, a little bit more interesting approaches. So for example, those backgrounds with that gradient covering them up on the left side so the text is readable. And you don't need to go crazy with decoration. Actually, in this case, I believe the shadow under those cards is a little bit too much, so it probably will be looking better without that shadow. So don't go with all the gradients and all the shadows and all the inner shadows and glows and everything else on one object, because it's just gonna be looking messy. We don't want the messy look, we want a high fidelity look that also looks classy and minimal. And of course, if you want, you can also try creating a card view with that same look, with a gradient and with a full background photo of our products. So this short video is more of an overview of what you can do with the existing colors that we picked before for the product and what you can do with simple objects, photos and shadows to make your cards and lists look a little bit more interesting. But of course it's all about tweaking. So if you pick a shadow that you don't particularly like, you can always modify it. You can pick the color from the banana, then you can simply zoom in a little bit and then rotate that object a little bit. You can modify the transparency of the shadow, so just play around and find an option that looks right. And if that option doesn't look right for some reason, you can decrease the blur, increase the blur, move the object a little bit away from it. You can even make that whole object bigger and you can make it overlap the card from the top a little bit, like this. With objects that are cut out from the background, this can be a good idea for the cards to actually stand out a little bit as well. Of course, this probably is a better idea suited for some stores that have a select and the same list of products so they can prepare them in advance. Because I don't think that everybody will be cutting out all their bananas and avocados every time. And once you have the object in place, don't settle for the very first iteration. You can always rotate it a little bit, see how it will look in terms of how it overlaps the card. Because it's all about experimentation and playing around. And if you figure out an option that you particularly like, then you can do it to all the other cards as well. When you're building your very first portfolio of those initial projects and you want to attract recruiters and other companies to be interested in what you do, having those cutout images can actually be a very good idea. That's because that also shows that next to all that vector graphics and moving and creating rectangles and ovals, you also have some pixel skills. And of course you can build a beautiful app without using any bitmaps whatsoever. But if you have those tools at your disposal, why not use them? It actually adds to the effect and it creates some more interesting and more original works. So the most important takeaway from this is that you should always experiment. Try to figure out what would be the most interesting way to show your products. If you can cut them out from the background and add a little shadow to them, that alone will actually make it a lot different than most of the portfolio projects of other people. That is because you actually taken the time to make it look more interesting, while most people just paste in some images from the internet. So whenever you can, go that extra mile because it's really worth it. Okay, now we're gonna start with a map view that we already created in the first part of the course. But if you haven't, there's one thing that you need to always remember when picking your maps. And that is to color code your map to match the style of the app. Or if you can, go with like a simple black and white or grayscale map like in our case. You can get maps like that from different providers, or you can modify the visuals of a map yourself to match the app that you're building. Avoid using generic maps, the full color ones that you can find in many popular mapping sites. What you can also do is edit the image properties and modify the tint or the hue in some cases, but don't go too much in any direction. So we don't really want a map that visibly looks tampered with. We want a tiny bit of the color, if anything. But as I said, you don't really need to do this if your map is already black and white and has a very subtle color palette. In that case, it's likely gonna match any app that you actually build. So a small tweak can make sense here, but I would advise against it, but instead just find a map that looks good and avoid picking the generic ones. So I'm gonna bring it back to the standard map that I had in my very first iteration because it looks good already. But we can make it look a little bit more interesting by creating an oval just above the map, and then I'm gonna make it a little bit of a circle. And if you have a body of water, like in this case the Baltic Sea, I'm gonna pick the color from the sea and then just increase the saturation a tiny bit. So it's still the same color, just a tiny bit more colorful. And I'm gonna go to layer blur and create a pretty large blur there. And as you can see, the water now is a little bit more interesting because it's not as uniform everywhere. And you can add a couple of these circles as long as they're very subtle. And of course, this is just one way to make the map look a little bit less boring. But of course, make sure that you put it over water, because if you put it over the streets, it's gonna cover the streets and that's not gonna be a good mapping experience. Okay, let's make a rearranged version of this. So I'm gonna duplicate the main map screen, then I'm gonna remove the tab bar and modify the main top bar to actually be at the bottom but still be white. And of course my map had some overlays at the top, so I'm gonna remove those or hide them completely, and I'm gonna move the map a little bit higher, and that locate me button can be higher as well. And of course, since we created those overlays on the water, I'm just gonna move them up too. So in this screen, we're gonna create an ordering card with a delivery and tracking of that delivery on the map. So for that, I'm gonna make the card at the bottom a little bit larger, and then I'm gonna move the map so we see more of the streets, because obviously the delivery is gonna be through the streets. So here's the first thing that you can do to create some nice map indicators. So I'm gonna create a circle and I'm gonna fill it with the main green that we have, the more visible one in this project. So the circle shouldn't really be too big because it's not really clickable. And I'm gonna use the green that we used for the selector in the main menu. But that may cause some problems because it might not be visible on some background, so I'm gonna add a white border to it, make it thicker, and as you can see, it starts to look better. But if we add a shadow to that border, the shadow actually contrasts with the white border enough so it looks pretty good. The only thing left to do is to modify the color of the shadow to be a little bit more green to match. And you can use this with standard map pins as well. But of course, since this is the current location of the driver, I'm gonna use the pin as the final destination. So I'm gonna go into the menu, copy the pin that I created, and then paste it onto the canvas. And the first thing that we want to do is to actually invert it, because currently it's just a circle inside a shape that's made with some borders. So I'm gonna invert it into a filled shape. If you don't know how to turn the outline icons into filled ones, it's pretty simple. You just add a fill to them and then turn off the border. And of course you need to modify them sometimes because of how they render. So in this case, I need to make some slight adjustments for this icon to look good. Okay, now let's add a color to our destination, and always make sure that if you have 2 points on a map, they shouldn't really be the same exact color. So I'm gonna pick the darker green from the tab bar that we created before. That will actually show that these are 2 distinct elements of the same path, and it's gonna look a lot better. Now, using the path tool, just click onto the streets and trace a road, basically a road in which the courier will travel with your delivery. And it's really good to place the points in a way where that path can actually go through quite a lot of different streets and avoid making a completely straight line. It's good that there is some turns because it's just gonna make it look good in the project. And you can turn that line into pure green and then simply move it under our objects. And the next thing is actually very important. Make sure that your line is at least 3 points thick. And I understand that you might go for like super minimalism and super thin lines, but they almost never look good. So 3 points is like the standard bottom line, and of course you can go a little bit thicker than that if it matches the style of your app. If you have thicker icons or some illustrations, then you can do that. And you can also add a slight gradient from between those 2 colors to the line. And if you don't like the sharp corners, you can modify the joints to be a little bit more rounded. Of course, that all needs to match the style and theme of the entire app. So if your app has sharp corners, keep them sharp. Okay, now let's add some details to the delivery. So onto that white card at the bottom, add a drop shadow, and then in the settings of it, just increase the blur. There might be a natural tendency to go with a negative Y value, so the blur is more prominent, but don't do that. Keep it at positive or at 0 because it's just gonna make it easier. Then I'm gonna scroll up to the login and registration and grab a couple of components, so a button, a form field, and a title, and then I'm gonna paste them onto the card because since we already created them, we can use them for this new screen and it's gonna make sense. So first of all, I'm gonna change the title to delivery in progress. Now we're not really gonna need a full form field here, so first of all I'm gonna move the title onto the card. Then I'm gonna go into the field and modify the label because the label is actually all we're gonna keep, so let's remove the form field completely. And I'm gonna make two small texts here. One is gonna be for the status and the other one for the ETA, which is the estimated time of arrival. So I'm just gonna duplicate them and change the first one to status. But of course, judging on your app and your project, you can have completely different objects here. You can have a rating for the driver, you can have the driver photo, whatever you want to make it interesting and original and also, of course, useful. So I'm gonna modify the status from the main font and just make it a little bit smaller. So I'm gonna go with size 20. And the status is gonna be on my way, and then the ETA is gonna be the time that the delivery is actually estimated for. So I'm gonna go with 7:32 p.m. And to make it stand out a little bit more, I can change the color of that main font to the green on the button. Just make sure that the font is not too light on the white background. So if your color of the button is pretty light, avoid actually changing that. So keep the darker shade for the main information as well. And if you want to know where to place that second font, just create a 32 by 32 square and then align it to the very center of this entire screen. And then you can move the text to align to that square. Okay, the next step is I'm gonna move it, and for now I think I'm gonna move it down because we might actually add some little information about the store that we're ordering from. So for now, let's just modify the button. We can add a call driver, and you can make a photo of the driver here somewhere. You can make an emoji, you can add an icon to the button. We already know how to do that, but I'm gonna go with just a simple button here. Because as you probably learned, high fidelity is not about adding effects to everything. Adding effects is really good if you add it to one or two main things on the screen. And then you need to keep the rest pretty minimal, but just well aligned and well structured. You can try playing around with the line thickness as well if it matches the rest of the app more, but I think that this kind of line is a little bit too thick for my taste, so I'm just gonna go with like maybe 5 instead of 3. But still, just keep it above 3 if you want a nice line. Now, since we have a pretty visual logo for my particular store, I'm just gonna copy that logo entirely. So it's gonna be the entire thing, including the shadow under the shopping bag and the leaf on it and everything. And once you have all of those layers selected, of course you can group them as well, and then you can copy it and then paste the entire group onto the canvas of our map view. But of course this bag is a little bit too big and we have real text on it. So the first thing to do is to right click on the text and use outline stroke. And it exists in all design tools, so you should be able to find it. This basically converts our text into a vector shape. That way, if we lock the object proportions, we can actually scale it without breaking it. And I'm gonna make this bag a little bit smaller, and then I'm gonna place it on the left side of the screen. Of course, if you have a simpler logo, you can use that here, or you can use the driver information and some additional options from other apps. I'm just showing you a couple of examples, but it's all up to you to be creative here. So let's just copy a little bit more information here. So I'm gonna copy the name of the store and add a little bit of extra context. If you're looking for inspiration on what to place on cards like this, you can go to Dribbble or Behance and just browse some map views to see what can be done. Because just being inspired by some concept makes sense, but it all needs to fit your app. So just don't copy it directly. Make sure all the colors are right, all the fonts are right, all the border radiuses, And everything else, all the gradients, they need to match the style and the theme of what you're building. They can't be a direct copy. So just try to get some inspiration on what else to put there. And I'm gonna put the address and a couple of other informations. We can go with icons, you can go without icons, it's all up to you. But it's really good to have a couple of blocks of space. So one block is the main title, the other block is the more visual one with the logo, and then the rest is just some text and a button. So I'm just gonna duplicate a couple of things and just add some meta information here. And I'm gonna align it visually, but of course you can use the red square method here as well and it's gonna work just fine. But designing very fast here, I noticed that I copied some very small fonts, like size 10. And 10 is basically only reserved for the tab bar labels on the main screens or main navigations. So I'm just gonna increase that font to 14 to actually be able to read it on a mobile device. And whenever you can, always export your images onto the phone. There are some apps that allow you to do it automatically from your design tool, like Sketch Mirror for Sketch. But even if you don't have tools like that, just export a PNG and browse it on your phone and see if the fonts are the right size so they are easy to read, and see if the buttons are easy to click or tap. The main thing about the map itself is that it should be very clear and very readable. That's why I'm always opting for pretty monochromatic maps instead of the standard colorful ones, because the colorful ones are just a little bit harder to process. So as you probably see, the map views aren't really that much about the map as long as it's pretty good color-wise. It's all about all the other elements that you can do on the map. So I'm gonna duplicate the main screen and then I'm gonna make the map larger and just keep the search bar. And this is a very common look in many projects, to just have a floating search bar on top of the map. But of course it can't look exactly like this because it's barely visible and we need a little bit more contrast here. And if you want to know where to place that search bar, I pasted in the UI helpers element that we created for the OS. So this is for the iPhone. There's a different set for Android. And judging by that, the lighter red is the status bar area and the notch area. So I'm gonna place the search box in the middle of the darker red rectangle. And this is the best place to put it so it doesn't overlap the notch or any of the status bar items. And you can use a standard drop shadow, but for this element, I'm gonna go with the custom one that we've created before in this course. So I'm just gonna create a rectangle, and this is gonna be a little bit smaller rectangle than the actual search bar. And then I'm gonna pick the color from the background here. Of course, normally it probably would have to be a color that just is pretty neutral, but since we're making a more visually oriented project, that should be fine. And I'm gonna decrease the brightness of that color by 10. And then increase the blur until it's pretty blurry. And as you can see, if it's placed in this way, it creates a very nice realistic looking shadow under the search bar without overwhelming it. And if you round that rectangle, it will actually make that shadow look a little bit more natural because it will bend on the edges. And if you want, you can round the corners on the actual search bar as well, because that can fit some of the apps, and if it fits yours, it should be good. One thing about those floating search boxes is that the fonts in them, in the placeholder text, should be a little bit thicker because they don't have a background to fall on, so it needs to be visible that you can actually do something there. And I'm also gonna decrease the brightness of the font a little bit so it's more visible, there's higher contrast. What you can also do is to increase the height of the text field to be larger than 44 because it's now standalone, so it needs to compete with the background better. I'm gonna increase it to 50. And here's a handy trick to better align the icon. First, I'm gonna move it vertically into center, and then since it's a rounded shape, I'm gonna create a circle that's the same height as the shape, so it should be 50. Now place the icon exactly in the middle of the circle and place the placeholder text at the edge of the circle. And then when you hide the circle, you'll be able to see the icon well. But I'm gonna duplicate it first and then show you that if you're using 32-point distances or an 8-point grid, it's actually good to fit the actual icon in a 16 size circle in the middle of the big one. So as you can see, it just works well in this example. And of course, once we have this first object on the map view, we can start adding shadows or rounding the corners or all the other objects like the locator. And we can add some additional options on the top next to the search bar so we can make it larger or smaller, whatever we wish. The idea is that it doesn't look boring, and also it has to make sense. So if there is the search functionality and then locate me functionality, they could be next to one another because it makes sense logically. So what we want to do here is something that both looks good but also makes sense in terms of the information architecture. So I'm moving the locator up and I want to place it on the right side of our search bar. So first of all, I need to align it to the frame, so it needs to be 32 points from the side. And then I'm going to place it on top of the search bar just to make sure that it matches the search bar. And then just decrease the size, the width of the actual text box. And since we're using an 8-point grid, just make the distance between them 16. When we have a couple of objects and they're all active so we can tap on them and activate them, it's best to have a slightly larger distance. A gap of 8 points probably would have been too small. And of course, don't forget to change the shadow under the search bar to match it. But of course, you can try different configurations or something that works well for your product. So for example, I'm gonna move the locator to the bottom back again. So I'm gonna remove the icon from within that circle and I'm gonna move the circle to the left side this time. And just place it on the search bar and then just move the search bar to the right. And just make sure that the right distances are still kept. And then in this case, we have 32 on the sides and then 16 between them. And then I'm gonna go to one of the screens that we've created before and I'm gonna copy the back arrow. And of course, if you already have an icon like that, you can just paste it in. So I'm just gonna paste in the back arrow and using the color picker, I'm gonna pick the color of the actual search icon as well, because that's what we want. We want all the icons to be consistent and also make sure that those icons that you copied in are the same width of the stroke that the ones that you already have on that screen. If your map is pretty complex and you don't have a body of water like I have here at the top, it's good to create an overlay at the top of it. So just above the map layer, create an overlay, pick one of the colors from the map, but likely a desaturated one, and then just change it to a linear gradient. And that way you'll have a slightly darker top, which basically will give it more visibility, but always keep it near to the top so it doesn't obstruct most of the map. And you can play with the opacity of this object as well. And there we are. So to sum up, the map itself should be pretty desaturated or match the colors of your app. This is the most important thing when designing a map screen. Because if you have a map that's very graphics heavy, it has a lot of different colors, different shapes on it, it's going to be very difficult to match the style of what you're building and it's going to influence the entire screen. So that's the first step, and you can modify those maps in many of the services. You can edit the colors to actually match it, and this is what actually differentiates a great design from a mediocre one, that you took the time to modify the map to match your style. That's that last effort that people subconsciously notice, and they know that this screen just looks better because of that effort. And after that, remember to create visible pins on the map so you can add a little shadow or a little white border to it and a shadow to make it stand out a little bit more on any kind of background, any kind of map. And also you can add some lines on the map. You can add zones, for example. If there is a zone of delivery, you can create a zone with like a semi-transparent overlay. Just be creative with the map and add some stuff to it, but don't add too much because it's not really about overcomplicating the map. It has to serve a function, and all the things that you can do around them are basically in the overlays on top of the map. So the modifications to the map should be small and subtle. If there's one thing that you should never complicate visually, it's navigation, because this is the most important part of any product. Without it, or with an unclear navigation or hard to read navigation, it's going to be very difficult to actually use it. So starting with some of the screens that we've done in the first course, and you'll be able to download all of them soon as well, the first thing that I'm going to do is add a background blur to the overlay. But it's important for the background blur to work so that the layer is at 100% opacity, and then the fill itself has lower opacity. So if your background blur doesn't work, it's probably because of that. So I'm just gonna decrease the opacity to 80 of the fill and then increase the blur a little bit. If you're using a hamburger menu, which by the way is not the best kind of navigation, you can play around with different values for the overlay, but it's good to actually have it there because that will make the menu more visible. So while you shouldn't really obstruct the menu, what you can do is try to add some decoration to it. For example, we had those floating leaves on the login screen, so I'm just gonna select them and copy them along with the shadow and then paste them onto the artboard. I only selected 2 of them, one regular and one blurry, and the regular one also has a shadow to it. And I'm gonna place them roughly in a similar fashion, overlapping the menu a little bit, but you can try and play around with a different positioning. However, what we found out is that if something is overlapping, like a bitmap image is overlapping the navigation, you can add a nice animation when the menu expands or unfolds. It will increase the high fidelity effect on the menu. One rule to follow is to stay away with all the decoration as far as you can from the actual menu items, so don't make it overlap the menu items or anything like that. And what we can do here as well is we can change the background of the hamburger menu to a gradient, and as usual I'm gonna go with a diagonal one because they simply look better. So as a reminder, if you're going with a diagonal gradient, always have the lighter color on top and the darker one near the bottom. And since we have a darker shade now, we can modify the text on the menu to be white and then also the icons. The next thing that we can do is add a little bit more depth to it. So for now, I'm gonna move one of the leaves a little bit lower and then I'm gonna create a new rectangle or just duplicate the rectangle that we have. Just remember to remove the background blur effect from it and change it to the standard blur, the layer blur. And here what we want to do is to create a nice blurry shadow like we've done before. So I'm just gonna blur it heavily and then make sure that this object is under the main menu but above that blurry overlay. We want the shadow visible but not too strong, so play around with this effect until it feels just right. Remember that if it's too visible or too dark, it may be overwhelming and it will actually break the entire effect. So I'm just playing around with different opacity levels and decreasing the size or changing the color of that shadow object, the blurry object. And once I'm happy with the result, I'm just gonna keep it. Okay, now that hamburger menu is starting to look a lot better than the generic one we had at the start. Of course, you can still try to add a little bit more to it and modify those shadows and those gradients and play around with different options because the menu doesn't have to be that bright. So there's still a lot of potential experimentation here that we're gonna do just around the hamburger menu, and I encourage you to, when you're building your own app, to always try to make a couple of versions of the main navigation and then pick the one that fits the most. So in this case, we're gonna make the overlay completely white, and if it's white, it actually needs a little bit lower opacity for the blurry background to shine through. And then I'm gonna move the leaf a little bit to kind of have this effect of the menu just whitening out the app in the background and blurring it. And of course, since we already have a white overlay, we can go to a solid color for our main menu and then decrease the brightness and decrease the saturation a couple of times till we have a darker shade and slightly more desaturated one of the menu that we want to use. And in this case, it's gonna have a nice dark menu, which makes those leaves actually look a lot better on top of it because they stand out a little bit more. Having a darker menu like that, if the app is predominantly white, is actually a very good idea because it will make all the important elements in the navigation stand out more, which is what we want because navigation is really important. Okay, since we have a darker menu, we can modify that little selector bubble that we have here to a different color. So I'm gonna pick the green for it and then modify the text color to be white. So one thing to always remember is to have proper contrast, and especially for the menu items, so they're fully visible and easy to access. Okay, let's duplicate this darker menu again, and I'm gonna show you a couple of ways to make your selectors a little bit more interesting. So the first thing that I'm gonna do is actually remove the roundness on the corners, and then I'm gonna make it a little bit wider, actually the full width of the menu. And of course, a full width selector like this is a pretty default way of doing it. So this is not what we're after. This is just the starting point. So what I want to do first is to decrease the width a little bit and then duplicate the element and create a little line on the left side. And then I'm gonna move that line to the left edge. I usually go with the width of 4 points because I think that this is like the best way to have it still be visible, but not too thick. And then I'm gonna change the other rectangle, the bigger one, into a gradient that has the same color, but it's vanishing into 0 opacity. And in the main color, I'm gonna decrease the opacity to 20%. You can try different values like 30% or maybe 15% if you want a very subtle effect. And as you can see, we now have a menu that looks a little bit different. You can also play with the gradient handles, so they don't have to be at any specific point. Just pick a point that you believe that works best. What you need to be focused on, however, is that it shows that this gradient actually belongs to the menu item. So it shouldn't be too small, but it can be pretty big and it can be vanishing almost at the end of the menu. Okay, so we now have a nice looking menu. We have some leaves overlays on it, so it's looking pretty high fidelity. And of course, the natural tendency here would be to paste in some more objects, so some more elements like maybe this pepper here or the carrot. And this is very tricky because of course, yes, we do have a lot of white space in the menu here, so we could just place some objects there and it wouldn't really hurt the navigation, but this is not really a good idea. Because most designs won't really look good if they're oversaturated with elements. So I'm not gonna go with that, I'm gonna remove it. And that of course comes with time and with practice, but it's really important not to add too much to your design because it's gonna look ridiculous instead of high fidelity. As with everything we tried, remember to be subtle, so don't overdo it. Okay, let's get to the tabs now, which is the preferred type of navigation for mobile apps, and there is a lot of reading material on it that you should try researching a little bit because tab navigation is the best kind of navigation that you can have in a mobile product. So first thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change some of the colors to some better contrasting ones and the darker ones that we already have in the top menu. I also fixed some of the icons that didn't import the best way, but this is not really important. So we have a menu that looks pretty good. All the icons are in the right place, we have some selectors here, everything works. Okay, let's make a couple of different versions of it so you can see what else you can do. But just remember, navigation is one of the most important, if not the most important element on the screen, so you can't really go too crazy with it. So the first thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pick the background object, so the background of our whole menu, the white bar in the background, and I'm gonna decrease the width of it. Now we have a 32-point margin on every side of the screen, but we don't want the main navigation to follow the exact same rule because it will blend too much with all the cards as you scroll. So always have it a little bit wider than the rest of the content. That's why I'm gonna keep it at 16 points on each side, and I'm gonna round it a little bit and add a drop shadow to it. And as you can see, it's starting to show off a little bit because of that drop shadow. So now we need to modify the color of the shadow, and I'm gonna pick one of the colors that we have here. It's not that easy to pick actually. And then I'm gonna do the usual, increase the blur and then the Y value as well. And just remember so that the blur value is double the Y value because it just works best that way. And don't go with a too big of a value because that will make the whole tab bar look a little bit messy. Now let's bring all the menu items a little bit higher, but we're gonna have to decrease the width of them so they're gonna fit on this new tab bar, because now it's not full width of the screen. So how to do that? Well, by easy calculation. Our new tab bar is 358 points wide, so I'm just gonna divide it by 5 and it gives us a little over 71 points. So I'm gonna decrease the width of every one of these elements to 71. I'm gonna do it pretty quickly because this is a pretty boring task. And of course, when you decrease the width of an entire group, some text may actually break, so I'm gonna fix all of that. And then what we want to do is to align the middle icon to the middle of the screen. The item on the left should be aligned to the left of our new tab bar and the item on the right to the right of it. So always align the first, the middle, and the last items initially, and then just align the second and the fourth one to be exactly between them. And in my case, this is gonna be 1 point gap between all the items to actually accommodate for that, and that works great. Okay, now let's duplicate that second screen and let's play around with some other effects. So the first thing that I'm gonna try is to do the effect of the background blur that we had before. So for that, I'm gonna decrease the fill of the background to 70% and change the effect to a background blur. And this can work if your app has a lot of different very visual elements in the background. So if it's like a photo sharing app and the photos are actually shining through the menu, it can look very well. But if your app has mostly a white background, it's probably not the best choice to go with a background blur because it's gonna be barely visible. What we can try here is to actually make the background darker and then decrease the opacity of it so it's gonna stick out more from the actual app. And this is one way of handling it, of course, but it's still not a perfect way because transparencies generally rarely work well for different navigation patterns. So avoid transparencies unless you really want to use one. And of course, you can try more rounded corners and things like that, but it doesn't quite work because we have rounded corners in our cells here. So if you go with fully rounded pill-shaped navigation, it will look weird when the roundness of the navigation is gonna meet the roundness of the list items. So I'm just gonna revert back to the roundness that we had before, which is not too round. And of course, if you're going with a darker menu like that, be sure to modify the colors of the icons and the fonts to match it. So never sacrifice contrast for the sake of being original, because this is the most important element. If your main menu is inaccessible, the app simply is gonna be unusable. So to make it a little bit more visible, I'm gonna actually make it a little bit less transparent and slightly darker, and I'll modify the shops element, the shops title in a while. But those white letters are looking way better on this background already. Okay, let's duplicate the second screen one more time and let's create a different kind of bottom menu. This time it's gonna be a full width menu that's fixed to the bottom but has some roundness on top. This is a pretty common way of doing that. I don't think it's the best way, but in some cases it might just work. What you need to do is to change the bottom corners to not be rounded and then simply drag them to actually be still within the screen boundaries. Because if you're using a background blur and your object is sticking outside of the frame, it's gonna break the effect by adding some little color overlay on the sides. So we don't really want that. And of course the white overlay like that on a white background is barely visible, so you can try experimenting with some more colorful backgrounds for the entire app, but I would advise against that. Unless your app is very image heavy with a lot of large images, you know, that you're scrolling through like a feed of images, then you can try a menu like that and it should work very well. So I'm gonna change the background of the app back to white because I'm not a fan of that pale green. There is one more trend that's been popping out in app design quite a lot, and this is kind of fake 3D. So let's create a version of this top bar that looks like this. For that, I'm gonna duplicate one of the screens with the top bar that's floating, so the second one. And after I duplicate it, I zoom in and let's select just the background behind everything. And of course, we don't really want a drop shadow on it, but for now I'm gonna keep it. Now I'm adding another effect and changing that to an inner shadow. Now inner shadows used to be very uncool in app design or mobile design in general, but now I guess they're gonna be back in style for a while. So first of all, I'm gonna change the background, the fill color of our rectangle to not white, because if it's gonna be white, part of the top shadow is not gonna be visible. So it's just a very light green that we have here. And let's start with the top shadow. So it's gonna be x equals 4 and y equals 4. Blur can be a little bit larger than that, so I'm gonna go with 8 initially and change the shadow color to white. But of course, just one shadow is not enough, so let's add another one. And this inner shadow is gonna be the dark shadow. So the first thing we want to do is to have negative values, so -4 and -4 for x and y, then 8 for the blur, and then for the actual darker color, pick a color from your background that has a little bit of green in it, and simply decrease the brightness a little bit. And as you can see, we have this kind of 3D looking shape or element that is naturally sticking out from the background. Now, if you want to keep the drop shadow, make sure that it's dark enough so that it doesn't really create a blurry edge along with the inner darker shadow at the bottom. So in my case, this is pretty blurry, but once I increase the opacity so the shadow is less transparent, it starts to pop out a little bit more. We don't want a fuzzy blurry edge here. And you can change the fill color of it to white as well if you have a shadow that's going outside of it, because it's gonna make it work anyway. We still have the 3D effect in place. And if you're not a fan of this shadow because it's a pretty standard looking shadow with not enough spread, you can just remove it and duplicate the actual item, and let's create a shadow for it manually, like we used to do before many times. So I'm just gonna duplicate it and then decrease the height and the size of the element. And of course, we don't really want the inner shadows on it either. So for the color, I'm gonna pick our green, but of course it's not gonna be that green in the end. We just want a good starting point. And the layer blur as the effect. Okay, now let's go into our color and then decrease the brightness quite a lot. So it needs to be green, but it has to be pretty desaturated and pretty dark. If you're having a white background and the main object is white as well, try to make it as desaturated as possible. So we don't want it to be very, very green, because that would just look unreal. So in my case, I simply played around with the shadow position and the opacity, and with just a couple of tweaks, you can end up with a shadow that is looking really nice under this inner shadowed tab bar. Okay, and since we have this very nice looking 3D element, the natural tendency is gonna be to select it, copy the properties or copy the style of it, and then paste it to every other object that is also a white rectangle like this, right? No, please don't do that. This is the very bad approach. You don't really want too many objects having effects, because that's gonna make the whole screen look messy. We don't really want a messy design. We want something that looks good and stands out. And adding effects to navigation can be a good way to make it stand out, but adding effects to everything is a pretty good way for a really bad design. So don't do that. Instead, let's copy one of the top bars again and let's create a slightly different version of it. So we had a rectangular selection of a rounded rectangle here, but let's change it to a circle. So let's just create a new circle within that group and place it on the layer list below the actual icon so it's visible, and then decrease the size a little bit so it's not too big. We don't want those selectors to be overwhelming, but it needs to be bigger than the icon. Obviously, it needs to have some white space on the actual background. And I'm gonna pick the same color that we had for the selection, and then I'm gonna duplicate it and create a little ellipse just below it. And of course, let's go to Effects and Layer Blur, and then move this ellipse under the first one that we created, and then just decrease the brightness. And of course, we need a little bit more blur to it, and if it doesn't look right, you can always increase the height of it as well. Just play around with a couple of options, but what I'm after here is a slightly rounded shadow under this rounded element, so not a typical shadow that it would cast. So this is one way of making it a little bit more interesting. And also, all of these options, the selector options, are visible enough to be accessible, because if you just differentiate with color alone, some people might not see it, but if you're differentiating with a shape, it's a lot easier for them to actually acknowledge that this is the selected tab. Okay, but back to the design. So the first thing that I'm gonna do here is actually change the color of the icon and the text to our green, and then I'm gonna create a little line on top of the actual navbar. And in many cases, that line alone is enough. So this is one way of actually showing that something is selected. But you can also do a gradient like we did in the hamburger menu. Just make sure that it's not really that hard on the color side. So you can just decrease the opacity, for example, and you can make the line on top of it a little bit thinner if you want to. And of course, now that we have our white tab bar, it's pretty good to actually add a little shadow to it. So I'm gonna remove the stroke, then select the background rectangle. And if you can't select it because of the helper elements, just find it on the layer list like this, and simply add a drop shadow to it. But there's one thing that many people do wrong. First of all, let's increase the blur, and many people, to make the shadow more visible, go with a negative Y value. And of course, yeah, that kind of looks good, but it's not really a good way. So if you want to have the shadow more visible, go with 0 or a positive value, because that way you'll have all the shadows actually pointing in the right direction. So all the shadows should actually be pointing down, so the Y value should be 0 or higher. And of course you can modify the color a little bit, desaturate it, make a larger blur, just play around with it, make sure that the opacity is not larger than 50%. And there are many different ways of handling this, so of course that little gradient overlay can be a little bit smaller, so that's gonna make the icon pop a little bit more. And you can play around with a couple of different options. You can try to copy it and then rotate it 180 degrees and put it at the bottom. Just experiment with different options, but make sure that the icon is visible. Okay, now let's make a darker version of the same tab bar. So I'm gonna duplicate the screen, select the rectangle in the background, and pick our darker color that we already had in the hamburger menu before. Of course, you can try picking it off the icons as well, but it might not be the best idea, so I'm just gonna go with the color that worked. And now here's another trick. This works on the lighter backgrounds as well, but we're gonna do it on the darker ones just to have a different version. So I'm gonna select the gradient that we had and I'm gonna rotate it 90 degrees. So basically it's gonna be a gradient on the side, and I'm gonna place it on the side of our line on top of the navbar. And now let's make those colors a lot darker. I'm gonna go with a brightness of 10 on both sides of the gradient, even the transparent side. And that way we have like a little nice indentation, so this tab, the selected one, is kind of pressed inside. So now if I duplicate this gradient and rotate it around and place it on the other side, we have this sort of semi 3D effect. And if it's not visible, you might have to decrease the width of the element or decrease the size of the gradient like this. And I'm gonna say it again because this is really important. So play around with the values, always play around with the values, so make them match your app, your style, but don't go too hard on any of the values. So your shadows or gradients or colors cannot be too hard, too visible. So as in this case, I'm not going for like purely black shadow here because that would be too strong. I want something subtle that shows that this icon is indented. However, we don't really want those dark icons on a dark background, so I'm gonna change them all to white, and then I'm gonna modify our selected tab slightly so it's more visible next to all the other tabs. And of course, in many cases, having just the line on the top can be enough. But let's go even higher fidelity and let's try to experiment with something else. So I'm gonna duplicate the line that we have on the top here, and if you can't select it, you can just draw a new rectangle like this. And I'm gonna pick the color from the line for this. So we have a rectangle, right? Okay, let's do something with it. So first I'm gonna increase the corner radius to make it a pill shape, and then create a layer blur for it. So this layer blur should be pretty big as well, but not to the point where this entire object disappears. So something along these lines. And now place it on top of the actual shape, but in a way that it's still masked by the actual tab bar rectangle. And you can create a nice little glow coming from that line that is not as uniform as like a standard fading gradient that we had before. And of course you can modify this, play around with the shape. It doesn't have to be a rectangle, it can be a full circle, it can be higher, lower, different opacity, as long as the icon is visible, but yet we still have a little bit of a glow that actually makes it stand out. Because the point here is to play around with these effects and these options to create something unique, something that is different and that is basically yours and also fits the app. And of course, if you like this effect but want to use a white background for the tab bar, you can copy those light shadows, just play around with their opacities as well. So once you figure out the best possible navigation for your app, just go along with it and make sure that it's fully visible. So don't go too crazy with different colors, transparencies or anything like that, because that's gonna make it harder to read and that's gonna render your app basically unusable. Okay, now I duplicated that last screen again, and I'm gonna decrease the size of that line. So it's not gonna be the full length of the actual cell in the tab bar, but it's gonna be slightly wider than the icon that is below. And if you're having a line like that, you can make it a little bit thinner, and also you can move it a little bit away from the edge of the top bar background. That's gonna make it more visible and it's gonna make it easier to actually notice it. Some people just create a glowing circle on top of it instead of a line, so this is something that you might also try. But whatever you do, the main rule is simple. Your tab bar or your navigation pattern, your hamburger menu has to be accessible. So don't sacrifice accessibility for the sake of adding a couple more glowing effects to it. So don't play around with the icons themselves. You can try different icons, of course. You can try a filled icon for the selected item, or you can try a colorful icon. But before you get to trying things like that, try to experiment with just the backgrounds of your elements. So in this case, I might make the top two corners of my tab bar rounded if I want to. And that's gonna make this app stand out and be a little bit more unique from a typical app design. So just don't go too crazy, because tabs and navigations are the most important thing. And if you go with a rounded corner for your main navigation, I'm gonna increase it to 32. And now when I zoom in, you should be able to see that where the roundness of the top bar ends, this is basically where our main objects begin. And this isn't really a good way. So always make those roundness ending a little bit further away from the content, because that can look pretty weird once you're scrolling and there is a rounded corner coming out of a rounded corner. So yeah, messy and not really a great way. And of course you can move that blur to be under the icon, modify the icon color to be white, just play around and experiment. And once you play around with a couple of effects like these, you can then start looking at other apps and trying to get inspired by how they do the navigation and try to replicate that navigation, because you never know, maybe a different navigation pattern will actually work for your product. But still, I'm gonna repeat it one more time. You need to remember for the navigation to be accessible, readable, and visible. So it cannot be too crazy. And all of those projects that you see online with really crazy moving animation in the navigation are basically difficult to use because they make the experience longer. So they might look good, but they're not going to be usable and they're not going to be used in a real product. So just keep that in mind and design some beautiful navigation. Cheers. Okay, in this episode, we're going to look at the detail pages, which is basically a product page, but you can transform it to be a profile page or any other page that's oriented on just one thing. So I'm gonna take one of the pages that we created before, and I already have an avocado that is cut out from the background. So I'm gonna place it at the top, and for now I'm gonna move all of the other content away from the screen, so we have more space to play around with. If you don't know how to cut out an image, there's gonna be a whole series on it in the decorations chapter, but there are free tools that you can use online to do that. Now I select the background mask behind the avocado and choose the fill color using the color picker to that green that we have here for now. And I'm gonna remove this dark overlay from the top completely. Now, if you have your product already cut out from the background, whether it's a skateboard, a bicycle, or an avocado like in my case, make it big, because it's really what the people are looking for on a page like this. So I'm gonna make it big and I'm gonna make it overlap the background a little bit, because that's gonna make it stand out a little bit more. Now, selecting the background again, I'm gonna add a gradient to it. This is a pretty standard gradient where one edge is a little bit darker than the other, but not too much. So the brightness difference is maybe 10 or 20 points. And you can keep it vertical if you want, but I always go for the diagonal one, as you probably know from this course. So you can keep it whatever you like, just remember that the darker color should be closer to the bottom. Now select the avocado layer on the list, so this is basically the bitmap image, and duplicate it, and then add a layer blur, a pretty heavy one like 50, but you can play around with a different value if you want, to the layer that's below. That will create a nice looking realistic shadow under the object, and then you just need to move it down a tiny bit to create a nice looking shadow that matches the color of the object. But of course that's not all. We can create a couple of ellipses, and using the color picker just pick the darker shade of the object from the bottom of it, and then add a layer blur to that. Experiment with some values, because it's not really that easy to actually do it right. What we're looking for are some higher contrast shadows where the avocado is actually touching the floor or the imaginary floor. So just place it in the right spot, make it a little bit smaller than each of the fruits, and then place it below the actual images on the layer list so they don't cover it. We don't want a shadow on top of the image. And now I'm duplicating one of the shadows and using the mouse cursors to move it around, so it's gonna take some time, but it will move to the right position, and that's probably the easiest way to actually align it well. It's good to group those shadows so you'll be able to find them easier, of course, and you should name your layers. But I'm going quick because in this video I want to show you as many different things or different approaches as possible. So I'm modifying the shadows a tiny bit so they blend in better with the object, and after a few tweaks it's starting to look really good. Okay, now we can start dragging our groups back onto the screen. So I'm gonna select the group with all the content for this screen and I'm gonna drag it onto it. And of course we need to remember to keep it at the same distance from the left and the right side. And this screen with the fruit on the top, with the shadows and with the content below already is looking really well. And we're only getting started with it. Okay, we're gonna make some similar products, but we're not gonna use the ones that we had. So let's remove them and just keep the card and the title. And for that, I'm gonna go back to our login screens where we had some additional vegetables and fruits, and I'm gonna select them all. So I'm gonna select the apple, the pepper, and the carrot. And of course, if you created different objects, you should select them. And I'm gonna paste them in here because we're gonna have 3 elements here. And of course, for the carrot, I'm gonna turn off the blur. So let's start with the apple. I'm gonna paste it on top of our new card and make it a little bit bigger. And what you can do, which is not necessary, but it looks pretty cool, is to have this apple, if it's cut out like this, stick out from the card on the top a little bit. Just avoid it sticking out too much. A couple of pixels is enough to break the boredom and not break the actual layout. So just like this is pretty fine. Okay, now I'm gonna select the text and decrease the brightness of it a little bit, because right now when we have a lot of colors on the screen, it's actually better to use darker shades, so less saturated with our main colors. And I'm gonna also decrease the saturation as well, and I'm gonna do the same thing with all of the content here, especially the content that's longer. We want it readable, so in a case where there is enough color on the screen already, we can subtract some of it. Just keep a tiny hint of it, of course, in the main color, but the darker shade will work well. Okay, let's change the title of the screen because it's not actually a piece of bread, it's an avocado. So let's make a change to reflect that. And remember to always make the text match the image. So if you paste in a bicycle, name that bicycle something. Don't use a generic title for every screen because that's gonna look fake. And of course, here as well, there is the natural tendency to go for some more images, some more graphics. So you might be tempted to grab those leaves from some of the top elements and then try to modify them and add them to the screen. I don't believe that's a good idea. But of course it can work sometimes, so let's paste them in and just to see what can happen. And yeah, you can try to align them on top of the avocados or somewhere on the side, or have the blurry ones somewhere back in there. But this adds a little bit too much complexity, so I still am always for an option. Okay, you can even try to actually attach it to the avocado if you can and make like a fake version, but I'm gonna go with removing those because I don't think that they contribute anything. The actual image of the avocado looks good enough. So just remember, design is reduction. But let's bring in the similar products categories. So the first thing that I'm gonna do is modify that background rectangle there. And I'm gonna remove the border and add a shadow to it. And of course this shadow has to be a little softer. So I'm gonna go into the settings of it and I'm gonna pick a color from one of the greens that we have right now. But then let's decrease the saturation and then increase the white value and increase the blur. We want this shadow to be very outside of the object, and of course decrease the opacity as well. So we want it soft, but not too soft. And this is still a little bit too hard, but first I'm gonna increase the corner radius of those cards to 16 points, and then let's play around with that shadow a little bit more. So what else can we do? We can decrease the opacity even more. And at about 20%, I think this is the effect that I'm after here. So let's actually duplicate this and place it at 8 points like as we had before. And then let's replace the apple on the second one with the pepper. And this is going to be a similar scenario, so let me mention this. If you're making a different shop, obviously, because that's the whole point, you need to be aware that it's really good to have different kinds of products for your visual shots. So if you're making a bike shop, for example, don't add similar products as only bicycles. Add some additional accessories to them, like helmets or bags or anything, because that's just gonna make the screen look more real than if it was like the main screen of a bike and then a lot of smaller screens of bikes as well. That's gonna look boring. And I'm using the duplicate the image and blur it for creating that shadow here. And of course that shadow needs to be a little bit less visible, so I'm gonna decrease the opacity. And now, since these objects are not really that essential, you can decrease the size of them. The photos need to be a little bit smaller so we can still fit a little bit of text onto them. And of course for the peppers I'm gonna group them. And I'm using a couple of different techniques, so like a standard drop shadow or a blurry shadow under these objects, to show you that you can actually try and experiment with having a lot of these techniques in one screen. Okay, now I'm gonna duplicate this object one more time and create the card for the carrot. And of course the carrot normally would probably fit somewhere that would be mostly behind the screen, but if you can make it stick out a little bit like that, it's gonna make the screen look better. And of course we're only talking about presentation purposes here. And having an empty card as the last one would simply look a little bit weird. Okay, now let's actually bump the fidelity a little bit more here, and I'm gonna change the font from Popups to plus Jakarta Sans, because I think that as far as free fonts go, this font is likely one of the better ones that you can actually use. And I think that this change makes the design look a lot better, even more than the cutout avocados with nice shadows. And of course we don't want light or thin fonts, so I'm gonna change it to medium. Okay, now let's copy the style and paste it onto some of the other text elements on the screen so they're consistent, and let's change this one to plus Jakarta Sans as well. Seriously, this font is really great. So I'm gonna quickly modify all the remaining fonts on this screen to also be in that font, and after we're done with this, let's play around with some additional high fidelity options for this. If you see me making changes in the position of elements, it's all based on instinct, and of course you should use the red square method or any other alignment method to actually align it precisely. I'm just using my experience to align it really quickly because I want to show you as many different techniques as possible. Okay, I'm adding some titles to those cards now, and of course you can add longer titles as well, but it's best that if this is just the secondary element on the screen, something at the bottom of it to fill it, it's really best that those names are pretty short. In a real app, of course, the names can be as long as they need to be, but this is not a real app. This is gonna be a project that we're gonna use to showcase a couple of nice design techniques. And just as with the carrot image, I want this title to actually stick out a little bit so it's still visible, even though it's short enough to actually be hidden completely. Many designers forget about this little detail, and then they'll have the third card looking practically empty because both the image and the title don't really fit within the field of view. Okay, now let's select all of those titles for the cards and bring them together. Just make sure that they are on the same height. They need to have the same position vertically, and then I'm gonna bring them up closer to the images. Okay, and this is the very first option of a higher fidelity design than we had in the very first part of the course. This is looking pretty good, but based on this screen, we're gonna create a lot of different options that you can play around with. One thing that I want to do here, however, is that this title, the avocado title, which is the main text on this screen, is still a little bit too thin, so I'm gonna select it and change it to extra bold. It's still a very subtle difference, but it makes it pop a little bit more. And what you can also do is modify the colors, the brightness of the colors, to be a little bit darker, because as I said before, if you already have high fidelity images in your design, you can then resign from some of the color in the text. Of course, it still needs that hint of the main color in the gray of the text, but it can be significantly darker or a little bit less saturated. It's gonna look good anyway. I noticed some of my icons are a little bit too thick compared to one another. This is probably because of the Figma import, and I always try to fix this whenever I see it. So at the end of the day, the icons need to have the same stroke width, all of them. Okay, so we have our starting point. This is a very simple version of the screen, but let's duplicate it and play around with this some more. So first of all, what we can do is to increase that colorful background, the green background, to be actually as high as the entire screen. And obviously you could leave it like that, of course modifying the text to be more visible on that background. And this is of course one option if you want to go with a more colorful app, but I'm gonna modify it even more. So I'm gonna copy one of the card backgrounds and paste it just on top of that background that we have here. And since our distances from the sides were 32, I'm gonna keep a distance of 16 for this card on both sides. I want it to start just above the title but below the image, and we'll modify the exact position later, but of course let's stretch it towards the bottom of the screen. We want it to be the full height, the full remaining height. And what I noticed the first thing is that the cards don't really look that well because they're white, they have a shadow, and they basically look pretty similar to the actual card in the background. So you can modify their color as well. You can make them a little bit more colorful, but decrease the saturation or decrease the brightness and make them darker so they'll pop more against that background. But we already have one screen that's pretty minimal, the one on the left, so let's modify those cards even more. I'm gonna make them darker and I'm gonna change the text color to white. And as you can see on that dark background, those colorful shadows from the images are actually looking even better. And you could keep the internal margin at 16 just as it is right now, but I'm gonna go with 24. So I'm gonna create myself a red square for this occasion. And I'm gonna make it 24 by 24 and of course change the color to red. And then using that square, I can align all of the elements within the card to be 24 points from the edges of it. So let's start with the text. I'm gonna place the square next to the edge of the card and simply modify the visual alignment of the text so that the first capital letter is touching it. And then let's decrease the size of the button as well, and then move it up, move all of those ratings and the labels and the text and everything. And if you like the initial padding of 16 points, you can keep it, but just make sure that within your card, the margins, the paddings are not bigger than 8 points. An 8-point distance is reserved or should be reserved to only the smallest of elements. So all of the bigger elements should be at least at 16 points, but 24 is, I think, the sweet spot for most of them. And I even like using 32 because it actually makes all of the elements even more readable. And of course I need to align the main text, the body copy on the other side as well. So simply wrapping it like that is fine. It doesn't need to touch the separate edge. You don't need to make it justified, and please don't. And I'm gonna also center the square and align that second line, the last purchase one, to it. And then the button on the other side as well. Now let's move the cards a little bit. So just select all of them and move them so they are touching that red square on the left side. And of course, since they are horizontally scrolling, the last one is still being cut off by the screen, and that is all fine. If you're having a darker card, you can actually use a pretty cool effect by adding a radial gradient to it. Just make sure that the opacity is 100% on both sides, and then you can play around with that radial gradient by decreasing the brightness of one of the sides. And as you can see, this creates a very nice effect, of course, if you don't overdo it. So the difference between the two gradient edges shouldn't be larger than 20. And I like this effect, so I'm just gonna copy it and then paste the style or the properties onto all of the other cards. That makes them stand out from the background a little bit more. And of course, if you make them that way, just make sure that they don't have a shadow, because darker cards casting a darker shadow makes the edge of the cards blurry, and we don't want that. Okay, the next thing that I'm gonna do is increase the height of the button. Before, we only had buttons that were 44 points high, and that is okay because 44 is like the minimum of what a clickable button looks like on mobile devices. But I'm gonna go to 50, and you can even try going to 60 in some cases, but it needs to actually fit the entire app. For me, 50 is like the sweet spot for most buttons that I'm making. So 50 it is. Now I copied the style or the properties of my cards and pasted them onto the price tag. And since we're using rounded corners for some of the buttons like fully rounded, and they are actually pretty user friendly in terms of the emotional value that they bring, I'm gonna round the corners of the buttons completely, so it's a pill-shaped button. If you want to have your background card more visible, you can decrease the brightness of the shadow there and then play around with the values. So I'm gonna decrease the Y value and go with a slightly larger blur. That will make that shadow more visible on the canvas, and this is basically what we want. But what we can also try is to actually bring it higher to the top and make the avocado image overlap it a little bit, because generally this is the sad truth, but high fidelity design is all about breaking some conventional rules. So if you can do something that is overlapping something else, it instantly brings the design to a higher level of visual fidelity. It's actually mixing graphics design into the UI design genre. And since we already created a couple of nice looking high fidelity buttons, we can go to the playground section and find one that's gonna fit this screen. And of course we can modify the colors, and I'm not gonna go with blue because the app is not blue, but I'm gonna go with orange because orange actually fits the green pretty well. But if you don't have a button that fits your app, just modify the colors on it. It's pretty simple. And I'm gonna decrease the height of the button to 50 because it was 60 before, and make it the actual size of the button that we have underneath. Then simply modify the color of the icon and the color of the text. And with just that simple change, we have a higher fidelity screen that's a little bit more unusual, and it's not as boring as like a typical minimalist screen that we've done before. Okay, let's quickly make another version of it. So I'm gonna duplicate it and I'm gonna go to our login screens when we created a couple of nice looking buttons, and I'm gonna pick one of the buttons with the arrow, and I'm gonna go with the green one because it's really juicy. We want our main CTA to be visible on the screen, so I'm just gonna paste in this new button here, and of course it's a little bit too wide. So what I'm gonna do is, I don't want to stretch the circle or the arrow icon, so I'm gonna first align it on the right side, and then select just the green background and align it on the left side. That will make the arrow and the circle stay in place. And of course it's not register, it's adding it to the cart, so I'm just gonna change the title on this button again. Make sure that the text or the label is perfectly aligned in the middle of the button, and then let's remove that arrow. And what we can do here is grab that cart or shopping bag icon that we had before, the darker one of course, because on a white background it's gonna be visible. And yeah, first I'm gonna change it to add to bag because we didn't have a cart, we had a bag. But of course, if you had a cart, you just paste in a cart icon here, and that creates a nice looking button with an icon and larger text. It's super important, however, that the icon is exactly in the vertical center and also the optical center of this circle. And I'm gonna decrease the button height a little bit as well and play around with these heights because this button seems a little bit too big for this crowded screen. If you have a lot more white space on your screen, like for example, if you don't have the similar products category, you can make a larger button and it should look good. Okay, now let's modify the circle position so it's exactly 4 points from the edges of the object. And I want to decrease the size of the text because we decreased the height of the button, so I'm gonna go from 19 to 16. And this is gonna be a sweet spot. Of course, the text can be a little bit on the bigger side because it's an important action, but the button itself with the icon and the circle is already pretty visible on the screen. So for buttons like that, it's actually good if you can fit the same text 3 times vertically on a button. This is kind of how I manually or optically select the proper text height. And if it can fit a little bit more than 3 times, it's still fine. Just don't ever go below 16-point text on a button because buttons really need to be big enough. Okay, now I duplicated the screen one more time, and then let's move it a little bit away from the other screens, and let's use the oval tool to create a circle. And I'm gonna paste that circle, copy it first, and then of course paste it behind everything, just on top of our main green background. And just make sure that it's exactly in the center. And what you can do right now is to change it to black. And some people just use some opacity here like that. So if you decrease the opacity to 10%, you have a nice kind of rounded element on top of it. But I'm gonna go with something even more fun. So I'm gonna create a linear gradient, but I'm gonna replace the actual edges of it. So the gradient starts with a 10% opacity dark black color, and then it fades into 0% opacity near the top. And that simply looks a little bit more organic and nicer. And don't worry, we're gonna bring a button to this screen in a while, because it just copied without it, so I'm just gonna leave it at that and duplicate the first screen one more time, because we need to try a couple of different options here, right? So I'm gonna change the color of this background here to solid, and I'm gonna change the color of it actually to white. So we're gonna remove this entire thing and create a more minimal high fidelity screen, because why not? But since we've done that, let's select all of the objects on top of it and let's change the colors of them so they are actually visible. Because if you go with white for everything, it's actually gonna make it difficult to see on a white background, obviously. So I'm just gonna select one of the colors that we had here. And of course you can tweak that color a little bit later. Okay, so now we have an avocado on a white background. So what can we do with this? Well, the first thing that comes to mind is actually using that circle idea again. So I'm just gonna paste it one more time and place it near the top of the image. And of course it doesn't have to be black. You can add a little bit of green or your main primary color to it to make it match the rest of the app more. But just having a little bit of like a background on top of a white background is actually adding a little bit more fidelity and make this screen look a little bit more interesting. And of course this circle can be an oval, can be wider, or if you're not a fan of circles, let's create a square. And I'm gonna round the corners of it, rotate it 45 degrees, and then I'm gonna place it in the background again. So just gonna copy it and paste it under our object. And what you can do here is, of course, increase it some more, play around with these shapes in the background, and then position them in a way that they don't overlap the text, but they do overlap the image a little bit. And then just simply copy the style off of the circle that we had before. You can now remove that circle and then paste that style onto the newly created rectangle. And of course, by pasting the style, I also removed the corner radius. So I'm gonna bring this back and play around with a value that looks good. It can be a very, very rounded rectangle. And also you can modify the linear gradient to actually be more in where the action is. So I'm gonna modify it so that the darker shade starts where our rectangle or our square is visible at the bottom, and then it fades into white or into transparency near the top. And of course you can also do that with a little bit of a color in it. You can just try and experiment with different options, because breaking down a product page like this is a great way to make it look more interesting and less generic. And if you have more white space like that, it's all natural to pick a larger button. So I'm gonna replace our yellow button with the bigger green one. And of course just modify the width of it to actually fit it. So I'm gonna be 32 points on the left side and 32 on the right. And to make it easier, because the right side is more complicated, I'm gonna align it on the right side first and then just simply drag it to the left. And make sure that your text label on the button is centered. Some small adjustments to the content, so I'm gonna make the spacings a little bit more even, but of course you should use the red square method or any other good alignment method for this. And since this screen is pretty minimal, we can remove the background from the price and then simply pick a brighter color for it and then increase the font. Because sometimes having too many different objects and shapes on a screen, especially if you have a high fidelity image at the top, can actually make it feel cluttered. And when we have a lot of space, it's also good to increase the size of most of the fonts. And if your body copy, the main long text that you have, is about 14 points, go with 16. And try to never go below 14, because in most fonts it's simply too small on a mobile device. And as you can see, just those simple changes made this screen look a little bit more refined, even though it's still pretty simple, but it does look higher fidelity because of that little ellipse under the photo and the overall minimal feel. Okay, so let's duplicate this entire screen again and let's make another version of it, just to show you a couple of examples, but of course there is a ton of possibilities. You can experiment with pretty much every idea that you have here and try different tweaks to it. So in my case, I'm gonna copy the style of the gradient background that we have on one of the colorful screens, and then I'm gonna paste it onto the circle on top of the other one. And as you can see now, it changes this entire screen drastically. And of course, what we need to do is also add white icons to it. So I'm gonna remove that set of icons and just paste in the white ones, so they're visible on the background. And of course, you can try to make it asymmetric. It can be higher, it can be lower, it can intersect with the image. There is like a ton of choices. But if you're doing intersecting, and as you can see, there is this little triangular gap between the avocados, try to have that intersecting circle actually go through it. So we don't really want it to touch the edge of the avocado. If it's intersecting, it should intersect. Okay, one more quick version. I'm gonna duplicate this screen again, and then I'm gonna duplicate the circle in the background, and then I'm gonna place one of those circles on the side like this. And of course, then you can duplicate it one more time, make it even smaller, because if they're both the same size, it's gonna look boring, and place it somewhere along the left side. There are a couple of places where you should put it, but generally we need some visual balance to the entire screen. And that gives it a more playful approach, and of course those bubbles could animate, so there's a lot of cool possibilities for this screen. Another option is making one of the buttons a lot darker, because of course we already have a lot of green on that screen, so if we make it darker, it's gonna instantly stand out. So I'm gonna go into the button and then decrease the brightness, holding the shift key by a couple of tens. And then like at 19, it's probably pretty good, but of course we don't really need that light shadow under the circle here because it looks weird, so I'm gonna hide it. And now I'm doing the trick that we all know and love, which is creating a nice looking new shadow under the button by just duplicating the button, making that shape smaller. And of course you can increase the brightness a little bit, because if the button is dark, we want the shadow to contrast with it. Then add a layer blur and blur it to your liking, but of course it can't be either too big or too small. And then simply place that blurred image under the button. And of course, if it doesn't show, like in this case, you might have to play around with the layer list a little bit, because some of those layers or those groups can be clipping. And if something doesn't quite work, instead of modifying the groups, you can just ungroup them, because this is a quick high fidelity exercise, and then you can group everything together after you're done. So I'm gonna decrease the opacity of my shadow and play around with the placement a little bit to have something that I'm happy with. And after a couple of tweaks, this screen is starting to look pretty good. If you want the button to be higher, of course you can increase the shadow. If you want it to be lower and just a little bit pronounced, you can decrease the size of the shadow. It's all up to you. And once you have a couple of different approaches or different versions of your detail screen, you can go into one of them and start modifying afterwards. So I'm gonna click into this one and I'm gonna make my cards with the similar products darker. So just simply decrease the brightness by 20 and then decrease the brightness of the first one by 20 or maybe 10. You can try playing around with those values until it fits something that you want. So in my case, it just makes those cards a little bit darker and more pronounced against the background, and I really like that approach. So don't be afraid to change and modify things. If you like something, then just paste it in, see how it looks like, and experiment, because this is the whole reason for playing around with high fidelity. You want to add some emotion and some feeling and some actual uniqueness to the project, and you can't really do it by planning ahead too much. So play around with the values and see what comes out of it. And if that requires you to make a lot of different screen versions, that's fine, because the product screen is one of the most important screens in any e-commerce app. So you can create a couple of versions using these simple techniques based on the pretty much the same information architecture. But even though those screens in terms of the flow and the information architecture look practically the same, they are very different in terms of how they are received by the user. They have very different visuals. And if you want to go even more minimal than that, because a lot of those dribble shots and a lot of those portfolio projects are super minimal on purpose, you can actually remove the similar products and then move all of the other stuff down. That will give us a lot more space to play around with the actual images and with the actual visual of it. So I'm gonna copy in one of the cards and paste it under our content, so to be sure that it's fully visible, and then increase the size of this new card so it actually fits the entire screen. And once we have that card ready, I'm gonna increase the corner radius from 16 to 32, and then select the card, go into the shadow, and then decrease the Y value to 0. Don't go into the negatives as we explained before, but 0 is gonna make it actually look pretty good. And I'm not gonna create a new rectangle here because we already have the circle, so I'm gonna enlarge it and place it under our newly created card. And if it's not exactly under, just move it around the layer list. And as you can see, there is a small gap on the left side of the card, so I'm gonna fix that quickly by just moving it to the left and then expanding it by a couple of points to the right. And if you're not happy with just a plain green background under your item, you can add a rectangle on top of that green background and play around with some gradient overlays. That can actually make it look a little bit more 3D. So I'm just gonna make a gray rectangle, change the color to black, and then simply change it again to a linear gradient. And this actually naturally creates this linear gradient that fades into the bottom, which is fine. And if you decrease the opacity a little bit, you can have an effect of like a fading floor. And if you don't like that effect, you can actually duplicate this entire element and then simply move it to the top and then remove the bottom one. And that actually makes it look even more like it's sitting on a green floor in a green room, which is basically what we wanted here. This effect can be used to your advantage if you have more three-dimensional product. And even if you have like a bicycle or a skateboard, it can look really cool on a background like this. Of course, make it your color that matches the theme of your app. And of course, we need to also modify the objects that we have here a little bit as well. So first, I'm gonna bring everything a little bit higher up. And of course, the distance from the left side for the text should be the same as the distance from the top, or roughly the same. And then let's move the button to the bottom because, you know, in e-commerce, it's actually very important to have the button within reach. So the main button is basically where your thumb is supposed to be on the screen. And this positioning works for both left-handed and right-handed users. Okay, so we moved the button, but now we have this huge gap between the content. So let's select the rating and the last purchase element and move them down as well. And you can leave pretty big spacing on a screen like this. So a space of like double the margin is completely fine. Okay, now let's do something with the main description text. So I'm gonna click into it, select it, and then move it down a little bit. That's the first step. And then let's decrease the brightness of this text. Because we already have a lot of color on this screen, so it doesn't have to be that green in the gray. And now I'm gonna use the golden ratio rule to calculate the line height. The golden ratio number is 1.618, so basically if you multiply your 16, which is the font size, by that number, you round the resulting number to the closest digit and you have a line height that actually perfectly matches the size of your font. And I'm not gonna play around with the copy here, I'm just gonna modify it slightly so it matches a little bit more what we have on the screen here, so it's not a bread. But of course it's important for the content to match the screen design. And now I'm gonna create a couple of categories. So I'm gonna use the cards that we created on one of the previous screens and I'm gonna paste them onto this screen. Just one of them is enough. Okay, moving it up a little bit and then let's position the title so it's in the right spot here and then decrease the height of the card. And we don't really want any specific height. It can be 44, it can be smaller. It depends if those categories are something that you can actually tap on and get to it. So I'm gonna rename the category to superfood, decrease the width of it a little bit and then decrease the width of the back of the card. And now once we have an object like that, we can modify it or we can duplicate it and add one more category. And for most portfolio shots and high fidelity designs, it's not necessary to create more than two categories, even though they could be sticking out of the screen to make it more interesting. But I think that having just two is a good way to have a pretty minimal screen if you already have a pretty visually heavy top of the screen. That gives us plenty of white space on the right side for this design to shine. And if you want, you can also select the card in the background and then decrease the brightness of the actual shadow and then play around with the values. Just keep the Y value at 0 or above. And as long as your opacity is below 30 or 40%, you should be fine with almost any value that you like. But as with everything in high fidelity, we don't want a very strong and hard shadow. We want something that's subtle and just pretty minimal overall. So making some quick alignment changes, moving stuff around a little bit, and you can use the red square method for this as well. And just like that, we have another screen that is looking high fidelity, but at the same time, it's really pretty simple. What's good about these kinds of screens is that if you don't have a product that you can easily cut out from the background, you can still have a photo of that product on the top. The card in the background can simply cover it. And of course, you can also make a dark card for the entire background and play around with dark mode, or make a version with a more visible, lighter button. Whatever you do, don't stop experimenting. Play around with almost every possible option, look for inspiration and try to replicate some ideas you found online. And don't be afraid to create a lot of different versions of your screen. In e-commerce especially, the product screen is the most important one. So this can actually be your starting point of any app design, and that can lead you to influencing how the rest of the app is gonna look like. So as you can see, in about 30 minutes, we created a lot of different versions of the same screen, and don't be afraid to use this approach for your high fidelity designs. If you have your first version created and you're happy with it, still duplicate it and play around with some options on it. So make a different background, make a different overlay, make a different shadow or a different framing around the objects, or remove something. Because sometimes the best ideas come from actually having a lot of different things and then removing one of them and seeing how it will look like. So don't be afraid to experiment, because high fidelity is all about practice and all about that experimentation and always coming up with a new solution or a new idea, not sticking out to the first thing that comes to your mind. Okay, previously we created a lot of nice looking detail pages. Now let's use some of those pages to create some overlays, but also let's use some of the concepts that we learned in this course already to create some onboarding screens, because onboarding screens are very popular in portfolio showcases. So I started by duplicating one of the screens, and you can pick whichever you like. And then I'm gonna create the actual model or overlay next to the screen, so it's a little bit easier for me to lay everything out without being obstructed by the content on the screen. So first I'm gonna copy some smaller text and then paste it onto that new little overlay. What I want here is a confirmation that the product that we're looking at has been added to the shopping bag. So first of all, I'm gonna need the product name, and it's probably best to make it a larger font, and then a little bit of a description that is actually telling us what's gonna happen. Okay, now I'm gonna make the title, which is basically the product name, a little larger, because it's gonna show a proper hierarchy, and also because this is the more important element, because this is what we're adding to the shopping bag. And one thing that you can do is that if your screen is already pretty colorful, like in our case, you can actually make those fonts darker. So I'm gonna decrease the saturation a little bit and then decrease the brightness as well. Okay, we have our text, but of course we're gonna need the photo as well. So I'm just gonna drag the text, move it a little bit to the side, and then copy and paste the entire group with the avocados in my case, but of course in your case it's gonna be a different object that fits your app. Make sure the proportions of the object are locked, and if they're not, just use the shift key. And then I'm gonna make it smaller and place it onto the card. Now once you add the image, the visual balance of this entire card is shifting a little bit more to the left. So first of all, I'm gonna counterbalance it a little bit by increasing the line height between the two text lines, and then of course we can also make the main title a little bit thicker. That will actually counterbalance the photo and it will make it all match a little bit better. But that only works great because that font, even in the thickest of the settings, is actually pretty thin. If your font is super thick, I wouldn't really go with that option. Okay, so now let's make this whole card a little bit taller and let's paste in one of our buttons. And I'm gonna call this checkout because this is gonna be the main CTA here. We don't really need that button to be as big, so I'm gonna decrease the height to 50. It's still really good for a mobile button. And then I'm simply gonna make it a little bit smaller and move it to the right side of the card. And we can do proper alignment a little bit later. For now, I'm just gonna duplicate it and create another button next to it. And for this button, I'm gonna change the text to continue shopping. And I also noticed that I duplicated the label twice. So I'm gonna remove one of them and then just paste the continue shopping one. Okay, so we have two buttons, and for many people this is fine. No, it's not fine. If you have two buttons, one of them has to be primary, which is the checkout, and the other one has to be visually secondary, so it cannot look the same. If you have two buttons next to each other that do different things but look exactly the same, this is the wrong approach. So I'm not gonna leave it like that, of course. Now, since the entire screen uses 32 as the main margins on the left and right side of the screen, you can use 24 on every side within the card and then 8 between the cards. And that is a good starting point, but of course the card is completely detached from the screen right now, so I did it kind of out of habit, and we'll have to realign it once we put it back onto the screen. Okay, now let's modify that secondary button to actually look secondary. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pick a very light, very desaturated version of that color, kind of like this, and we don't really need a shadow for it. And usually those secondary buttons really shouldn't have a shadow. In some cases, they can be just text. We couldn't have a white text on such a light background because that would just be horrible contrast, so I'm gonna use the color picker to pick the color of the title. And this is starting to look a lot better because even if the button itself is not accessible, the dark text on it is accessible. So for many people, the primary button is gonna be visible and the secondary one can appear as just text and it's gonna be fine. What I did now is that I selected the background, pressed enter, and then selected just the two higher points and then changed the border radius for them. And I picked 32, you can try a different radius yourself if you want to. And now I can move the card back onto the screen, and of course when I make it wider, I notice that I have to adjust some of the sizes a little bit. One thing that is important for portfolio project, and it's a little bit less important for real coded apps, is that if you have a button right above the card like this, like the add to bag button, it's really good to have this card overlap the button a little bit and not end exactly at the edge of the button or a little bit below. It's just gonna look better. So now I'm readjusting the buttons to still have 24 points from each side and 8 points between them. Now we can move the avocados a little bit to the left side, and also I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger. If you don't have a cutout from the background object here as the product, you can always use a circle with the photo instead. We will be checking accessibility, elements and contrast a little bit later in the course, but I decided to actually decrease the brightness of my main green, especially on the buttons, just by 10. So I'm going from 79 to 69 and it's looking a lot better because the buttons and the text on them are just easier to read now. So some small adjustments, and you can use the red square method to actually find the right spacing between all of these elements. And what I'm changing now is I'm decreasing the blur of the actual shadow under the avocados, then decreasing the opacity and also decreasing the opacity of the added shadows because the object is much smaller right now, so it doesn't need that huge shadow. Okay, now let's create an overlay that's gonna go under the card and it's gonna make it actually stand out from the background. So this is basically gonna be a shadow, and for that I'm gonna pick our green and then gonna decrease the saturation to almost nothing and then decrease the brightness very low as well, and then change this to a linear gradient. And then what you can do is just to replace the gradient edges, so the bottom one is actually starting with the color and the top one is going into transparency. And now we have a nice looking overlay, so simply drag it under the group with our card and then adjust it as you wish. It's good for that shadow to not be too strong, and also make sure that there is no little gap on the edge of the rounded corners like this. So just to make sure that the actual overlay starts at around the place where the roundness starts, and you can make it larger, you can make it a full screen overlay so it doesn't have to be a gradient, it can go over the entire screen. It's all up to you. And once we have a component like this, we can start modifying it a little bit, and I'm actually gonna address one of the biggest problems that we encountered in the first course, because many people try desperately to fit longer text on different buttons, and basically shrinking the text doesn't quite work. So I'm gonna duplicate the screen and I'm gonna make a standard pop-up. So this version of the overlay for now is just gonna be attached to the bottom of the screen, but we'll tweak it later. And then what we want to do is to decrease the size of our card and also to move the buttons underneath one another. Because if we have longer text, we might want to have longer buttons, and we don't always need to have them side by side. In a case where we can't fit things, it's best to just place them one above the other. That is also safer for translations because many languages, like for example German, have very long words, so sometimes if you translate your app to German you realize that a lot of the stuff won't fit. And this is one example of how you can actually make it work. Okay, so I'm gonna decrease the width of our background here, and the idea for this is that if you already have a card in the background, like in our case, this new card shouldn't be the same size. So as you can see, we still have a little bit of that card in the background sticking out from under our newly created pop-up card. If they were exactly as wide as one another, it would simply disappear a little bit and blend in. And we want them, actually the users, to see that there is a new layer on top of the rest. So this is what's enabling us to do it. Of course, the pop-up card can also be a little bit wider, so it can have like a distance of 16 from the edges of the screen, whatever you wish. But it's really good that it doesn't have the exact same size as the card that's already there behind it. So now I'm adjusting the buttons so they have 24 points from every side of our newly created card. And for now, to make this a little bit more visible, I'm actually gonna reduce the transparency on the background gradient, so it's gonna be almost more opaque, and also I can decrease the brightness on one end as well, so this new pop-up is just gonna be more visible. But of course, this can also be a solid color with transparency. It can even be a solid black as long as the transparency is good enough so it's not too dark. Okay, now let's play around with the card itself. So first of all, I'm gonna decrease the size of it so it matches the buttons, and since they are 24 points from the left and the right, I want the bottom button to be 24 points from the bottom as well. And then I modified the border radius of the card to match the border radius of the buttons. And as you can see, it all goes pretty nice diagonally around the button. We don't want the exact same border radius because that would actually create this gap that we talked about in the other course as well. And you can also experiment by dragging your object on top of the card and make it overlap it a little bit and then centering the text. If you prefer the version from that very first example, you can of course leave it in the pop-up as well. And I'm gonna rotate the overlay because there's already an avocado in the background, so I don't want it to be too visible because having an avocado on top of an avocado is a little bit too much. Now, since the distance between the buttons and the edges of the card is 24, then I'm gonna keep the distance between the buttons 16 and then make sure that the text is actually in the middle of the photo and the first button. So this is a lot of the very main concepts that you can use for those higher fidelity cards, and of course those cards can be taller, larger, they can have form field elements in them, they can have sliders or graphs. You need to experiment with that on your own, because right now we're gonna create something a little bit more interesting. We're gonna be making onboarding screens, which are those screens that you basically scroll through at the beginning of most apps. And while they're not the best way to actually introduce you into the app because they actually add a little bit of friction, they are often one of those screens that can have the highest fidelity because they can be the most experimental. So what I did here is that I duplicated one of the login screens that we had and copied and pasted the style or the properties of the darker green gradient that we have. And I'm also gonna increase the border radius of this top item here. And before we get to the actual changes, I'm gonna remove most of the content here because we only need the visual. The onboarding screens are basically one of the most lazy designer exercises because you can do them pretty quickly and you can actually drag and drop external images. You can get 3D images from free libraries, and that 3D image is actually making most of the design more visual. And you can quickly just add an image, add a little bit of text under it, and you already have a screen to showcase in your portfolio. I'm not saying you should do it this way because it is pretty lazy and those screens don't really contribute anything to any UI design. They simply look nice and they are very easy to make. So instead of just dragging and dropping some 3D images, I'm gonna play around with what we have. So first of all, I'm gonna increase the size of everything, and then I'm gonna move stuff around so it overlaps in a much better way. And as you probably remember from the previous videos, we don't want those decorative elements to all overlap. So for example, I'm not gonna place the apple overlapping the edge. But one of the leaves can be overlapping, and then on the other side some of the objects can overlap as well. This adds a little bit of nice complexity to this and it adds some nice fidelity, but if you overdo it and you place all the objects on the edge, it's not gonna look good. Okay, so I'm gonna write the title for our first onboarding screen, and mostly it's best to actually write a pretty large title because these screens are something that people scroll through very quickly, so you need to be sure that they're gonna read it. Okay, I'm gonna go with a size 40 and then decrease the brightness a little bit, and yeah, it looks pretty good. Now I'm gonna center that text, and usually it's best to not only have this one text on the screen but also have a little bit of extra contextual text underneath that, and usually that second text is smaller. Try to avoid having 3 different kinds of text on these onboarding screens. 2 is more than enough, 1 big one and 1 smaller one. And if you can, of course, in a real product, it's best to actually onboard the users while they're actually using the app. And there are many ways to do that. It's basically a material for another course. But of course, those onboarding screens are something that is worth to have in the portfolio because they're easy to make and pretty visual, so they can attract some eyes and some attention. So I added a new text. I wrote something that I just feel is right. And what we also want is for that text to be slightly lighter, but we don't want it super light. We don't want the contrast to be very low. So I'm gonna make it a little bit lighter, then center it as well, and then place it under our main text. And make sure that they are both centered horizontally on the entire screen. So you can just select them and center them. And you can either keep 24 as the distance from the edges on each side for the entire text box, or 32. 24 might be a little bit too low, so I'm gonna go with 32. And for that smaller text, I'm gonna go with a little wedge shape, so it's kind of going down vertically and it guides our eyes to the bottom, but you can always break it down like this, and that is also fine. I usually prefer the smaller text to have this wedge shape because that just drives our eyes towards the buttons or towards the additional action that we want the user to take. So in many cases, it simply helps. Okay, now let's copy the 2 buttons that we had on one of the screens on the left side and paste them onto this one. We want them near the bottom because they are easy to reach with the thumb. So one-handed use of the phone is not gonna be distracting, or it's not going to be difficult with this product. And in onboarding especially, we want the user to be able to quickly skip or to quickly proceed. So the first button is self-explanatory, but then the next button is actually moving you forward in the carousel, in the onboarding process. So I want the user to understand what they're going to find out in the next step. So that's why I'm naming it how it works. And then I'm going to paste in the arrow that we had in one of the other screens and then simply move it to the button. And of course the arrow is pointing the wrong way, so I'm going to use the rotation value to add 180 degrees rotation and simply turn it around. Then I make sure that all the content in the buttons is properly aligned and that the distance between the button is smaller than the distance from the button to the edges of the screen. Okay, but we still have a lot of white space here, and of course we could leave it like that, but it's not really gonna look that good. White space is good, but it's not perfect where there is too much of it. So let's actually move everything down a little bit and let's increase the size of our visual. And because we have so much space and we want those buttons to be easy to press, you can actually experiment with a larger version of them. So you can actually create a version that's 60 points high, and it's gonna be helpful for the users because it's gonna make it easier for them to actually access them. Okay, now let's make the top visual a little bit bigger. So I'm gonna first increase the background element and then increase the corner radius quite a lot. And what you can also do is go to the options there and do corner smoothing. It exists in Sketch the same way, and it helps you to actually smoothen the little edge here. So this corner looks a little bit better. And now we can just simply move some of the stuff around so it's more distributed, but we don't really want to enlarge anything. Because the idea is that if we make all those images larger, it's still gonna be pretty cluttered. And what we want is a little bit more background and those objects simply occupying different positions around it. So I'm just gonna group my shopping bag logo and place it exactly in the middle, and then move some of the stuff around to figure out the best position for it. And of course, you can never figure out the best position very quickly. You just play around with those objects and see what works. The rule is to try and distribute those objects as much as possible around the main object, which in our case is the shopping bag, but we don't want them actually too much in view. So we can, for example, move one of the objects a little bit outside the screen or make it larger and make the other one smaller. Just make it look like there is enough white space on that background still. And if you want, you can actually copy one of the leaves again, like in my case, or one of the objects that you have there in your app and place it a little bit outside of the boundaries of this. That will add a little bit more effect to it. I usually avoid copying the blurred ones too much because, as you can see, if you place it on the green background like this, it's gonna look pretty messy. But yeah, this is looking pretty good. So let's make the second screen. And since this is an onboarding process, which is you scroll left and right, you can actually increase the size of this background here because the middle one can simply be a rectangle. So you kind of start with a pill shape and then you drag it to the left side and you reveal the rectangle, the other part. And in the middle part, we can have the leaves again, but make sure to place them at a different positioning because we don't want the people to actually notice that everything is in the same place. We want them to actually move a little bit. And of course, always modify the text. And really, just write anything that you believe that matches that screen. It doesn't have to be super high quality copywriting, just something that comes to your mind, but avoid using lorem ipsum or avoid using some generic text, and always spell check what you write. So make sure that there are no typos or words that don't exist in the English language because people subconsciously notice that, and if they see those words with typos or errors in them, they will basically look at this design with a little bit more criticism, and that's not what we want. Okay, for the middle screen, we can create a different kind of visual. For example, we can create a map view in case of a store that does delivery, and nothing shows delivery better than showing a map with your current location and possibly even a couple of stores selected. And if this is too difficult for the developers in a real product, you can always just pick a random location in the country and it can be pre-filled or pre-made. Okay, so what I'm creating here is a circle, and you can play around with different border values for this as well. I don't think I'm gonna use a border, but I am gonna use the shadows. So what we want here is to add like a little bit of dark green shadow with a pretty heavy blur to the object, kind of like this, and then use this object as a mask for our map. So I'm gonna copy the map from one of the map screens and then simply paste it over here, and then paste it on top of our circle, and then simply mask them together. And if you have some objects that are overlapping a circle like that, avoid having those little green triangles like as I have here. Usually just try to cover that little edge if you can. That's gonna just simply make it a little bit cleaner. And when you have the map in place, you can rotate these elements around it so it matches the style, and just make sure that they really look different than on the first screen. Then I'm gonna grab the pin that we created for the map before and simply gonna go back to the map and then paste a couple of these pins around the map to show that there is a variety of locations that you can order from, which is basically what customers want from an app like that. So I'm gonna distribute them pretty evenly, but of course keeping in mind that there is the whole sea of water on the right side of the photo, so I'm not gonna put any stores under the sea. And the locations should be distributed around the map, but they cannot look like they were placed in like a perfect rectangle or a perfect circle around something. So try to make them look natural. And now let's create a nice shadow for under the circle. So I'm gonna pick the color from one of the leaves and then decrease the saturation and decrease the brightness a little bit. Then simply use the layer blur as we have before to create a nice looking shadow that's gonna be attached just to the bottom of the object. And then simply drag it from the top on the layer list to more of the bottom so it's under the actual map circle. And we don't want it to be that strong, that's one thing. So you can either move it down behind the map circle a little bit, or increase the blur, or decrease the opacity, or both. We want those shadows to be subtle because a lot of that high fidelity design is all about subtlety. So nothing should be very hard and striking and very contrasting. And by contrasting, I mean, of course, things like decorations or shadows, because your buttons and your labels on the buttons and form fields and elements should be pretty contrasty. And if you think that the circle is a little bit too boring for you, you can actually expand the mask a little bit. So you can create a couple of extra circles of different sizes around your main circle, like this one, and then simply add them to the mask, which works this way. You select all the circles and then the circle that is the mask, and simply use the union boolean operator, which is basically the thing that you use to connect two different shapes together. And when you do that, and you select the right image inside the mask, you should be able to actually have the map shine through all of them. And if this happens, then it means that you need to just remask it again. So use that new shape as a mask for the map. And as you can see, we have a slightly more interesting shape, but you can still modify it by expanding the group and then, for example, decreasing parts of those circles or moving them around, and the map will still be shining through them. So you can try some different approaches. You can even have tiles of the map with different sizes, rounded rectangles in a grid, and some of them being bigger or smaller. It's all up to you. Try to be creative with this technique. And since we have a new circle at the bottom of our map, I copied the shadow from the main big circle, made it smaller and placed it under the smaller circle so they all cast a shadow like this. Okay, now let's duplicate it again and simply move it around. So right now we will have like the final chapter or final element of our onboarding process, which is actually gonna still connect to the previous one. And if you have a couple of screens like that are obviously connected and one is after the other, you can actually present them visually in mockups or in case studies in a very nice way. And since this is the last one in the onboarding, I'm gonna modify my decorative elements to be in different positions again, so it's not gonna look boring. For the last one, I'm simply gonna paste the photos of the avocado. And if you want a more logical direction of that, probably the avocado should be on the first screen, then the map, and then the bag at your door. But it doesn't really matter which direction you put them in. Just make sure to write the right copy and add this nice image there. And of course, this is not gonna be everything. So after I'm finished writing the copy, we also need to add that little indicator of on which part of the onboarding we actually are. And some people just use dots for that, but there is one way that actually looks a little bit better. And of course, since we have a couple of different buttons here, I'm gonna modify the second button to actually match what's gonna happen on the last screen. And then the last button on the very last screen is simply gonna go get you into the app. So this is gonna be the button that ends the tutorial. And that also means that we don't need a skip tutorial button on the very last screen. And as you can see, my typing skills aren't always perfect and I made a typo here. But sadly, we're gonna have to leave it at that. Of course, there should be a T in there. And try to always check this, because that also shows that even I'm making mistakes like that if I'm trying to go a little bit faster. But that's okay. Let's just make this last button to be the largest ones, because that's the button that takes you into the app. And then I'm gonna create 3 circles. And for now, they're even gonna be rectangles, but I'm gonna round them completely with the corner radius. And the first one is gonna be a little bit wider than the rest, because that's the first selected option. So once you have a shape similar to what I have here, and you're sure that the distance between all the 3 objects is the same, simply move it to the center of the screen, and then you can modify that very first object to, well, for many people the obvious color would be green, but I don't think that's the best color because we already have a lot of green on that screen. So it's best to actually pick a different color, and I'm gonna pick the darker color that we have for the font. And then I'm simply gonna move both the indicators and the fonts a little bit higher, just by 10 points. And of course, use the red square method whenever you can to align it perfectly. And now simply I'm gonna duplicate those objects. And if you do it this way, and if you bring one of those dots onto this side and then simply move that element, you'll be able to have it in the right place every time. And I'm gonna do the same thing for the last one, but first I'm gonna select the group and align it to the center. So just duplicate the dot, place it on the line, and then simply move that little selector to the end of the last dot, so it overlaps the last dot, and then remove it, and then simply center this as well. And that creates this perfect alignment, and it's pretty easy to do. And that shows also on which screen in the onboarding process we are. And you can also increase the line height a little bit. You can simply multiply the font height or the font size number by the golden ratio number, which is 1.6, and that should give you a pretty good value for the line height. Okay, we have some very nice onboarding screens, but that's not the whole story. So let's duplicate all of them and place them underneath the main screen. And what we can do now is rotate some of these objects like this, and then try to realign them as we did in the login screens. But this is gonna be pretty tough, this particular angle, so I'm gonna go with a slightly lower one, which is gonna be probably around 16. What we want is a shape that starts on the left side and then that would actually go through all of the screens to the very last one and still have enough of that green on the last screen. So I'm gonna rotate all of the other objects to the same value of degrees and simply move them to match. And that way we're still gonna have an onboarding that has 3 screens, and when we actually move them between the screens, it will have this nice effect that all of those background elements are fitting together nicely. And this is also going to make the app look a lot more interesting because of that, especially when you show those screens side by side like this. So if you're creating a case study for your portfolio and you need some quick high fidelity screens for your app that you already designed and did all of the other steps of the UX process, you can actually quickly create some nice high fidelity onboarding process screens and place them near the top, because this is where your app starts, so this makes sense. And I'm gonna modify some of the objects now to look better compared to the new shape that we have. So just change the distance, change the size and the position until you're happy with the result. And high fidelity doesn't mean that you need to use strong colors everywhere. As we had in this detail page here, I'm gonna copy the properties, or in Sketch copy the style of the object, and then I'm simply gonna duplicate all the onboarding screens one more time, and then simply paste that new style onto the objects in the background. And once you're done pasting it onto all of the objects, you'll notice that this creates this very subtle and very nice looking effect in the background, and it actually plays very well with the high fidelity images of the leaves and the map and the shadows and the avocados and everything. And to make it more prominent, you can increase the opacity of it, for example, but not go too far. So 20 in my case, it's a little bit too strong. But something like 10 looks a lot better, and this adds some nice looking depth to the images without overwhelming them with color. So you can try examples like this for all the different shapes that you can think of for the onboarding process. And knowing what you know right now, you can look for inspiration on sites like Dribbble or Behance and try to find a couple of examples of how other people do onboarding. I would advise against very strong gradients like black going into the green, as I just shown before, because that can make it look a little bit too condensed on the top side. So once you have images on the top, it's best to actually make it pretty subtle like this. And of course the shapes can be different and the experimentation is pretty endless. But the main important thing about the onboarding is that you should always think of it in 3 sections. So I'm just gonna create those sections here as a little wireframe or mockup that's gonna hopefully make it easier for you to think about onboarding screens in the future. So the first thing that we have here is the key visual image, then the text, and then the button. And the button always has to be at the bottom because this is where our thumbs are. So yeah, it starts with the key visual, and the key visual should be about half the size of the screen vertically, leaving the rest of the space for the text and the button. And you don't really need more space for the text. Trust me, in onboarding the text has to be very short. All good onboarding screens follow this pattern. Sometimes they do have an X in the top right corner, but in most cases you should really focus on the key visual. And for many design exercises, if you want to create something that looks good very quickly, keep in mind that if your key visual is taking over half of the screen vertically, if you find a nice image from the internet, even like a free 3D image that you can get from some libraries that you can use in your projects, and of course credit the author, that's very important. But if you have that image, that's gonna be something that's gonna make your screen instantly stand out, and the rest of the screen is actually very simple, just some text and some buttons, and you already have a nice looking image for your portfolio with barely any work. But of course, I encourage you to do onboarding screens, but only do them for the actual apps, because I think that showing just onboarding screens in your portfolio without any extra screens for the product is gonna be a dead giveaway that these are just quick artworks and not real projects. So in this video, I've shown you a couple of different techniques to first of all create overlays and pop-ups, but also to create onboarding screens, which are a very fast and easy way to make some more visual screens for your app, because you can't really experiment with some screens like the checkout process or the login. You simply can't, or they will be not usable. But with the onboarding screens, you can go pretty crazy with the visuals, which is a good exercise to actually train that high fidelity. So try to research other onboarding screens, try to find out what other people do and how they do it. And knowing these techniques, you should be able to actually create completely different onboarding screens for every app that you make. And just don't be afraid to play around, experiment, and be curious, because that's the whole point. You don't follow the rules every time. You just need to know which rules not to break and then break all of the other ones creatively. Those screens are the best way for your app to stand out to the users when they're first using it. So be really creative about it. But of course, it has to be readable, usable, and friendly. Okay, here we go with what I think is the most differentiating aspect of this entire high fidelity process: decoration. Decoration is what makes your design stand out and what makes it unique and original. And also, a lot of the decorative elements don't have to be accessible because they're not necessary for the entire user experience. So as long as you keep the experience part, which is the buttons, the labels, the form fields, etc., as long as they're accessible, you can play around with some very nice options for the decoration to make it stand out. In this video, we're gonna go through a couple of different decorative elements, and it's gonna be pretty long so you can actually digest it in parts. We're gonna start with photos that we already had in the login screen. So I'm gonna paste in a photo of a spinach leaf that I found online. You can use free websites like Unsplash or Pexels for this. And then using the pen tool, simply trace the image, just clicking around the edges. And it doesn't have to be super precise as long as the image, the original one, is pretty big. Because at the end, we're gonna actually shrink the element and all of those little errors or little gaps in that trace are gonna disappear. So just click around it. You can use the actual roundness tool as well, like this one, and that can make it look a little bit better if you wanna keep it larger. Now, this takes a while of getting used to, but this is actually a fun fact. This is something that I have been doing as a designer back in the late 90s and the early 2000s to most of the photos because we didn't have auto removal tools. And even though there are websites or apps that allow you to remove background from images, it's actually good to learn this technique anyway, because this can come in handy with a lot of different things in high fidelity design. And later, when you start designing landing pages, you can also cut out a lot of elements this way. So learn this technique and then you can try using the background removal tools that you can find online. So as you can see, I'm tracing the leaf. It's not super precise, but it's gonna be good enough. And also what's really good about this, that at any point you can refine the selection. So it's actually easy to fix if anything goes wrong. Okay, just finishing the stem here and then just close off the selection by clicking again on that very first dot. And this works the same in every design tool. The next part is pretty simple because we've done this before, but before we do it, I'm gonna actually turn off the borders and turn on the fill. So as you can see, there is a little bit of the leaf actually sticking out, but I'm gonna pick that vector and on the layer list, drag it below the image and then simply use the masking tool to mask them. And as you can see, the image is now cut out from the background, but if you zoom in really close and you press the enter key, you can actually modify the points still. So if you don't like how it looks, you can always change it and update it, which is a very good way to actually doing this, because if you remove the background in an external tool, then you'll be stuck with that image forever. And once we have that masking group, you can make it larger, smaller, or rotate it in any direction that you want. And of course, we're gonna make it smaller because we want to add this leaf to our onboarding screen that we created before, probably instead of that leaf that we have here, the blurred one. So I'm just gonna click into it and remove it. And then I'm gonna drag our new spinach leaf onto the artboard. As you can see, it looks pretty good as it's cut out from the background, but it doesn't really fit the color scheme of the actual images that we have on this screen. So I'm gonna modify this, and many of the design apps, design tools have an option like this where you can tweak the temperature, the saturation, the contrast, and so on. This is great because that allows you to have consistency within all those images, and those images should really be consistent. So our leaf was initially darker and I'm tweaking the exposure, saturation, temperature, and highlights to make it lighter like all the other leaves that we have on that screen. Once I'm happy with the result, I can make it a little bit smaller, and then what I want to do is to actually duplicate this entire group one more time, and you can move it just to see that it's duplicated and add a layer blur to it. This is gonna serve as our shadow, so I'm gonna use a larger value like 30. And then simply move it under the image, and also move it under the image on the layer list as well. If you want to make it easier for yourself, you can rename the groups to leaf and shadow. And yeah, simply bring it below, and then you can tweak the brightness and the blur a little bit to make that shadow look more realistic. And the most important thing about shadows is that they need to all be coming from the same light source or from the same direction. So as you can see, the leaf on the top left of the image has a shadow that's slightly diagonally to the right. That means that our newly created shadow should actually be in that same direction, because if it's on the other side of the leaf, it's just gonna make our brain go crazy. Not all of the elements need to have stronger shadows, but just to practice this a little bit more, I'm gonna create the shadow for the apple using that same principle. So I'm just gonna pick a darker green color and I'm gonna use the leaf for it because why not? It's still the same general palette. And then of course we'll go with the layer blur and then increase the blur to maybe 40. And then simply move it under the apple. And if 40 is too much, you can decrease it to 20 or 30. Just make it work for whatever object you're using and the color you're using, because it's not really something that can be a one size fit all. And instead of dragging that new shadow onto the right layer, if you have a lot of layers, you can just select the apple on the layer list and then simply copy and paste it again, and then drag it one level down. And as you can see now, that shadow is in the right place because it's in the same direction, and it kind of assumes that the sun or the light is in the top left corner. And we want that consistency for most of the objects or most of the elements. That shopping bag is fine because it's actually standing on something, but all the floating elements should have a shadow that looks pretty natural. So with this simple technique, we created a leaf, which is another decorative element, and a nice looking shadow for it. But always creating these elements, you need to be able to zoom in and see how precise they are, because we don't want any artifacts in it. Even a couple of pixels in the wrong color are gonna break the overall experience. So as you can see, this little part here doesn't look quite right. And you can just upgrade it by modifying the mask within the shape. It's likely that you don't need to modify that same shape for the shadow because it's blurred anyway. But for the main leaf or for the main element, it's actually good to fix these little inconsistencies, because actually, even if we don't see them, consciously, we might subconsciously feel something is wrong with the image, and we don't want that effect to happen. So using photographic cutout from the background elements is one way of making nice high fidelity designs look more natural and more unique. But of course there are many more ways, and we're gonna explore them all. So let's get to the next one. For this I'm gonna leave some of the images, but I'm gonna remove some of them as well. Because as we discussed in this course previously, having too many visual elements is actually bad for the design. So always be willing to sacrifice some of those high fidelity elements to actually benefit the end experience. Okay, we need a little bit more space, so I'm gonna move the text down and I'm gonna make our shape in the background a little bit smaller. And then you can of course move the objects a little bit as well to have some space. And we're gonna use that space for something that has been trending for a while now, which is using emojis in apps. So I duplicated the text field, the larger text, and then using the native OS wide emoji picker, I'm gonna pick the waving hand and then make it a little bit bigger. And in some cases it may render weird, but it should be pretty okay. And then simply place it above the welcome message, because it kind of adds this little bit of emotional context to it, like waving hand and welcome, they go hand in hand, and that's all pun intended. And once you have this element, you can actually make it look even better. And for the first thing, I'm gonna actually change the name of the element. And then I duplicated it, so we have two of these hands, one under the other, and select the one at the bottom and add a layer blur to it. And of course, increase the value of the layer blur. So I'm gonna go with 20, and then either move that shadow down or move that hand up. And if you're on a white background like this little blur is gonna make the emoji instantly stand out and look better. Of course, it's completely unnecessary. You can go with just the emoji if you prefer this. Emoji can be used on a couple of screens only, so you shouldn't really use it in lists or detail pages. It can be used on dashboards, onboarding, and login screens because it can make them seem more friendly. Okay, now let's duplicate that screen, and this is gonna be one example where we're gonna create a completely different style of screen. To show you a couple of different patterns, I'm gonna create a different brand just for this one screen, and it's gonna be a gaming store. So I renamed it for now to PC Store, but probably I'm gonna change the name to something a little bit better. And let's start by removing all of the objects from the top, because if it's a store with video games or computer games, we don't really need vegetables and leaves. And also let's change the color scheme. So I'm gonna go with a very dark background for the entire frame, but always make sure that this background is in the hue that you want to use. So I'm gonna go with like very dark purple. And then I'm gonna change the same color to a very similar hue for our main image on the top, which is the background. Just make sure that if you had a gradient there, then use a gradient still as well. And now the next step is to change the font saturation or the font hue a little bit towards that color and make it lighter. And always modify the text. So if you create a new screen out of another screen, always make sure that it doesn't say organic store or organic vegetables next to video games, because that's gonna just look silly. And the second button is gonna be white, and then the first button is not gonna be purple or pink. I'm gonna go with a shade of blue because I want this button to stand out from the background. Especially on a darker background, it's much easier to notice a button that's not the same color as the main visual element. And of course, modify the shadow to match that color as well. Always make sure to check the shadow, whether it actually has the right color in it, especially if you duplicate it from a previously created screen with different color schemes. So a lot of these things are important, but okay, we have ourselves a couple of objects here, and now let's make it look more like a gaming store. So I'm gonna start with one thing. The shadow under the emoji, because it was on a white background, it didn't look that bad, but on a dark background, that yellow actually stands out too much, so I decreased the opacity of it. And now I'm gonna remove the roundness from the corners of our main shape. And of course, to make it more edgy or more computer gamey, you can rotate it as well. And I'm gonna place it here. And as you can see, you can always drag it towards the left corner or fill it fully. But it actually is pretty interesting if there are gaps like the one in the top left corner. And you can create a couple of additional smaller shapes or smaller lines. They can be overlapping like this, or they can be simply placed a little bit apart. So there is a lot of things that you can do with just a couple of simple shapes. You can round them, you can place them on both sides of the emoji, for example. So there's like a lot of different configurations here. And I prefer to play with the backgrounds first before I start adding the actual key visuals, because when you add the key visuals, you might realize that parts of that background are unnecessary. But before you do it, you don't really know that, so it's more of an experiment, and some of these background experiments can actually yield very surprising and nice looking results. What we are looking for is variety. So we have a couple of lines here. One is very thick, the main line, and then two are a little bit thinner and one is a lot thinner. And they are distributed pretty evenly with some gaps in them and pretty even spacing from each other. What you can also try if you want to go with just one visual and mostly rely on the background being the more visual thing, you can always duplicate that shape and then change it to a solid white color or a solid black color with a small overlay, so like maybe 5 or 10% opacity, and then simply overlay it on top of that shape that we created with a couple of different sizes to create some additional patterns. Backgrounds like this work well or quite well if you have one larger image in the center, but if you prefer to have a couple more images, they might be too complex, so it might be better to actually remove them. Okay, now I'm gonna switch into a 3D library, which is a separate Figma file. And for the sake of this exercise, I'm gonna show you some free objects from Kagwal, and you can download them, of course, from the link that you can see under the artboards, but there are so many different libraries like that you can use. There is just plenty to choose from. And as you can see, they are rendered from different angles, and it's really good that if you're gonna use a couple of images to always keep the same angle. So don't use images that are rotated towards different directions. So I'm gonna pick one of the icons, maybe that Game Boy here, because it still represents gaming, then go back to my main object and I'm gonna change it to just the game store, because obviously it's not gonna be a PC. And after that little tweak to the text is done, I'm gonna simply paste the Game Boy onto the artboard. And it's of course a little bit big, but that's good because that's gonna keep the quality. I'm gonna position it in the middle of the artboard, make it smaller, and yes, you can rotate it a little bit, but just make sure that the light sources all match up. So in my case, the light source right now is coming from the top right, and we should all match up the elements the same way. And of course you can always blur the object and add a drop shadow just coming from that to it, which is one way of actually making this depth effect looking good. This is a very quick exercise, so I'm not gonna pick the best possible images and replace them in the best possible position. I just want to show you how you can use 3D elements. And of course, since it's gonna be a little bit too busy, I'm gonna remove some of the lines from the background. Now from the 3D library, I'm gonna paste in a heart that's exactly coming from that same angle, so it has the highlights in the same space. And then simply I'm gonna try to position it somewhere around the main object. And you can make it bigger, smaller, and add a little bit of rotation, but just keeping the highlights in a similar spot. And then for some gaming industry news, I'm gonna paste in a megaphone or a loudspeaker and just place it on the right side of that Game Boy here. Now that you have some objects already in place, you can start modifying the background to match them or fit them or to actually show them in a better way. So one thing that we can do is to actually drag our background back onto the focus so we can see one of the corners or one of the edges. And using that and some roundness, we can create an effect that's gonna be more pronouncing the middle of the screen. So yeah, I'm gonna round the corners a little bit. You can try different values of this, but just to make it different from the other project that we had, I'm just gonna keep it at like very little roundness. And I'm gonna remove one of those lines that we had as well, because I want this little asymmetry. And once you have a general direction that you like this one, you can then start tweaking the objects. So you can move them into different position and see what works better. You can rotate them a little bit. You can modify the position entirely. So you can just drag it from one side of the screen to the other. And if you're dragging in a 3D object that has a screen like a laptop, a phone, or a Game Boy, you can use the path tool to actually recreate the shape of that screen, like I'm doing here, just simply tracing it and then clicking on the last dot. And then you can fill that shape with a color. And that will allow you to modify the object. It's still gonna be in 3D, but you can modify how it looks like. So I'm gonna paste the properties from the background that we have here with the gradient. And of course it also pastes the corner radius, so I'm just gonna bring it back to 0. But this looks a little bit boring because it blends in with the background too much and kind of shows that it's like that Game Boy screen is transparent, and we don't really want that. So I'm gonna change it to the blue button color with a little bit of the drop shadow there. But you can remove that drop shadow, duplicate the object and add a layer blur to it for a little glowing effect. And of course you can experiment with different colors here, or a gradient, or even adding an image there if you can. And if you have a blurred version of that screen in the background, you can make it larger to actually make that effect more prominent, or increase the blur, or decrease the opacity. So there's like a ton of options to modify just this one part of the image very easily. And I'm just gonna keep it at somewhere like this. But now that we have more objects, I'm not too convinced about the heart. I don't think that it just looks good next to all of the other elements, so I'm gonna pick a different one and paste it in. So since it's gaming, I picked the arrow and the target, and I'm just gonna place it below the Game Boy here. And it looks pretty good because it actually adds a little bit more effect or depth to it, and also because it's angled a little bit differently, yet is still using the same light source, it adds some more variety to the screen. The thing about onboarding screens is that if you're gonna use 3D images, it's actually very easy to create some nice looking designs very quickly, because all of those 3D images you can find for free, and they are actually making this entire design into eye candy or something that draws attention. But we're gonna come back to it later. What we want to do now is make a couple of different versions of that onboarding screen with different decorations. So I'm gonna duplicate the screen without the emoji. And then I'm gonna remove all of those images from that screen. So all of the surrounding images from the shopping bag, and of course all of the shadows as well. Now this is gonna be a super easy way to actually make some high fidelity elements. So I'm gonna group the two emojis that we had, the main one and the shadow, and then I'm gonna simply pick another emoji that actually matches the style of the app. So I'm gonna pick some vegetables basically, and of course make sure that if you add the emoji to the right space, you also paste that exact same emoji onto the blurred shadow layer. So I'm gonna go with the cucumber, and then I'm gonna click into the field again, copy the cucumber, and then gonna go into the shadow element because right now it's yellow, and then paste that same cucumber again into the blurred shadow and then place it under the main object. Then you can make it bigger. And of course, emojis look different in different operating systems, so it all really depends on what tool and what OS you're using. They look pretty good on macOS and iOS, but the new Windows upcoming emojis are also looking very good. So for the second one, I'm gonna paste in the avocado and then simply paste it onto the shadow as well. If you're gonna go with emojis as decoration like this, make sure that they're not the same size. So first of all, I'm gonna change the blur value of one of them, and also I'm gonna decrease the size of that top emoji a little bit by selecting both the shadow and the main object. And it can overlap a little bit, it's not really necessary, it can be also in the middle. And then I'm gonna duplicate this again and add another vegetable, because we're gonna have probably 4 of them, just to have like an even number. And normally you don't mix red and green, but I want to spice up this design a little bit, so I'm gonna go with a spicy chili pepper. And this pepper actually looks pretty good, also has a green stem, so it's gonna fit it. And when I paste it into the shadow category or the shadow layer, as you can see, it has a very nice blurry red shadow underneath that. And even though it contrasts a little bit with the green, it also makes it look more interesting visually. So don't use red and green together unless it's emojis. And for the last one, I'm gonna paste in a little bit of corn. And just to counterbalance it a little bit, I'm gonna make it a lot smaller as well, because there's enough space already taken by those emojis. And as you can see, I didn't place it at the exact same level as the pepper because I wanted variety and I want it to look semi-random, because that's the more natural look. And of course, while keeping it random, we also want it to be pretty evenly distributed. So we don't have too much empty space, and also we don't have too many of these objects very close to each other. And the last thing that I'm gonna do is to actually select the entire layer with the corn and then rotate it around, because I want it to actually be facing the other direction. And of course move the shadow as well so it's more natural. We don't want the shadow to be on top. And it actually can be moved a little bit further down the bottom, because that actually shows that this object is further away from the background and it's casting a longer, larger shadow. And as you can see, that's a very easy way to create some illustration or some decorative elements with just emojis. Okay, now let's try something different. Let's work on some photo backgrounds. So for that, I'm gonna paste in the registration screen because it has some form fields, a button, and some text. And then we're gonna add a photo to it. So I found a nice looking organic vegetables photo on Unsplash that's free to use, and then I simply pasted it into the artboard. And the most obvious way to use that photo is to just simply add it to the background of our entire screen like this. So kind of drag it down the layer list, and then simply decrease the opacity. And there's also a little white overlay on the top, so let's remove that. So many people do something like this. And the problem with this approach is that if you don't have the control of what's in the photo, and if the photo is quite busy like this one, in most opacity levels, it just adds a little bit more complexity to it without really contributing much. And if you want the photo to be visible, it has too little contrast with the elements, so basically it makes the screen unreadable. So let's make it in a way that is actually gonna work for this photo. So first I'm gonna drag the form down a little bit, and let's work on showing this photo in a more prominent way. I'm gonna start by creating a large oval. It can take about half of the screen, and then simply paste it to the background so it's behind everything else, kind of like this. And you don't have to go with like a circle, you can make it into an oval so it doesn't have to be exactly round. And then I'm gonna paste the image on top of that and simply mask it with that new shape. And as you can see now, we don't have any obstruction from the photo coming towards the form, which is the most important part of this screen, yet we do have a high fidelity visual nice looking element on the top. Okay, let's start by changing the colors of the elements to white, because we want to add a little bit more contrast to it, and also we want to see what we can do to make this screen work. So after changing the color to white, you can instantly see that the contrast is really bad. So the text is blending in with the background too much. It's very hard to read. So first I'm gonna start off by removing some of the objects, but I'm gonna keep that one leaf and actually make it overlap that photo on the top side. So just above the form, there's this little extra visual element that makes it a little bit more three-dimensional. You can try adding the logo somewhere here, but I don't think it's a good idea. Also, that whole object can be actually a little bit smaller because there's not enough stuff to actually add to it. And we don't want empty space just for the sake of showing more photos. So I'm just gonna pull it up a little bit and then bring the form closer to it, but just kind of in the middle of that empty white space. And one thing that you noticed is that this little white element here kind of looks from the distance like there is a break in our ellipse in the background. So always look at things around the edge like that can look weird, and simply fix them. But we still have a problem of really bad contrast issues with the text. So I'm gonna go to one of our screens that we created before that had a nice gradient vanishing overlay, and then I'm gonna go back to this screen and paste it inside the mask. And this itself looks pretty good because you can still see some of the photo, but there's better contrast, but you can still tweak it a little bit. So for example, you can make this whole gradient disappear a lot faster, so just decrease the opacity quite a lot, and that way parts of the photo will be actually fully visible. And to make the text more prominent, you can add a very subtle drop shadow to the larger text. Avoid adding drop shadow to the back arrow or to the small text because in most cases it's just gonna look messy. So that part near the top has to be accessible on its own, or it has to have a dark overlay or a light overlay on the photo. And of course it's tempting to paste in another leaf and maybe try something like this, but it really is too much, trust me. So if you're gonna go with a very complex, visually heavy photo, it's good that you don't overdo it with the extra elements because it's just gonna look overdone. It's gonna look too complicated for our eyes. So one leaf is more than enough, and you can tweak the photo as well. You can rotate the mask, for example, to create a different shape. You can rotate the mask into the other direction as well, but just make sure then to modify the overlapping element if you have one, but it's not necessary. You don't need to have an overlapping element. This is just one way of using both the photo and some cutout photos with some shadows in your designs. So you can play with the position of the element and you can play with the actual mask position or mask rotation, but don't overdo it. And in some cases, it's actually best that if you have a form that's on the left edge of the screen, to avoid having this empty space on the left edge. It just simply flows a little bit better if that empty space is on the right. It makes the form flow a little bit better, and also the F pattern and scanning along the left edge is simply a lot easier. Okay, let's duplicate another one of these onboarding screens and let's create yet another version. For this, I'm gonna pick the one with the emoji and then I'm gonna remove all of the emoji. So what we want to do here is actually try some even simpler shapes that you can create yourself in the design tool. So I'm gonna go into our playgrounds where we created those shiny balls around the main object using inner shadows, and I'm gonna pick the white ones because they might blend in a little bit better, but of course you can create new ones in the right color that your app already has. And what I'm gonna do is gonna place those balls around the main object, which is the circular background, the green one, and I'm gonna duplicate them so there's 4 of them and they are roughly around the center, but they're overlapping differently and they are at different places basically. So we don't want it to look like they were deliberately placed there, but instead we want it to look like they're floating in space and that actually you can create an animation in which they simply move into that space. And for some of them, I'm gonna move them under our main object in the layer list, and 2 of them I'm gonna keep on top. And for this, we're gonna use the glass morphism effect. So first of all, make sure that the layer which says pass through has 100% opacity, and then decrease the opacity of just the fill. So I went to 60%. And then in the effects panel, I'm gonna go with a background blur and then select the right value so those balls in the background are blurry. And you can modify the colors a little bit to make it darker, more visible. Just play around, because this effect mostly works with lighter colors, on lighter colors, but it doesn't really specify that you need to have those color combinations. So you can go with green, slightly transparent green on a white background, and this can still look pretty good. So what we want now is for those balls on top of that to cast a shadow onto the green background. So I'm gonna simply make a new oval, and I'm gonna fill it with the same color as the background and then decrease the brightness by 10. And then simply go to do a layer blur and place it in the right position, move it under the main object, and you can also modify the size of it a little bit. So just make it look like the shadow is just being cast by the ball onto that background, but only very slightly. And of course you can increase the layer blur as well. We don't want this effect to be too strong. It has to be more of a subconscious thing. And once you have a shadow that you like, you can duplicate it and move it, of course, a smaller version of it onto the other overlapping ball. And of course, yeah, make it smaller, just move it into place. And this is one of those scenarios where you can have one of those shadows actually be cast from the top, because this is a slightly different and less realistic approach. But of course, normally it would be better if the ball at the bottom actually casts the shadow downwards. And this is especially true with strong shadows. But okay, let's duplicate the screen again and make a dark version of it. So this dark version will have a dark background coming from our main dark green-gray, and also decreased brightness of that color as well. So it's almost black, but not quite. And for this element, you can play around with different opacity levels, different blur values, just play around until it looks good. One thing that's often being done with glassmorphic elements is to actually have the gradient in the background with a reduced opacity on one end, almost down to 0. So it's like a very low value, and that will create this glass effect into something that is even more visible or more prominent. And if you increase the layer blur, it's gonna look more like a frosted glass. And of course, the next step is to make the text visible. So I'm just gonna change it to white, and then for the other text, just decrease the opacity. So it's a quick and dirty trick to have the text match the background. Okay, let's duplicate this screen again and make a more classic dark mode glassmorphism card, because this is something that's actually quite popular and it can look pretty good in onboarding. It can also look pretty good in some apps inside the apps as well, so you can try it if it fits your app. But things like that, effects like that, work best if your app doesn't have a lot of screens and it's pretty simple overall. So what I'm gonna do here is create a new card background, which is gonna be a new rectangle. And this is a very handy trick to paste something onto the right layer. I simply clicked on that green background and then pasted the rectangle that I just created. Of course, let's round the corners a little bit so it matches the one in the background. And then the next step would be to remove the background element, but first copy the properties, remove it, and then paste the properties onto the newly created rectangle. And of course, it messed up the corner radius, so I'm gonna bring it back, and 24 should be enough. Okay, but for this card, I want it to be a true glassmorphism, and it has a couple of particular effects there that needed to be applied for it to look like a real glassmorphic card. So first of all, I'm gonna decrease the brightness of both ends of the gradient and then change it into a radial gradient. And then the idea is this. The starting point of the gradient, which is inside of the radial gradient, should be a little bit lighter and a little bit more opaque. And then the edge of it should be a little bit darker and a little bit more transparent. And of course, you can tweak it to your liking. You can make it a little bit diagonal to make it look a little bit more natural and less generic, or it can just go straight down. How this effect looks really depends on what's behind the glass and also what kind of background you're using. So many different factors contribute to this. And once you're happy with this, you can then modify those balls a little bit. And also, if we're using dark mode like this, we don't really need those shadows anymore. Because especially with dark mode, shadows add a little bit of an extra complexity that's not really necessary. So I'm rearranging the background elements to make this whole scene look a little bit more interesting. And to show that this is the first step of a scrolling group, I'm gonna duplicate this card and place it near the edge of the screen. And then I'm gonna press enter and then decrease the corner radius down to 0 of the 2 points near the edge. And I'm doing it this way and just making it smaller for one reason. Because if you go with a background blur and the object is actually sticking outside of the screen, which is basically overlapping the screen, then there is gonna be a weird white line on the edge of it. So to avoid it, better have the card that's still within the boundaries but sticking out be exactly the size that's remaining on the screen. And I'm gonna make it a little bit darker so it's barely visible, but you subconsciously notice it's there and then you know that you can scroll. Okay, well, I kinda like the effect of those balls under the glass being blurred this way and kind of being spread with the blur. Let's add a little bit of more natural feel to it. So I'm just gonna duplicate that ball, remove all of the effects from it and change the color to a darker shade. And I just picked the darker shade from the background here. So let's add a layer blur to it and let's change the value to something larger. I'm gonna go with 30, but you can go with a larger value for sure as well. And the idea is that we want that card to actually cast a little bit of a shadow, and also it masks a little bit of that ball behind the card so it doesn't look like it's weird glowing overlay from underneath. You can play around with the opacity of your newly created object to tweak it a little bit, so you can actually decrease the opacity, you can increase it, you can move it to the second ball near the top to achieve the same effect on the other edge as well. The idea is that we don't really want that blur to be too strong. So you can tweak the opacity like this, and that kind of mutes the blurred background a little bit, but it's still there. And that adds a more natural effect to the card. But of course, if you like the previous version with like a fully visible blurred background, that's also fine. So it's all about finding something that you like and then exploring what else can you do with it. And once those two balls behind the glass are more out of the way visually, you can also increase the size of the two in front. And for example, you can add an emoji to one of them because it's not really a ball anymore, it's more like a white circle. So you can add an emoji, make it a little bit smaller, but what I really like is when sometimes these emojis overlap a little bit. But we want it, like in this case, the stem to overlap, but we don't want it to be just on the edge. For the second one, I'm gonna grab an avocado and then simply move it into place. And of course we need it smaller, so just select both the fonts and then make it smaller. And if you made one of them overlap, you don't need to have both of them work the same way. What I'm starting to notice a lot more right now in UI design and in high fidelity design is that if things look too generic or too similar or too pre-made, then it's actually gonna make the design look boring. So if one overlaps, the other one shouldn't, and just play around with different options until you find something that you like. And of course you can also decrease the opacity of the gradient, play around with the colors a little bit more, make it darker, lighter. Just make sure that the changes that you're doing, especially to brightness and transparency, are not too big. So go into either direction by maybe 10 or 20 points, but don't go too far. What we can also do is add a little border to the shape, make sure that it's inside the shape, and then make it a little bit darker, for example, because that's a pretty unusual approach. And I'm gonna go with like 1 point and then decrease the opacity of that border. And that's gonna make the edge instantly look a little bit different. And for the border, you can make it thicker, or you can make it lighter, for example, or you can make a gradient that's vanishing from a fully white background on the border on the top to completely transparent border on the bottom. And once you have a style that you like in this case, I'm gonna paste it into that overlapping card in the background as well. But just to make it a little bit better, I'm gonna modify the gradient, or you can just simply switch it to a solid color fill with the proper transparency. But it's gonna keep the nice border and it's gonna keep the proper transparency and background blur values that we found. So doing those designs, as you can see, is a lot about tweaking, because we want to be sure that something looks good against a particular background or with certain images and with certain shadow or blur values. So just play around and see what works. And it takes a while, but this is good because this is the part of the creative process that actually lets you be fully creative and go beyond the generic UI elements that we all have to use for the app to be usable. So in a short time, we created 8 completely distinct screens made with a couple of different techniques. But of course, there's still a lot more to try. A good way to approach this is to do your research and find apps that are using some cool techniques on their onboarding screens and then try to replicate them. Because many of these apps are going to be using variations of these techniques with a twist, so you need to find that twist and add something from yourself to it to make it unique. Okay, let's duplicate that screen again and make one more version. And for this version, as a decoration, I'm gonna go with the simplest possible shapes. So I'm gonna create a circle, a square with some rounded corners, and then a triangle. And I'm gonna make them all white because we have a white background and I don't want those shapes to be too overwhelming visually. So now the idea is to make them roughly the same size in terms of their scale and also add a little bit of a shadow to them. And normally I would suggest picking a green color, making the brightness a little bit lower and using that shadow with a slightly larger blur value. But I'm gonna show you why this might not always be the best case. So I duplicated one of the elements, rotated it a little bit and made it overlap the background at the top. Now let's move these shapes around. So I moved the triangle out of view, and as you can see, that green shadow looks very weird on the background. So I'm gonna decrease the actual saturation to it for it to be completely gray, and then increase the blur. Because in some backgrounds, the shadow doesn't really have to be colorful, especially if there's a white background and that's a white object that's casting the shadow. And same with a black background and a black object. So play around with the shadow values, the blur values, and the colors, and then simply move those objects around the image like we did with the vegetables before. And yeah, I'm gonna select them all and gonna decrease the saturation quite significantly. But as you can see, that might not even be enough. So I'm just gonna move one of the objects there and then the other one to the top. It can overlap a little bit, or it can be even completely outside, make the circle larger like this, rotate the triangle. We want it to look a little bit chaotic, but also pretty distributed as with the vegetables. And as you can see, if something is casting the shadow onto the white background, even a slightest amount of saturation is still gonna make it look weird. So instead, I'm just gonna decrease the saturation, increase the blur, and you can also decrease the transparency of the element. And if you want, you can add a layer blur to one of the objects to create the bokeh effect if you like this particular style. Just make sure that if you go with the bokeh, just use it on one or two elements only. Don't do it to most of them because it's gonna look messy. But if most of them are in focus and maybe one or two aren't, it can look pretty cool. And that allows you to have a semi-3D effect by just using simple 2D vector shapes. And the last thing that I want to do here is to modify the shadows a little bit and the corner radius for some of the elements, because I believe that some of them still look a little bit too strong. So I'm gonna decrease the opacity and then just play around with the opacity of that shadow for the circle at the bottom. So yeah, if this is smaller, it just looks a lot better, a lot more subtle. Okay, now let's try something even different. So I'm gonna duplicate one of the screens again, and then we're gonna play around with the background positioning, because obviously the background doesn't have to be a very rounded pill-shaped rectangle coming from the edge of the screen. Most of the apps nowadays use a background that's actually a full width element that is rounded near the bottom edge. So something a little bit like this. And if you like it, you can actually use that particular shape or that particular roundness. I'm making my shape a little bit wider so there is no white background peeking through on the sides. And once I'm happy with the actual size, then you can modify the corner radius again. So for example, you can go to something a little bit lower. It can be still a rounded rectangle, but the roundness, for example, can be as round as the top edge of a mockup that you plan to actually put this screen in. And this can look very good, so it's really important to actually plan ahead, and if you're making screens just for the sake of a visual portfolio, then you can leave it like that. You can also duplicate that shape at the bottom and simply have like an overlay for the buttons, but I would suggest to go with something completely different. So instead of the color that we had there, I'm gonna copy the style out of that barely visible black and white semi-transparent gradient that we had before, and then of course you can modify it so it's more visible still. So I'm just gonna drag one of the handles up and modify the position of both edges of it until it's visible. And of course it can also fade down to full transparency towards the bottom, and of course bring back the corner radius because it changed when we pasted the style. And of course, if you go with something like this, those little indicators should be moved between the edge of the newly created shape in the background and the buttons like this, because we don't want them to be on the line. And you can play around with different versions or different opacity levels, but if you go with an object like this, I would always prefer to keep it subtle so it doesn't overtake the buttons or the text. Or you can move it up towards the top and simply go the other way around with the background. So for example, you can remove the top background, the green one, and then simply reassemble all of the shapes again. So the background can be just under the text and the white background can be under the photos. And this is another way of creating a high fidelity image that's pretty minimal and also looks a lot different than the rest of them. Okay, now let's duplicate this screen and let's try something completely crazy. So I'm gonna do a version of this with neumorphism. And if you're thinking that neumorphism has terrible accessibility, you're probably right, but it doesn't matter as long as that neumorphic element is only limited to decoration, and this is what we're gonna be doing. So I changed the background color to a desaturated green that's pretty light but still visible, because for neumorphism we need a white shadow and a dark shadow to be visible on the background, so the background cannot be white or black. So I'm gonna create a circle and then simply move it to the center of our image. And the idea for neumorphism is that this circle will have the same background color as the main background on the screen. So if I use the color picker to do it, it disappears. But this is what we want. Then we add two drop shadows to it. One is going to be the darker shadow and one is gonna be lighter. So for the X and Y value, I'm gonna go with 8 and a blur of 16. Then in the second drop shadow, use the same value but negative for both X and Y, and of course a blur of 16, and change the color of that shadow to white. And if it's not really fully visible, just make sure that you have proper opacity. So for the white shadow, it actually can be pretty high, above 60%. And this little background works quite well if you have overlapping elements on top of it, so I'm gonna readjust some of the objects and also the background itself. And if you're not too happy with the shadows, you can still modify them. So first of all, I'm just gonna pick a more greener hue for the shadow on the darker edge of the neumorphic circle. And if you pick just the right color, it's gonna be a subtle effect like this, which is cool. It actually is cool, and you can still use an effect like this in some of the designs. Just make sure that you don't use this effect on buttons, for example, because it simply doesn't work on elements that need the higher contrast. So even that forbidden style can be used successfully to create a nice looking interface. And what I'm gonna do now is gonna be pretty controversial, because I'm gonna copy the style and paste it onto the secondary button. And as you can see, it's barely visible. I'm gonna increase the corner radius so it's rounded as well. And yes, this looks pretty nice, but that button is not accessible. But at the same time, the text on the button, which is the secondary text, is really dark against that background. So for people who can't see the edge of that shadow, it's gonna be completely fine. They're gonna be still able to click on that button because they're gonna see it as a simple text link. The biggest problem with neumorphism, I believe, was people using this effect on every single element on the screen. This is wrong. This effect has a place in UI design, but only if it's used for decoration or very non-important elements that are otherwise accessible anyway. So there shouldn't be any forbidden elements or design trends. Experiment with everything, because to truly grow as a designer, you need variety and you need to try different styles every time. You can't have all your apps looking exactly the same. As you can see, we're still missing one screen in this process, so I'm just gonna duplicate one of the minimal ones and then move it into place. And what we're gonna do here is an Aurora style background. So first I'm gonna remove the background from the bottom and then create a circle. And for that circle, I'm gonna pick a very light color from the background that we had, so I picked the one from the background of the secondary button. And then go to layer blur and pick a pretty large blur value, so I'm gonna go with 100. Now I'm gonna move that circle to the very bottom of the layer list, so it's below everything else. And now I'm gonna duplicate it and move it to the right side. But for this right circle, I'm gonna change the color, and you can try mixing different colors together. So you can try blue and green, and then you can try to duplicate that circle again and move it towards the center and add another color to it. And usually it's really best if you keep a similar color palette, but for the very first one, I tried to show you that it can actually be a couple of different colors if they merge well together. But since my app has a pretty specific color scheme, I'm gonna modify this color a little bit as well. So first of all, I'm gonna increase the saturation and the brightness, but decrease the transparency and then move it more towards the green. Or in my case, if I already have an orange object, the carrot on that background, I can move it towards the yellow hue because that's gonna make it blend in with that object in the background better. And then you can modify this object as well, the bigger circle, to be a little bit more orange. And that creates that nice, blurry, kind of dirty look, but at the same time, it kind of adds a little bit of uniqueness to this whole design. And as you can see, this little shape with the 3 circles looks pretty similar to a pop culture icon. And of course, they don't have to be the same. You can actually make them different sizes and slightly different positions, so it doesn't have to be uniform. The whole appeal of this effect is that it looks pretty organic, so don't be too confined by where those blurred circles are. Play around with their position and their size. The most important thing is that they need to overlap a little bit, because otherwise this kind of transition between the 2 different gradients won't occur. And of course, it's easier to go with decorations on the onboarding screens, but some of these effects you can actually use on most of the other screens. So you can try an Aurora background behind your card layouts or anything else that is actually useful in the app. Just don't overdo it and make sure that the app elements that you're gonna use, the buttons, the form fields, and so on, are the most visible, the most contrasting on the screen. And then play around with the decoration. And now once you know how to apply these effects, you'll be able to easier actually replicate things that you like online and add a little bit of your own nice touch to it. And this is the whole goal, to look for inspiration and then try to copy it and add something from yourself to it. Don't copy it directly unless it's a practice exercise. This process is a lot of fun, and try to explore different opportunities and different concepts all the time. Even if you find a style that you like quite a lot, don't confine yourself within the boundaries of that one style forever. Experiment with different objects, different modes, so make a dark mode app, make a glass morphism app, make a new morphism app, just for the sake of practicing all of those different techniques and being able to actually come up with new ideas on the fly. Because in the end, it's all about merging these techniques into something truly yours and truly original. Hey, so our adventure has come to an end, but don't worry, there's still a little bit to be done with the project. So let's start by going into the plugins, and in Sketch and Adobe XD you'll have to just find them manually. In any case and in any tool, what we're looking for is a contrast checker. So I'm gonna search for contrast, and I'm gonna pick the one from Microsoft because I believe that's gonna be probably the one that works best, but just in case I'm gonna install 2 of them. And then let's go back into our project. There are also many web-based plugins completely free that you can actually simply paste the hex codes for 2 colors into them and see how contrasting they are against each other, and that works fine as well. What we're aiming for is AA. So for example, in this case, all the fonts are simply easy to read. This is what we're aiming for. We don't really need to do AAA for everything because most OSs actually have an option to bump up the contrast of everything in the OS, so people that need that AAA contrast can actually set it up so it works for them. But as you can see, our green button doesn't quite work because it doesn't even pass the AA version. I'm gonna check it again just to be sure, but yeah, it doesn't work. So what we need to do is to modify the color, and you can actually modify it right within the plugin, which is very handy, until the AA option is checked out. And we don't want that contrast to be so high that it's gonna hurt our eyes, so I'm just gonna set it up so it barely checks the AA, because that's enough and it should work. And then what you can do is simply select that hex code and then paste it onto the other buttons so they're gonna pass accessibility checks as well. The only objects that you need to test this way are buttons, main text of the app, and form fields, and everything that is actually something that people can use on the screen. So you don't need to check the card backgrounds or the decoration. The most important thing is that all of the usable actual interface elements are accessible. If you got the course with feedback, it's really important that you prepare the screens for the feedback in the right way. What I'm looking for is at least 6 completely different screens from the entire process, so it doesn't matter which screens you choose, but it's important for them to be completely different. So I don't want to see 2 versions of onboarding. One version, the one that you believe is best, is enough, but then show the cart view, the shopping cart, or anything else. It needs to be 6 different screens or more. If you plan to use this design in your portfolio, of course make a lot more screens than just 6, but those 6 are gonna be the base for my evaluation. So I'm gonna paste in a detail screen, and just to make them consistent, I'm gonna also copy that blurry Aurora background that I made and then paste it onto this new screen and then remove that background that was there previously. And this also fits the style. So of course you need to tweak it for accessibility. For example, the price tag here is not accessible, so make sure to modify things like that so they're consistent, accessible, and look good. A lot of the high fidelity designing is exploration and going pretty fast because you get ideas and you need to act upon them quickly. So a lot of these things that you created can be inconsistent, so there could be a back arrow missing on some of the screens, so make sure to paste it in and then move it into the right place. But because of that fast pace, that icon is also too thick and has the wrong color. And all of these icons actually have different colors, so we need to modify it so they all are matching. And once you establish the right border thickness and the right color for most of the icons, make sure that all of your screens are consistent. So for example, this icon here is still not consistent with the colors, so it's really good to actually change it. If you know how to use components, you can do it that way, but you can also just copy properties and then paste them onto every object. For beginners, it's actually good to do it this way because that makes you remember that you need to manually check every single thing on every screen. So we need that internal consistency, same border radiuses for similar items. So if you have some buttons that are not rounded, it's best to actually round them. If you have some contrast issues, that's the same thing. So just make sure that everything is consistent and everything looks well together. It's important to remember though that not all the screens need the decoration. So make sure that you don't put those floating images or floating shapes or 3D images or 3D objects onto every single screen. For example, the product screen, which is the second one from the left, doesn't have any extra decoration because it's an important screen. This is the screen that you'll see just before you add something to your shopping bag, which is very important for e-commerce. So we don't really want to overwhelm the users with visual, and we want them to be able to make the decision very quickly, without distractions. Okay, this is it. Hope you enjoyed the course and hope that you learned the techniques that you can then use to replicate and be inspired from different sources and create your own unique style for every separate project that you're working on. We gave you the building blocks and the initial tools, but of course all of it is now in your hands and it requires you to put in a lot of extra work and a lot of extra time. But now that you have the tools, it should be a lot easier. Good luck, and remember, high fidelity UI design is very important to sell your work.